Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night. Welcome to the Defence Rests. Um, and I'm having trouble with posting to both places, but that's okay. Uh, I was trying to be IT efficient and dual stream onto Twitter, but alas, no. Anyway, good morning, peeps. Happy wacky Wednesday. Um, let's get into it, shall we?
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Morning, Miss Kelly. How are we today? Welcome. Good morning, Teresa. Oh, isn't that nice? Mwah. Good morning to you. I hope everything is well. Oh, morning, Mr. Brybear. Mwah. I hope you're recovered and you're probably back at work now, are you? No doubt. Yes, Jodie thought that she might be IT clever and try and dual stream to YouTube and Twitter, but alas, no, those skills are not yet tuned. Good morning, Christine. How are you? I hope you're recovering well after your procedure a couple of weeks ago. Hope all is good in your world. um, just a couple of quick things. There is, as I said to you, there's this live stream that I'll be attending on Friday with Aussie Insider and Miss Mandy Reacts, and this is the link to the actual site that it will be on the YouTube channel. So it won't be on Miss Mandy's channel, it will be on this particular one right here. If you'd like to tune in, we're doing all things Karen Reid. So it should be interesting, should be good. And I think that's about it. So, day 3 of Skyler Richardson. Today we're going with the forensic psychologist, Susan Brown. So I'm thinking she might be more like an anthropologist, perhaps. Not 100% sure on that one. I haven't seen it. So good morning, Laura. Hello. Welcome back. Lovely to see you. Thank you for joining us. So Jodie has yes, I'm in the 80s theme today. Yep, I got a bit of bling on the old ring. Good morning, Regina. Hello. Where did I say? You pop up everywhere. I was watching Baker last night, and you're on there, and then Brandy the other day, you're on there, and I'm like, ooh. big little news. I've got a new. Oh, congratulations, Nana. That's awesome. Oh, that's amazing, Kelly. That's awesome. What's her name? Are you allowed to say? And I hope all is well. Mum's well and everything went to plan. Oh, you just made my night. Thank you. That's awesome. Oh, yes, you have to spill the guts in chat. Let us know. You're even welcome to come and jump up on stage with me if you want to and shout it out to the world. Ruby, that is beautiful. Beautiful. Oh. So we want to know how much she weighed, how long your daughter was in labour for. The whole kit and caboodle, please. All the goth. That's awesome, Kelly. Well done. Congratulations. I can't wait to be in Nana. And hopefully you were there to watch it. That would be even better. I loved watching births when I was doing my nursing. All right. So, yes, we're very nosy, but £6.8, lovely, good size. good size. Not nosy. We're curious because, yeah, there you go. You can call me nosy, I don't care. I've been called way worse than that. Oh, so they're not near you, they're away, obviously. Oh, bugger. Is that far? Seattle from Tennessee? Like, as in, how long would it take to drive there? Curious is better. I don't mind. I'm nosy. All right. So now, if you haven't been here before, we are midway through a trial that came out in 2019. It's the Skyler, Brooke Skyler Richardson trial. It's about a cheerleader who, I think when she was 16, met up with a boy at school called Trey, had a little bit of schmexy time, and on one of those occasions he was a fool and didn't wrap his tool, and so someone got up the duff, didn't tell a soul, they broke up. She didn't tell him, she didn't tell her family, she didn't tell anybody. She got right through to 32 weeks and went to the OBGYN to get birth control pills, which they prescribed her, and she filled the prescription, we've just found out. But whilst they were there, they did a pregnancy test and it came back positive. They had a feel of her tummy and did an ultrasound and established that she was 32 weeks pregnant. 32 weeks. Claimed she didn't know. Still didn't bother to tell anybody. Filled a prescription, started taking birth control pills, and 11 days after the doctor's appointment, apparently gave birth on her own in the bathroom upstairs in the middle of the night to a baby girl, and she claims that it was a stillborn. And the state are trying to say otherwise. That's where we're at. And we are, as I said, with the forensic pathologist today on day 3. So I think today is going to be a medical one, analysing. So if you've seen this trial, no spoilers in chat, please, because I haven't even seen the end of it. I'd actually planned to do another trial that got delayed at the last minute. Oh, 3 days drive. Oh, Kelly. Oh, that's forever away. I couldn't be 3 days drive away from my daughter. No way. Oh. Is it your daughter or your daughter-in-law? Oh. Did you hear that, Bri? Kelly's a grandma. Oh, thank you. Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe. Both are absolutely free and make you feel me. Yes. Correct. Yes, I'm on the countdown now. Just over 100 to go before I qualify. So we're on the home stretch, Pete. On the home stretch. Okay, no worries. So it's your son. Excellent. Is he wrapped? He must be. He must be beside himself. Oh. Oh, so you've got them scattered everywhere. You've sown your wild seed. Yeah, absolutely. They'll deserve a medal. It's not an easy job, but a very rewarding one eventually. All right, let's get into it, shall we? We're all queued up. Let me know if you cannot hear it properly. I do have it boosted. And we should be set to go.
This is the case of the state of Ohio versus Brooke Skyler Richardson, case number 2017 CR 33292. Present before the court is Ms. Richardson, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Presented by Mr. and Mr. Rickers. We have Mr. Knippen from the Prosecutor's Office, Officer Kraft from probation, from Prosecutor's Office also. We are here today, continuation of our trial. Mr. Knippen, Ms. Kraft, is the state prepared to go forward?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Rickers, is the defense prepared to go forward?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Smells, go get our jury.
Is that too fast? I have actually got it at 1.25, but if it's too fast, I'll slow it back down.
You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Was everybody able to follow my instructions and admonitions over our break last night?
Admonitions?
All right, we are going to resume our testimony this morning. We left off yesterday with Mr. Fain's testimony. Because of some scheduling issues, we are going to interrupt his testimony, and we are going to have some other witnesses testify. The fact that some of these witnesses are being taken out of order or we're pausing, that is of no concern to you in how the evidence is presented. Mr. Knippen, Ms. Kraft, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Dr. Susan Brown.
Now, Dr. Fain yesterday was the police officer who did the crime scene processing upstairs and made all of those assumptions yesterday. So his testimony has been obviously interrupted because of this forensic pathologist obviously needs to come into this slot. Excellent. Excellent. Good morning, Miss Darcy. How are you? Welcome.
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, can you please state your full name for the record, spelling your last?
Susan Brown, B-R-O-W-N.
And just for point of clarification, at the time that you became involved in this case, were you known as Dr. Susan Allen?
Yes, I was.
Doctor, where are you employed?
The Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton.
And in what capacity?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And what is your business address?
West 3rd Street,
And is that in Dayton, Ohio?
Dayton, Ohio.
Thank you. And how long have you been so employed, doctor?
12 years.
As a forensic pathologist, can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your duties and responsibilities are at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
We know,
I perform
we know she
autopsies
has
to determine
10 minutes of experience and qualifications and where she went to university. So,
cause, came
again,
Are you currently licensed?
hematopathology and forensic pathology.
Course of your career, approximately.
Montgomery County here in
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Doctor, showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 95 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes,
And can you please tell us what that is?
it's my resume.
No.
And does that resume or curriculum vitae detail
No.
area of forensic pathology?
well, yes, you're
Were
an
you still
expert.
employed by the Montgomery County Coroner's Office on those dates?
Yes,
And same duties and responsibilities that you just detailed?
yes,
And just to be clear, you are an employee of the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, correct?
correct,
You're not an employee of the prosecutor's office,
correct.
and you have not been paid or retained by our office to come to this trial and testify?
No.
The opinion that you offer today, would that be the same opinion that you would offer whether you're subpoenaed by the state or the defense?
Yes,
Thank you. Doctor, on those dates, did you have occasion to conduct an autopsy on skeletal remains that had been identified to you as those of baby Richardson?
yes,
And at that time, when you first received her body,
No, I've got it at 1.25. I'll turn it down, sweetheart. Oops, wrong one. Oop, what about that? Yesterday, the lawyers were going really, really slow, so I bumped it up and come on, where are they?
body or her skeletal remains, if you will, what information did you have, if any,
It was
regarding
me.
how her remains came to be in your custody?
I had been given information from the scene
No, they sound really
investigation,
slow.
which was from the Warren County Coroner's Office.
And what information was that?
They told our office that the remains of this baby, they were recovered from a backyard burial.
And doctor, during the course of your autopsy or your examination, did you at a later point receive additional information, additional collateral information?
Yes.
And what other sources of information did you receive during the course of your examination and or autopsy?
I received information from the police interview of the defendant.
And would that be both interviews, excuse me, on July 14th and July 20th?
Yes.
And doctor, is that common practice in your role as the forensic pathologist to receive collateral information?
Yes.
Doctor, where did you conduct the autopsy in this case?
In Dayton at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
And who all was present?
Morgue technicians and a photographer, also employees of the Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
And that was going to lead into my next question. Was there equipment present to allow you to photograph or have somebody photograph the autopsy as it was performed?
Yes.
And is that also a routine?
I don't know how they can call it an autopsy, really, with just skeletal remains.
Part of an autopsy?
Yes.
Doctor, if you could, can you please explain the manner in which you would typically perform an autopsy?
The first thing that we do is to take pictures to show how the decedent arrived at our facility. And then we begin to do an external examination so that we look at the outside of the body for any type of signs of natural disease or injury. And then we do an internal exam where we actually remove all of the organs and examine all of the organs for the same thing, for any kind of natural disease or injury. And during the entire process, take pictures to show any findings that we have.
Doctor, did you follow that same procedure in this case?
As much as I could.
And can you please explain what you mean by that?
Well, in this particular case, I received skeletal remains or just bones with only a small amount of soft tissue, fatty tissue attached, and no internal organs. So there really was no internal exam because there were no internal organs.
So doctor, just to be clear, when you talk about in your typical procedure doing an internal examination, was there any ability to do an internal examination on the remains of baby Richardson?
No.
And would it be fair to say then that in this particular autopsy, your examination was limited to what you had, which was the skeletal remains?
Correct.
So there was an external examination and photographs?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, doctor, you mentioned photographs were taken in this case as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would the viewing of those photographs materially assist you with your testimony today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Doctor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 97 through 110 and ask you to take a look at those, please. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And are those photographs that were taken of the autopsy performed on baby Richardson?
Yes.
I haven't seen that trial, Kelly. I don't know, Dale. Sorry. No forthcoming information. I know it's the same. It was the same coroner that was in the Toby Madden trial a couple of trials ago. Good morning, little Al. I love it. That rolls off the tongue way easier. You changed it back. I love it. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you're funny. We've only just started. This is day 3, and it is forensic pathologist Susan Brown.
And do those photographs clearly and accurately depict the autopsy as it was performed in your...
You actually have a YouTube site that you post to, Netawal, and you can pop the... You can't pop the link in chat. If you'd like me to put your link up in chat, then I will give you my email address if you would like to.
crime lab on that day?
Yes.
Do you know first of all?
Now, doctor, before we start going through these photographs, just to lay a little background here, did you were aware that there were two different excavation dates in this case?
Yes,
And I previously asked you if your autopsy was performed on two dates, July 15th and July 28th.
yes,
And did that correspond to the two different excavation dates?
yes.
So how did that work for you? You received the initial set of remains that came in from the first excavation, correct?
Yes. So on July 14th, I received the first recovery of remains, did my exam the following day. And then on July 20th, we received a second set. And then I did my second exam on July 28th.
Thank you, doctor. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 97 for purposes of identification. Doctor, if you will, can you tell us what is depicted in this photograph?
This picture shows what we received during the first recovery. So we have 3 bags, in addition to some loose remains that all arrived in a body bag.
And if you need to, you can use the screen up there. The bones or remains that we see right in the center of that picture, were those the loose bones that came in that you just
Yes.
referred to from the body bag?
Yes.
Is that just bones? Is there anything mixed in? What are we seeing there?
We see a collection of bones with some dirt and a little bit of fatty soft tissue attached.
Doctor, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 98 for purposes of identification. Can you please tell us what is depicted in that photograph?
So this is a closer look at the loose bones and little soft tissue and dirt that we received.
And is that a close-up of that center section that we see?
We've seen these. Every doctor that's been on, we've seen pictures of bones. She looks actually very anxious. Poor bugger.
Those the dirt and remains that I received. These are ribs and a portion of the vertebral column, the bony structure that protects your spinal cord. So here we're looking at ribs. And you can see that some of the ribs have darkening on the ends of them.
Could you go?
Thank you, doctor. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 100 for purposes of identification. What is depicted in this photograph, doctor?
So here we're looking at one of the bags that I received during the first recovery. And in this bag, there are bones of the skull.
And doctor, we've had a little bit.
Teresa just said that Layla Zan and Randy McGinley were the prosecutors in the Bell McNabb trial. There you go.
Of testimony, but if you will, is it common at this age for the skull to be in so many pieces, if you will?
It is. So as an adult, many of these bones are all fused to form one structure, but an infant has not reached that maturity yet. So many of the bones, not only in the skull, but throughout the body, have not fused yet, so may not.
So what happened was she, as I said, she went to the GP, to the obstetrician at 32 weeks. They measured her then. And then they gave her birth control pills, which she commenced to take. And 11 days later, I think it was the 7th of May, she gave birth to little baby Annabelle, who she claims was stillborn and buried in the backyard. And then it was in July, mid to late July, she went back to the OBGYN to get another script of her birth control pills. And it was the same clinic that she went to, and they questioned her about the pregnancy. And that's when she first told anyone what had happened. So it was about 2 months after.
Look like an adult bone would look.
And when you say as an infant, at one day of life, is this how you would expect the bones of an infant to look?
Yes.
Doctor, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 101 for purposes of identification. Can you please tell us what is depicted in this photograph?
So here we see the second bag that we had received during that first recovery. And in the second bag, the bag contained dirt along with strands of hair.
Now I'm going to mess up your circle.
It's father and son, isn't it? So Steve the son or the father? I think Charlie's the father, isn't it? And Steve's the son. So you see my mouse there. On this side is the son, and on this side is the father. Oh, this side is the father. When they pan back, she looks terrible. Terrible.
But the strands of hair that you're referring to were located in that clump of dirt?
Yes.
And is that the sample that was ultimately forwarded to serology for analysis for DNA and gender?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, wrong one.
Doctor, I'm
Sorry.
showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102
My bad.
for
Sorry.
purposes of identification.
So Steve is the other prosecutor with the sort of sandy blonde hair, the tall guy that did the openings. I'm with you. And it's Charlie and Charlie, is it? So they're both Charlie, father and son. Wow.
Can you please tell us what is depicted in that photograph?
So here we have the third bag that was received during that first recovery. And in this bag, we have a collection of dirt. And within that dirt is some fragments of fatty type soft tissue and numerous bones.
How did you go about trying to sift through that, if you will, to see if there was anything of evidentiary value in that pile of dirt?
Just with my hands.
Now, doctor, after you have sifted through,
There you go. There they are. So Charlie and Charles. Now, that's Skyler's dad, but I still haven't seen her mum. We watched the police interrogation yesterday when the parents came in and found out, because they didn't find out until the police turned up at the doorstep wanting to dig up the backyard. And they were pretty much only concerned about how it would affect them.
the dirt and everything else, and I believe you indicated in State's Exhibit 98, that's what you are starting out with, correct?
Yes.
Are you making attempts to try and inventory this and determine what, if anything, you have?
I did not do an inventory. I waited for an anthropologist to come and do the inventory. I simply started going through what we had in order to recover as many bones as I could from all of the dirt.
And doctor, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 103 for purposes of identification. When you start sifting through that pile, is this what you were able to pull out?
Yeah, so this is initially what I had recovered on my first look through all of the dirt. And here we can see that there are numerous ribs and clavicles or collarbones, as well as some...
I actually managed to get quite a bit of it. Quite a bit. Wow. Some of those bones would be tiny, like the little finger joints and knuckle. Excuse me. Hmm. The other Bull guys are uncles, and I think everyone else, with one or two exceptions, are reporters here. That is true. Not one time did they ask about her physical or mental. No, not at all. In fact, when she went back to get her prescription, like the 2 months after, the only thing that the obstetrician said to her was like, "Oh, am I the first person that you've told in the whole wide world?" Like, not not one question about the baby and whether she was breathing or anything.
Vertebral bones, pelvis, a little bit of fatty type soft tissue, some long bones, skull bones.
I actually really feel sorry for her. I think that, her upbringing probably wasn't as nurturing as it could have been. You could see that she was just begging for approval, and the way she spoke, and tried to reach out for her mum's hand, and she was calling her mummy still at 18 years old. She's very, very naive and very unwilled, not unwilled, like she hasn't got much life experience, so to speak, I wouldn't think. Very naive. Like, found out that she was pregnant and still didn't put two and two together and started taking birth control pills. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently stupidity, isn't it?
Doctor, showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 104 for purposes of identification.
Doctor, if you click the lower left, it will clear everything at one time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 104 for purposes of identification. Doctor, can you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
So here we're looking at
Exactly.
the skull bones. There are two parietal bones, a right and left parietal bone, and these are the bones that sit right on top of your head. And then there is an occipital bone that sits right at the back of your head. And so here we have the parietal bones, the left, the right, and here is the occipital bone.
Doctor, are there in this picture any fractures depicted?
Yes, there are 3 fractures on both the right and the left parietal bones.
And I'm going to show you another
And
picture.
that's the exact picture that the mother wants you to see. That's pretty much all she was worried about, I think.
But from a different view. States Exhibit 105 for purposes of identification. What are we looking at in that photograph, Doctor?
So these are the same bones that we saw in the last picture, except we have now flipped them over.
Yep.
So we're looking at the other side, the side that would be in contact with your brain, so the inside of the bones.
And are those fracture sites better depicted when the bones are flipped?
Yes.
And can you please identify those for us?
So again, this is the left and the right parietal bones. We have a puncture type fracture on the left. There's a fracture right here and a fracture here. On the right, we have 1, 2, and this one is a little difficult to see. It's bent in, so it's sort of in the same plane with the picture and difficult to see from this angle.
Skull fractures.
Now, Doctor, you are aware that baby Richardson's body was in the ground for over 2 months, correct?
Yes.
Are you able to offer any opinion as to whether those fractures are pre or post-mortem?
I don't know.
And just so everybody is clear, what is pre-mortem and what is post-mortem, Doctor?
So pre-mortem meaning that it occurred before death, and post-mortem after death.
Thank you, Doctor. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 106 for purposes of identification. Doctor, can you please tell us what is depicted in that photograph?
So here we're looking at the nearly complete set of infant remains that were recovered. We have skull bones, the frontal bones, facial bones, including the jaws, the maxilla, the mandible, so the upper and lower jaws, the
Navicles, spine.
vertebral bones, ribs on either side of those, the upper extremities, so the long bones of both arms, the ribs, the pelvis, and the femurs, or the long bones in your thighs, and also some bones of both hands.
Is there anything at this point that is obviously missing?
Yeah, the lower
There
leg.
are a couple of things missing. A few ribs, a couple of vertebral bones, and the lower leg bones, the tibia and fibula, two lower leg bones on either side, and the feet and ankles.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, when a baby's skull is pliable and adaptable to get through the birth canal, so it would have, and you know, the body is 90% water, so once in the ground, who knows what the temperature was outside, you know, whether the heat would have dried it out quickly and the bones just cracked. Perhaps someone could have stood on the area and compressed it. Who knows? Could have been anything. I don't think that, in my opinion, I don't think that any of that was on purpose. Oh, hello.
Doctor, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107 for purposes of identification. Can you tell us what is depicted in that photograph?
So this is an envelope that I received during the second recovery. And this envelope is from the previous burial site in the backyard where they found the first set of remains.
And just to be clear, it was your understanding they went back out a second time and additional bones were located?
Yes.
Doctor, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108 for purposes of identification. Can you please tell us what is depicted in that photograph?
So this is the contents of that envelope. And inside the envelope, a couple of small bones as well as a few rocks. And then one set of lower leg bones, tibia and fibula.
Doctor, showing you what's been marked in State's Exhibit 109 for purposes of identification. Can you please tell us what is depicted in that photograph?
This is just a closer look at the previous picture. So the tibia and fibula.
Doctor, once you've sorted through and identified the contents from the second excavation, were you able to add those to your prior layout of baby Richardson?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 110 for purposes of identification. Can you please tell us what is depicted in that photograph, Doctor?
So this is essentially similar to the previous photograph where we looked at all of the bones that had been recovered, except now we have added the tibia and fibula, the lower leg bones, to the collection.
And at this point, are you still missing any of the skeletal remains?
Yeah, so the other leg, the other lower leg, feet and ankles, and still a couple of ribs and vertebral bodies.
Absent those missing bones, Doctor, does this represent a nearly complete set of skeletonized bones from baby Richardson?
Yes.
And again, these photographs that we've gone through, do they accurately depict the condition of baby Richardson's skeletal remains when they were provided to you?
Yes.
and at the time that you performed your autopsy on her?
Yes.
Now, doctor, you had initially said that when you were completing your autopsy, as you were going through the process, that you received additional information, correct?
Yes.
And I think that you said that you received audio transcripts from the police interviews of the defendant and scene information.
Yes, I did.
You also said that it's typical for you to collect that collateral information.
Yes.
And can you explain why that is?
In order to determine both cause and manner of death, all of the information leading up to the death, at the scene, during the autopsy, any toxicology, if toxicology can be performed, all of those things will make a more complete picture so that you can arrive at an accurate determination of cause and manner of death.
And doctor, separate and apart from this case, can you give the ladies and gentlemen an example of what you mean?
So, for example, if someone dies during an electrocution, specifically a low voltage, like household current, a low voltage electrocution, it is likely you will not have any findings on the body that will give you any clue that that is what happened. So if you don't get information from the scene to tell you, for example, this person was standing there using a power tool that had a frayed cord, and then in the middle of using this power tool had a sudden collapse and died, you would never be able to arrive at the accurate cause and manner of death without that extra information, because sometimes there aren't findings on the body that you're going to be able to look at the autopsy table. So it's important to look at everything.
So just to be fair, doctor, in your capacity as a forensic pathologist, or for any forensic pathologist, you do not look at the autopsy itself in a vacuum?
Correct.
Doctor, when you reviewed the statements of the defendant in this case, were there statements that she made that were significant to you in helping you to make a determination as to cause of death in this case?
Yes.
And if you will, what were the statements that she made that you found to be relevant?
The statements during the police interview were statements about sounds that the baby had made, gurgling, crying, movement, all signs of life.
Was it relevant to you that she had indicated that she thought she might have killed her baby?
Yes.
That she might have killed her baby when she squeezed it too hard?
Yes.
That her baby was alive for about 5 minutes?
Yes.
That her baby was alive before she squeezed her?
Object to the threat.
Also saying objection as to the form of the question.
Doctor, when she makes statements indicating that she may have taken her daughter's life, was that relevant to you?
Yes.
When she made statements indicating that her daughter may have been alive for a period of time, was that relevant to you?
Yes.
How so?
It all indicates life.
You deal with dead bodies, correct?
Yes.
And I'm not trying to be insensitive here, but the dead bodies, the processes that the bodies go through, have you ever had an experience where a deceased infant cries,
No.
gurgles,
No.
breathes,
No.
moves?
No.
Was it concerning to you when you were considering all of the information and trying to reach your opinion on cause of death that she indicated that she may have tried to cremate her child?
Yes.
How so?
It indicates, along with the other scene information, of a deliberate attempt to try to hide or conceal the infant.
Doctor, the scene information that was provided to you regarding the backyard burial, did that factor into your opinion as to cause of death?
Yes, again, it's a deliberate attempt to hide the baby.
Now, doctor, you had indicated previously when we were talking about doing an inventory of baby Richardson skeletal remains that you had consulted with somebody.
Yes.
And who was that?
An anthropologist, Dr. Murray.
Dr. Elizabeth Murray?
Yes.
what was your purpose in consulting with Dr. Murray?
We asked Dr. Murray to come in and do an inventory of all of the skeletal remains, give us, if she could, an estimate of the age, and also evaluate for any injury that she could see.
And was the determination or the decision to request her assistance on this case made by the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
Was it ever done at the request of the Sheriff's Office?
No.
Was it ever done at the request of the Prosecutor's Office?
No.
Were you ever directed to go out and find additional information by the Prosecutor's Office?
No.
When you consulted with Dr. Murray, you said you asked her to help with doing the inventory.
Yes.
And was that in fact done?
Yes.
And is that how we or you and Dr. Murray arrived at the picture that we see depicted in State's Exhibit 110?
Yes.
Was she able, you said one of your other purposes was in asking her if she could make an age determination on the skeletal remains of baby Richardson. Was she able to do that?
Yes.
And what was her estimate as to the age of baby Richardson?
Her estimate was 38 to 40 weeks.
And did you use that information in your autopsy report?
Yes.
You said that you also asked her to look at the bones and do further analysis to determine if there were any signs of trauma.
Yes.
And did she do that as well?
Yes.
And was she able to give you any indication of whether or not there was any evidence of trauma to the remains of baby Richardson that you relied upon in reaching your cause of death opinion?
She also looked at the fractures on the skull bones that we looked at in one of these pictures. And I believe she also could not make a determination as to whether they had happened before death or after death. And then she...
Sorry, peeps, I had a surprise visitor. All good. We're back. I'm back. Hello, welcome, Uta Heft. Yes, she is shaking. She looks terrible, terrible. Did I miss anything? Hi, Uta Heft. Hello, hello. I've seen this doctor in a previous trial, and I can't remember which one, but it was not so long ago. Yeah, she looks familiar. Yeah. So you reckon she was coerced in the interrogations into that? Teresa was the Toby guy who said, not this one, not this forensic pathologist, the Dr. Updegrove, the one yesterday. He was the forensic pathologist or coroner that was in the Toby Madden 55 times stabulatory one. Yes. I don't remember another local one that media. Chad Dolman. I don't know. Kelly might have been, I'm not sure. It's driving me nuts. All right. Dr. Susan Brown. I'll see if I can Google it.
We also noticed
Google
that
knows
there were
everything.
some darkened areas on a few of the bones.
And I believe showing you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit 99. Are those the darkened areas that you are referring to?
Yes.
On the in there on the end of the ribs?
Yes.
Thank you, doctor. Now, Dr. Murray actually examined the bones on 2 different occasions, correct?
She did.
And when she offered you the opinion regarding trauma to the bones, was the initial opinion offered after she did her first examination?
The fracture, yes, both were after the first examination.
Okay. And then did she have an opportunity to return to your crime lab on a second date and re-examine the bones after they had dried further?
Yes.
And at that point in time, did she indicate to you that she was no longer able to offer a definitive opinion as to whether or not those were indications of thermal injury to the bones?
That's right. She had backed away from that opinion and was not sure that they had been burned, that the bones had been burned.
Now, let me ask you this, doctor. The fact that she could not give you an indication that the skull fractures were, that those occurred pre or post-mortem, or the fact that she could not give you a definitive opinion on whether or not there was any evidence of thermal injury to the bones, were you still able, based on your examination of the bones and the scene and the statements that were provided to you able to form your own opinion as to cause of death?
Yes.
Without Dr.
Dr. Susan Brown was in the Groves trial. She was a medical examiner in the Groves trial in Ohio for the death of baby Dylan. But don't forget, her name changed too. So this is her married name. So I think she was Susan Allen before that. So I will double check.
Murray's information, did you still feel like you had enough to go forward?
Yes.
And why is that?
What was that?
Information from other sources, the scene,
Okay.
and also from the police interview.
What just said? Sorry. I can't really see with these headphones on. Except what's on the telly. Oh, this is good.
Now, doctor, I had previously asked you in your testimony if you would have given the same opinion that you reached in this case to both the state and the defense if they had spoken to you about your examination and autopsy of baby Richardson. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you did have an opportunity to speak to the defense attorney in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that
Wrong one.
time, I believe he questioned you about the findings of his experts.
Correct.
And were you willing to take a look at his experts' reports?
Yes.
You are aware that he retained both Carl Schmidt and Mark Levon to examine the skeletal remains of baby Richardson.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach? I am going to hand you a copy of the report authored by Dr. Carl Schmidt. Have you seen that report before?
Yes.
You've read its contents?
Yes.
And let me go ahead and offer you the report. Dr. Mark Levon, have you also seen that report before?
Yes.
And have you also read its contents?
Yes.
And in fact, have you discussed the contents of those reports with the defense attorney?
Yes.
Starting with Dr. Schmidt's report.
May we approach?
Dr. Schmidt. I can't find anything on Susan Allen other than this trial. So oh, let's skip this. Why have we got a sidebar? I got black sidebars. Yes, have something to eat and drink, Skyler. Ohio.
You may continue, Ms. Graff.
That's okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Ms. Brown, or Dr. Brown, I apologize. Let's flip to Dr. Levon's report, okay? And I believe that is the one that you had communication with the defense about?
Yes.
And let me ask you this. Are you open to receiving new information whenever you are conducting an autopsy?
Sure.
From any source?
Sure.
And when you receive additional information, if you find anything in there that's relevant or causes you to reconsider any of your initial opinions, are you willing to change your opinion accordingly?
Sure.
Okay. You looked at Dr. Levon's report.
Yes.
Was there anything contained within that report that caused you to reconsider your opinion?
No.
When you talked to the defense on this case, Dr. Levon offered 4 opinions, correct?
Yes.
And you went through each one of those with the defense?
Yes.
And in looking at the report, the first thing that Dr. Levon offers is that the skeletal remains showed no identifiable evidence of thermal injury. Did you disagree with that based on your examination?
I don't disagree with that.
Does that mean that there was no thermal injury, or you just agree that there was no evidence of thermal injury on the skeletal remains?
On the skeletal remains, I did not identify anything that I could say was thermal injury.
So
And
she
again,
retained
just to
it.
be fair, in this case, all you got are skeletal remains, correct?
Correct.
This baby did not die in a hospital.
She was the initial one that said that there was thermal damage, wasn't she? From memory. So she's changed her tune now.
Is that your understanding?
Yes.
This baby was not brought to you within days after her death. Is that correct?
Correct.
Judge, objection.
Sustained is the form of question.
Doctor, if you had had baby Richardson's entire body, would you perhaps have been able to offer an opinion as to whether or not there was evidence of thermal injury to her?
Again, Judge, it's legal.
Go ahead, answer.
Yes, I would have been able to have a more complete external examination. The baby would have been intact, and certainly internal examination as well with internal organs.
So you and Dr. Levon didn't disagree on point one, that there's no definitive evidence of thermal injury to her bones.
Correct.
Dr. Levon's second point was that the skeletal remains showed no identifiable evidence of violent traumatic injury. Did you agree or disagree with that statement?
I disagreed with that statement. I identified the fractures of the skull bones, the parietal bones. However, did also clarify that to say I don't know whether they were made before death or after death, but they are there.
So you documented their existence.
Yes,
You just are not able to offer an opinion as to whether they are pre or post mortem.
correct.
Dr. Levon's third point was due to the advanced state of decomposition and lack of soft tissue for examination, there is absolutely no identifiable evidence of live birth. Do you agree or disagree, doctor?
By looking at the bones alone with no other information, there's nothing that I can say just by looking at the bones that there is a live birth.
And so again, we have agreement. By looking at the skeletal remains alone, we cannot say.
Correct.
I'm going to go back to your original testimony, doctor. Is that why a forensic pathologist does not work in a vacuum?
Yes.
Dr. Levon's fourth point, because of the lack of identifiable violent injury and the lack of evidence of live birth, it is incorrect to state that this child died of homicidal violence of undetermined etiology. Do you agree or disagree, doctor?
I disagree.
And why is that?
Because as part of my job, I am required to look at all of the information. And so I did that. And that included the scene information and the information gathered during the police interview.
And did you share those opinions with the defense?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment.
You may.
Doctor, in this case, did you prepare a report documenting your autopsy of baby Richardson and containing your findings in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach? Doctor, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is?
This is my autopsy report.
And does that autopsy report contain your opinion as to the cause of death of baby Richardson?
Yes.
Doctor, based upon your education, training, and experience as a forensic pathologist, and based upon your autopsy of baby Richardson, do you have an opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of baby Richardson's death?
Yes.
And can you please state your opinion?
Homicidal violence of undetermined etiology.
And can you please explain your opinion to the jury?
So looking at all of the information, the scene, the police interview, the evaluation by the anthropologist, my autopsy evaluation, all of the evidence points to a homicide.
Sorry,
But the
Pete.
exact
Sorry.
cause of the homicide, the exact cause of death can't be determined.
Doctor,
I've missed heaps, haven't I? Fill me in, peoples, fill me in. So, what does she couldn't determine it, is she saying, or is I have to go back and watch it after, I think. You're still thinking live. Kelly, I think you have to, in this case, believe what she first said, that the baby wasn't, although everything else was supplanted by the detective on her parents. Okay. Or her parents. Didn't she testify, though, that when she very first went into the interrogation with the police, that the baby was alive?
No,
I thought she did.
it was in the second one.
Please explain. Please explain.
That she thought it was right.
Is that what you wanted? Please explain. What's the other Pauline Hanson one? Can't remember it now. Sorry. Yes. I've been distracted with the surprise guest, so sorry. My apologies. But fill me in on what this woman says.
Could you have obtained more information? Had baby Richardson been presented to you for autopsy in the days following her death?
Yes.
Sustained.
Doctor, did the actions of the defendant in any way impact your ability to make conclusions on this case?
The objection will be sustained. Let's move on, Ms. Grant.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Vickers, are we prepared to go forward with cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
That's it. Don't like it. Don't like it. Please explain. Don't like it. All right. Just asked her if she knew BSR. Said the baby cried and showed other signs of life. BSR. You mean CPR? Because she hadn't done the CPR course yet. And she wasn't really specific when she said, I felt for a heartbeat, like she didn't say where she pushed. So I don't know. I just don't know. But the more I hear, especially with the fact that she was taking birth control pills every day from that the 32-week, or when she went to the obstetrician, I'm thinking that definitely contributed to it. And I honestly believe she was in labour for probably around at least 48 hours from her testimony. And, you know, that baby could have been in all types of distress. Who knows? Who knows? And especially saying that the umbilical cord was detached as well. I'm probably leaning more towards stillbirth. But I shall wait and see. Go to bed. No, I'm all good. Tanya turned up. She came to say hello in the middle of the trial. So
Dr. Brown,
Yes.
I want to start my examination of you.
I'm with you. Brooke, Skyler, Richardson, BSR. I'm not tightening it around. I'm just an idiot. There's no getting away from that. Sorry.
By talking about just the remains, okay?
Okay.
Based on your examination of the remains, you cannot tell us to any reasonable degree of scientific certainty that Annabelle suffered any injuries prior to her death, correct?
Based on my exam only, at the autopsy table, although I see fractures of the skull, I can't tell you whether or not they are made before death or after death.
So the answer to my question is that you can't state to any degree of reasonable scientific certainty that, let me see if I can say this correctly again, that Annabelle suffered any injuries prior to her death.
Based on only the examination of the skeletal remains, I cannot.
Thank you. Now, based on that examination, you cannot tell us to any reasonable degree of scientific certainty that Annabelle was born alive. Is that correct?
Based on just the autopsy examination alone, I cannot determine whether it was a live birth.
Dr. Brown, if Mr.
Yeah.
Rickers asks you a yes or no question,
That's your specialty, isn't it? So yes or no? You can only go on the autopsy because that's your specialty. You cannot make any other assumptions outside of that area of expertise, lady. Sorry.
he is entitled to a yes or no answer. Go ahead, Mr. Rickers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, based on your examination, you cannot tell us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that Skyler's statement to the police that
Stillborn.
Annabelle was a stillborn isn't true, correct?
Correct.
Now, yet, Dr. Allen, in your report, you list homicide as the cause of death. We all heard that, correct?
Yes.
I don't know how they got to that.
And you indicated that that's not based solely on your physical examination of Annabelle, correct?
Correct.
You indicated it's based on the police interrogations, correct?
That is one piece. Yes.
You agree with me, Dr. Allen, that you're not a trained police officer, is that
No.
correct?
Correct.
And you're not trained in
Hang on. So she's basing her death certificate off hearsay from a police interrogation? Really? She's there to be a non-biased party and present the facts. That's it. Simple. And she's not even the anthropologist. Like, this lady, she's stepping over that. She crossing that line. I'm sorry. Ooh.
interrogation techniques, are you?
No, I'm not.
And you're not trained in the Reed technique, are you?
No.
That's what
You're
I
not
reckon.
trained
The Reed technique was really, really popular in that era, and I believe that's the kind of questioning that they actually that they used when they questioned Skyler.
to identify false confessions, are you?
No.
Is it?
You're not trained to identify psychological predispositions to acquiesce to authority, are you?
No.
You're a forensic pathologist, we know that. That means that your training and experience on how to examine a human corpse is related to the cause of death, correct?
The autopsy procedure. Yes.
If we focus strictly on your examination of Annabelle's remains in this
Yeah.
case, with your actual expertise, you cannot tell us the exact cause of death in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Good job,
Now,
Charlie.
You hired Dr. Beth Murray, correct?
Yes.
And so the jury understands this. She's a forensic anthropologist, correct?
She is an anthropologist.
She's not a forensic anthropologist?
She may be considered a forensic anthropologist.
You would call a forensic anthropologist to look at these remains, would you?
I'm not exactly sure what her, whether she is specifically an anthropologist or a forensic anthropologist.
Really?
She does forensic work. She's an anthropologist that does forensic work.
You're trying to refer this on to an expert and you don't know her qualifications? Who are you, lady? Really? Let's dial an anthropologist, shall we? Let's dial an expert. Ding, ding, hello.
Doctor, the purpose of hiring Dr. Murray, the forensic anthropologist, was for her to determine not only the age of Annabelle, but it was also to determine whether there was any trauma in Annabelle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had attached the report of Dr. Elizabeth Murray, correct?
Yes.
But it's without an addendum, isn't it?
I'm not aware of an addendum.
Well, I didn't say there was one. I'm saying there isn't one attached, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Brown, I'm going to go through some email exchanges.
So many people making so many assumptions in this case. Like, you know what assumptions cause, don't you? I'll have to write that one down.
Between you and Dr. Murray, okay?
Okay,
And you've seen these.
yes,
In fact, I think you provided them to me over a year ago.
yes,
Is that correct?
yes.
Now, you knew that in these emails that Dr. Murray had provided a report to the prosecution and they weren't happy with that. Is that correct?
All right. When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. Just saying.
Oh, answer if you can.
I don't know what the exchange was between Dr. Murray and the prosecutor's office.
Doctor, I'm going to show on this device here, if I remember how to use it. This is an email from Dr. Murray to you, and it's dated September 6th, and it's
It's a
10:52
useful
a.m.
thing. I had to do it.
I'm going to put this on. Am I doing that correctly? Thank you.
Yep. Her mum's still not there. Selfish woman.
She says right there, does she not? Susan, that's your first name, correct?
Yes,
The prosecutor's office seems upset with me. So she was upset after she talked to the prosecutor, correct?
this is what she writes in her email.
And so we can assume from that they were upset with her. Is that correct?
I don't know how the prosecutor's office felt.
She goes further down, right here. Apparently, my report has definitely upset their apple cart, but it is what it is. Does that tell us that they were upset with her report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to expert testimony, your job is to evaluate the testimony of an expert the same way you evaluate the testimony of any other witness. Sometimes I'm going to allow you to hear evidence which is not necessarily otherwise admissible, things other people say. You are allowed to consider that evidence for the purpose of what effect, if any, it has on this witness's credibility and this witness's opinions. So you are allowed to consider that.
I'm trying to explain something about the prosecutor's office there without coming off mean or biased because I'm both of those things. Yeah. Something amiss there.
That for that purpose alone. You are not to consider it for the truth of the contents of that, but only what effect it has on this expert. Mr. Rickers, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. On the same day, that being September 6th, you replied to Dr. Murray, and we'll see this in 1 second here. This is at (1:54 p.m.).
It even
Sorry.
says here, Professor of Biology and Forensic Biological Anthropologist. So this woman didn't even know that was a possum outside. Anyone hear that noise? Didn't even know what her qualifications were. Numbnuts.
You read that at the very top of the page? That's your response to her, isn't it?
Yes,
And your response says, if I'd have realized it was so crucial to their game plan, I would have done it. What's that mean?
I'm sorry. May
Can you read
I
that first line
correct
for
that?
me?
That was her. She is sending
I'm
that to
sorry.
me. I'm sorry.
I agree. I agree. Let's go on down to September 6th again, 3 p.m. Can you read that?
Yes,
And that's your response.
yes.
And can you read that for the jury out loud?
I also did not realize it was a crucial part of their game plan. If you would like to do this extra step and they would like for you to do this,
He goes, around this time, they filed 3 DP cases in 3 years. It is a smallish suburban rural county. An amusement park is the largest employer. Wow. And 3 DP cases in 3 years. Ooh. Ooh. Right. Is that recently or? Maybe we should follow some of them.
it is fine with us. Do you want to ask them if they want that to happen, or would you like for me to talk to Russell, Dr. Altagrove, about it? They have not called me about any of the findings in your report.
And then her immediate response to you, immediate being a couple hours later, go on down, please. She says to you, and I underlined this, I'm happy to do a second exam and addendum to the report. But if I don't see it, that's what I have to say. And she goes on to further say,
So this is what just pre-COVID, isn't it? Because it's 2019. No, the trial is 2019. This happened in 2017. So this is pre-COVID. Okay.
I ain't gonna lie to them, but I sure ain't gonna lie for them. Correct?
Yes.
When she says for them, we know it's the prosecutor, correct?
Correct.
And that's the person we're talking about in a while. Murray.
May I have 1 second, Your Honor?
Okay.
Now, you're aware that she was happy to do a second or third exam of these remains and do an addendum to a report, are you not?
That's what she says.
So you are aware that she was willing to
Yes,
do
I am.
and to do an addendum.
Yes.
And you're aware that I'm going to show you, this is an email between Mr. Knippen and Dr. Murray.
Your Honor, I'm going to object and ask to approach.
You may.
Ooh. Ooh. Spicy. L. La 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 L.
Mr. Rickers, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I'm going to show you an email between Dr. Murray and Mr. Knippen. Okay? And I only want to look at the highlighted portion here for purposes of your testimony today. That says, this is from Mr. Knippen to Dr. Murray. If it is now your opinion that you do not believe that there is any evidence to suggest that the bones were burned, I will need you to do an addendum to your report with this additional information so it can be provided to defense counsel. We never got that report, right?
I did not get a report.
And from the emails that we've covered, it was clear that she would have been more than happy to do another exam to help you to come to a right conclusion, correct? It's clear that she
So
wanted to do
why
another
didn't
exam. Yes?
Yes,
Thank you.
they? But she didn't ask.
And just so I'm clear, neither one of you, meaning Dr. Murray and you, Dr. Brown, really didn't understand that the burning was a big part of their case, correct?
I was not aware of that. No.
All right. Let's talk about your report. Let me start over here. You indicated that you can't do this in a vacuum. That's why you looked at the interrogations of Skyler, correct?
Yes.
And I assume you looked at the photos of the grave.
I did not have any photos of the grave provided.
Did you have any photos whatsoever of the backyard?
No,
You didn't think it was important?
I didn't have that provided to me.
All right. Again, concentrating on the
Why
skull
didn't you ask?
and the fractures that you just told us when Ms. Kraft was questioning you. You don't know whether those fractures happened before or after. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as I recall your testimony, and we've talked about it on my cross, is that you hired Dr. Murray not only to determine the age of Annabelle, but you also retained her to determine if there was any trauma, correct?
Correct.
And that she didn't have that opportunity, did she? She didn't have that opportunity to microscopically examine that fracture, did she?
She did not microscopically examine the fracture. She grossly, with her eyes, examined the remains.
Same as you. You use your eyes.
Correct.
You don't even have the type of microscope at your office to examine those fractures closely, do you?
I do not have a dissecting microscope.
What
Now,
I wouldn't be looking at the jury, lady, because your credibility is shot. Fascinating that. Oh, that's the judge, yeah, got this case considering his daughter had a baby in high school. What you think he might be biased, but then it's the jury, really, isn't it, that makes the decision. He's just overseeing. I don't know how they get allocated, so. But yes, I agree. They could have, if you think that there is pieces missing in what you've been provided to make an expert opinion on, especially in a murder case, you would think that, oh, they didn't give me anything else is not an acceptable answer. I'm sorry. Is there anything else? Where was the body found? Where is this? Show me a picture.
you remember when I sent to you a number of reports. I think you've gone over some of those with Ms. Kraft. Is that right?
Yes.
One of those reports is from Dr. Latham. Remember that?
Yes.
Dr. Latham was hired by the prosecutors. You know that?
Yes.
Did they?
I don't know if she's lying, but she isn't telling the whole truth because she didn't do a complete examination. Like, she's not an anthropologist, so she is making a lot of assumptions. So she's the one that wrote the death certificate and put homicide on there based on, well, now that we found out that she couldn't determine that based on her examination of the bones alone. So she employs an anthropologist or retains an anthropologist to go through the bones, but doesn't allow her to do the microscopic examination that is required to determine that. So she's gone off the interrogation of the defendant with the police and used that to determine that it was a homicide. because there's nothing else, there's no other evidence to show with the examinations that they've done, because they only did them with the naked eye, as she's just said. So she could have asked for extra information. She could have asked this anthropologist to do further examinations, as they showed in the emails, and none of it was done.
Provide you with Dr. Latham's report.
She is way outside of her scope of expertise, is what I'm saying.
I don't remember who provided me with the report.
Well, did you get more than one report of Dr. Latham?
I don't recall.
You're welcome.
Well, we know that at least I provided it to you, correct?
Yes,
And you read it.
yes.
And Dr.
That's one thing I stay away from is politics.
Dr. Latham indicates in her report, if you remember, that there were no signs of homicidal trauma to those remains, correct? She doesn't use homicidal, she uses no trauma to those remains that are a result of any violence. Is that correct?
Well, I don't remember exactly how it reads, but yes, that is what she indicated.
And she is a trained forensic anthropologist, correct? You don't know?
I have had no contact with Dr. Latham. I read her report. I'm sure she's a trained anthropologist.
Thank you. And again, you said you were open in this investigation to fill in the vacuum. Why isn't that part of your report? Why isn't Dr. Latham's report, Dr. Latham, who was hired by the prosecution, why isn't that addendum to your report, showing that those fractures were not a result of any homicidal injury? Why isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, lady. Why?
May I reference my report?
You can reference it here, put it up on the board.
Always explain.
What I reference in my report in terms of the fractures is that I can't determine if they are pre or post-mortem.
Someone else, you hired Dr. Murray originally, a forensic pathologist, to
Determine that.
determine what's the cause of the trauma. Did you not? It's in her report that you did.
That was one of the reasons that we hired her.
Right.
Yes.
But she didn't get that opportunity,
No.
did she? She didn't microscopically look at those fractures, did she?
No.
She did not.
And so the report and what you testified to when Ms. Kraft was talking to you is that you don't know whether those fractures are before or after, right? Pre, post mortem, right?
Correct.
Yet you were given a report by Dr. Latham, hired by the prosecution, that said that those fractures had nothing to do with any death. Why didn't you attach that to your report? Why didn't you make an addendum?
She was not hired by our office and thus providing the report to me. The report was provided to the prosecutor's office.
But then I provided it to you. Did you check with the prosecutors and say, is this true? You hired Dr. Latham and you didn't send me the report? Did you do that? Did you do that?
I do not recall whether
No,
the
you didn't.
prosecutor provided the report to me.
Or did you call them after I provided it to you?
I don't recall that I called them.
But that report indicates that instead of Perry, there wasn't any question. Those fractures were post-mortem. No question.
According to Dr. Latham, they are post-mortem.
So why did you come in here and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the
So
jury?
why didn't you change the death certificate from homicidal to accidental or unknown? Oh, this woman.
That you can't tell whether the fractures were
That's
before
right.
or after death. When you have Dr. Latham's report.
That's right, Charlie. You
I'm
take
providing the jury with my opinion, which was I couldn't tell.
But you're still
I
assumed.
apologize. I hate to be beating a dead horse. You just told us through the examination conducted by Ms. Kraft that you're open to other evidence. Well, there's other evidence, right? Dr. Latham's report is other evidence, and you didn't bother to attach that as an addendum to your report, did you?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Mm.
I did not attach a copy of Dr. Latham's report to my report.
I apologize, Dr. Brown. I should have stated it this way. You didn't write an addendum to attach to your original report to say that based on Dr. Latham's report, that any fractures that you observed were post-mortem.
Correct.
Thank you.
Wait for redirect. Yeah, I hope you're feeling uncomfortable, lady. Charlie was getting a bit antsy there, wasn't he?
Just so the
Fiery.
jury is clear on this, Dr. Allen Brown, you already testified that you don't have the microscope or whatever we call it to be able to examine those bones, correct?
We do not have a dissecting microscope.
And so this opinion of yours was based on eyeballing the fractures.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry, did you say?
Yes.
Oh. And yet you had to bring in Dr. Murray, a forensic anthropologist, and the prosecution had to bring in a forensic anthropologist to determine whether there was any trauma, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
And the reason
Hey,
we had to
Handy.
bring in forensic
Howdy, girl.
is because they're
Welcome.
trained to examine
You come with
fractures like that to determine whether or not they were contributed to death or whether they were after death, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Woo! Hey, Charlie. This woman is getting absolutely gutted. She's the forensic pathologist, and yeah, she's written the death certificate as homicide based on just her looking at these bones. She sent them off to a forensic anthropologist, but didn't allow her to do the adequate testing and microscopic examination to determine whether the fractures were done pre or post mortem. But when they got the report back to say that the fractures were actually post mortem, this forensic pathologist didn't actually add that to her report, and so the death certificate still says homicide, and she based that on the police interrogation because there was no other evidence in the bones that she could find. Like, that's why the defense is getting so antsy, because not only did she go way outside of her scope and make that assumption, when the actual proper forensic anthropologist made their report, she didn't include it and alter anything. So yeah. So, and this is father and son. So the older gentleman here is Charles, and that's his son, Ken. No, Charlie as well, but he looks like he's got Ken doll hair. But yes, you've come in at the spicy bit because he's doing his cross-examination of her, and he's making her look like all her credibility's gone, basically. It's gone. He is, yes, he is.
The first time that Dr. Murray,
No,
the forensic anthropologist, came to examine those bones was July 20th, correct?
Yes.
And as a result, of her opinion, which we now know was incorrect, that being that the bones were charred. But as a result of that, your office, through, I believe it was Dr. Updegrove, because he testified to this 2 days ago, called Detective Fain and said that the forensic anthropologist said that the remains had been burned. Remember that? Yes or no? It's very simple.
I believe that he called, yes.
And told the detective that the bones, the remains of Annabelle had been burned.
Yes.
And they weren't.
Oh, by the way, that reminds me. When the prosecutor was showing you these remains, all these remains that you put of Annabelle up there, and you circled I think it was part of the rib bones, that they look dark and stuff. That was because those remains of Annabelle were wet, correct?
I don't know why they were darkened.
Really?
Didn't you have a conversation with
Really?
Dr. Murray when she came back on August 17th? She did, right?
Yes.
She came back on August 17th, and she says, oh, I can no longer say that the remains were burned. Didn't she say that?
Did I get the link right on the community tab? And I think I've put it up here too. Where is it there? I think that's the site, the channel where we're going on Friday. Is that right? And it is definitely 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, your time. Just confirming.
Say that to you?
Yes.
Didn't she say, you and I looked at that back on July 20th, and boy, it looked kind of burned, but I wasn't sure. But now I can't say it because they're no longer wet. Didn't she say that?
I don't recall that she said they were no longer wet. She said that they looked different.
That they were dry. Did she say that?
I don't
No.
recall if she said they were dry.
I got it. So we do know, though, that because of that opinion that was corrected later, that information was passed on to Detective Fain, correct?
Yes.
We also know that as a result of that opinion, which may have turned out to be wrong, that led to a second search of the residence, meaning the yard and the gravesite, correct?
Yes.
And we also know that also led to the second interrogation of Skyler, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Excited to be there.
All right. Let's go to, on your report, right here. Reported history from police interview of attempted incineration. All right. This is the topic we're going to cover now. Now, I believe you indicated, since you don't, when you do your investigation, you don't do these in vacuums, right?
Oh, let me go back to that. I want to read that. So, nearly complete set of skeletal remains, 38 to 40 week gestation, based on anthropology. Yeah. Female gender. Reported history from police interview of live birth. Right. Reported scene history of recovery remains from backyard burial site. Reported history from police interview of attempted incineration of the... Where the hell did they get that from? But even this says at the bottom, see separate forensic anthropology analysis, which was the whole point.
Now, I believe you indicated, since you don't, when you do your investigation, you don't do these in vacuums, right?
Yes.
And as I understand it, you relied on not only the remains of Annabelle that you had put in some sort of order, but also on these police interrogations, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I missed the first part of
I
what you said.
apologize if I'm not speaking loudly enough. I said you indicated that you came to your conclusions. How about that? Based on your putting together the skeletal remains,
Mhm.
right?
Yes,
The police interrogation.
How do you make an assumption based on a police interrogation as a forensic pathologist? She's made the determination of a homicide based on the police interrogation of the defendant. She didn't examine the bones with a dissecting microscope. She had to have them sent off to the forensic anthropologist, but didn't allow them to do their job either, but still wrote homicide on the death certificate based on the police interrogations. This, you would actually enjoy this cross, Peter Heff. If you go back to the start of this cross, yeah, it's good. It's good.
Investigations
yes,
and reports of the scene. Is that what I heard?
yes.
Anything else? Did you consider anything else?
Information about the age determination from the anthropologist.
Okay, the Dr. Murray, when looking at the a certain measurement which told her the approximate gestation age of the fetus. Is that correct?
Correct.
Anything else?
No,
And when she did get the report from another forensic pathologist, anthropologist, to say that the skull fractures were post-mortem, she did not add that to her report. Didn't change it.
That's it.
yes,
It looks like it did.
Okay. Now, again, we're going to the topic of attempted incineration. And you are aware, like most of the world, that when Skyler was indicted on August 4th, that prosecutor's office held a press conference for 30 minutes or so and announced to the world that not only did
Sustained. Chair will disregard that question.
So let's, again, staying on topic here, the attempted incineration. On September 6th, when we went through these emails earlier in your examination by me, we knew that the prosecutor wasn't happy with Dr. Murray's report, correct? Because she changed her opinion about the burn, correct?
that's what it sounds like from the emails.
And again, you, well, let's talk about the fact that the anthropologists that have been hired, there were three of them. We had Dr. Murray, we have Dr. Latham, hired by the prosecutor, and we have Dr. Sims, who was hired by us. All three of them agree that the remains were not burned, correct?
Correct.
Now, I didn't quite understand when, not because, it might be because of my hearing, and I'm not kidding, I have a hard time sometimes hearing things. When Ms. Kraft was questioning you, I thought you said that you either, did you review the video? Is that what you did to come to your conclusions? The video of the interrogation of Skyler?
I did two things, looked at both the video along with the written transcript.
It's not your job,
Now I'm
lad.
trying to show you a few clips. I believe it's from the second interview. Let me take this off the board here for a minute. And when we see all these clips,
So, Mr. Rickers, why don't we take a break so that we can get the technical aspects of this all set up? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break for the morning. Remember what I previously told you. Do not begin thinking about how this case should come out or
The interrogation, day one was pretty much just the police officers, but day two, they brought the parents in, or part B, and just heartbreaking. This poor girl. it just gave an insight as to what she was facing. And these parents did not, they were more concerned about what everyone else would be thinking than their own daughter's health or safety. The mother couldn't even, like, she would stretch out, the daughter went to stretch out her hand to grab her mother's hand and the mother pulled it away. Just awful. How you to her, she didn't know how to use White House. She put it on her computer screen and couldn't read a report. Yeah, this is bad. This is bad.
Begin talking about the case amongst yourselves. We're going to take about a 15-minute break. We will be back here ready to go at 5 till.
Automatically go on to the next one.
We're on the record outside the presence of the jury. Do we want to talk about objections that we discussed at sidebar now, or you want to wait until after the examination is complete?
We can wait until examination is complete, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be back at 5 till. 5 till, Your Honor. Yes.
So the next one will start. There we go.
Ready for the jury?
Part 2. Okay, so now we're back. This is they're still interviewing. They're still doing cross-examination of Dr. Susan Brown, who's on the stand now, the forensic pathologist, and then Dr. Latham comes on. So that's the forensic anthropologist. Now, let me reset up my CCs and make that a better picture. That's better. And oh. No audio in court yet.
Everybody able to follow my instructions and admonitions over the break? Yes, sir. Mr. Rickers, you may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh.
Dr. Brown, I think where we left off, we're on the topic of the self-admission of incineration of baby Annabelle, correct? We're on that topic. You know that.
Okay.
Now, you told us again, just so that we're all on the same page,
I just need to close the back door. It's freezing. I'll be back in 2 shakes.
that part of your opinion was based on these interrogation tapes, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you several clips from that interrogation tape. I believe it was July 20th. Okay, this was after the call from your office to Lieutenant Fain, giving him information that Dr. Murray had thought that the baby's remains were burned. Okay?
Okay.
Would you play number 50? Do I have to tell you, or do you know which numbers I want?
I can play 57 or 71.
Great, thank you.
I'm on fire. On fire. Didn't burn her. I promise on anything I didn't burn her. My dad has lots of. I didn't burn her. Are you sure? I swear on anything.
Let's go back one. Go back one and go slower, please.
I didn't burn her. Are you sure? I swear on anything. You're sure? That I'm sure of. I'm sure of. You didn't did you burn anything around her? Did you try to maybe melt the dirt or anything?
Stop. Put that back on, please.
You didn't did you burn anything around her? Did you try to maybe melt the dirt or anything? Or any reason for any of that? No. Didn't stand or anything? No, and I did nothing with fire. Nothing. Is it possible originally you put her in the fire pit before you? No. I don't mean with a lit fire, but you put her in the fire pit. No. What about some other heat source? Was there any heat involved in anything? This was after she was dead, so it's not no. No microwave, no oven, no nothing like that. The towel was black. I know it's.
And I understand it.
Keep that on there. So it goes away.
No, I mean, we know there was some sort of fire. I know.
They examined the fire pit and they absolutely found nothing at all in there. And you think common sense, right? Yeah. Obviously, as Kelly said, you can't incinerate a human body with a Bic lighter. And if you've just given birth in the middle of the night and you don't want to tell anybody, you're not going to build a bonfire in the backyard, A, for the light, because it might wake up your parents, and B, the smell. Like, it's not, no, it just does not make sense. Maybe it's me, but yeah, there was only chicken and fish bones in the fire pit. Absolutely nothing else.
You remember those clips? Not the clips, but you remember the interview where that was said during the initial stage of the interview, Dr. Brown?
Yes,
Did you ignore those statements, Dr. Brown?
I did not.
Did you see her surprised, or didn't she act surprised when they asked her, tell us about the fire? Didn't you think that she was surprised by that? Yes or no?
I don't know.
No, because that's not your area of expertise. You're not there to assess that. So why are you watching them?
I assume, so that you're not deciding this in a vacuum, I'm assuming that you read Detective Carter's report where she claimed that Skyler lit her baby's foot with a lighter and put out the flames after they reached her chest. Did you read that in her report?
I did not read her report.
Wasn't part of this analysis, this filling the vacuum so you can come up with an opinion?
I did not read her report.
Doctor,
Charlie's
it's been marked
frustrated.
as Defendant's Exhibit 11. And, okay, thank you. LL. Exhibit LL.
LL. Well, I'm gonna LL.
Can you hold it up? Push, where, the top where I show the,
The skeletal
Thank you.
remains.
Doctor, at the
There
very
is
top
no
page,
identifiable-
right here. That's, Kathy Edwards is my legal assistant. But I sent this March 15th, 2018 email.
You see this down here though. Oh, it's gone a bit low. There you go. This my understanding. The skeletal remains showed no identifiable evidence of thermal injury.
To you, is that correct?
Yes,
And I did that after you and I had a phone conversation that you were kind enough to set up with me to talk about your findings, correct?
yes.
And let's go to the bottom. We discussed only one report during that. I'm an idiot when it comes to these things. We discussed just Lavon's report, but you also, I sent to you all the other reports too, correct?
Yes,
Doctor, I'm confirming our conversation in this email, correct?
yes.
And in confirming that, where I say right here, finally, when I ask you if it was possible to put a lighter to a baby's leg and ignite that baby to where the flames are waist high, you indicated, what did you say? Can you read that for me?
I never tried it. I don't know.
And then I ask you if any of the above, where we summarized Dr. Lavon's report, I said, anything, if I misstated anything in my confirming email, please let me know of any corrections, correct?
Yes,
And you responded pretty quickly. We'll see it Monday. Let me see that time. Again, same date. This was at 3:22 or 32, I apologize, 32, right? This is your response to my confirmation of what we discussed, correct?
Clear.
Correct.
Now, the only thing that you corrected was that regarding statement number 2, you identified multiple fractures, correct?
Yes.
That's the only thing. You did not correct, going back to my original confirmation, that you said, I never tried it, meaning putting a lighter to a baby's leg, and having the baby combust and have flames up to her chest. You did say, I never tried it, I don't know, didn't you?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Doctor, based on your medical background, you'd agree that a baby is 75 to 80% water, wouldn't you?
Mhm.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And would you agree that trying to light a baby on fire with a lighter, that would be similar to trying to light a wet toilet paper roll on fire? Do you agree with that?
I don't know.
Doctor,
I love it.
are you saying that based on that interview, you think that Skyler tried to light her baby on fire? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
Really?
Do you know how many
back again from that.
BTUs are in a flame of a lighter?
No.
Do you know how many BTUs it takes to burn a human body?
No.
After all that, she did not back down.
Have you ever heard of warnings from any governmental agency or anyone that tells you when lighting the barbecue, for a barbecue, watch out, you may combust into flames? Have you ever heard of a warning like that?
No.
I raised 2 children. We had fireplaces, we had fires outside. I don't remember ever telling my children, be careful, don't get too close to the fire because they're going to combust.
You're on projection, I'm not sure if that's.
Go ahead, finish your question.
Thank you. Would you agree that that's silly?
Yeah.
We don't just
Yeah.
combust.
No.
Isn't that silly?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
it's pretty silly.
We do not combust.
When I say combust, we're talking about putting like a little lighter to a baby's foot or leg and it just all of a sudden bursts into flames. It doesn't make sense, does it? Yes
We
or no?
don't have petroleum in our veins.
No.
Thank you.
It's all silly. You're silly, Willie.
Let me see that. We're looking now at defendant's exhibit YY.
Why? Yeah.
That's
Why is it so?
the very back of the yard on the tree line where eventually Skyler pointed out to the police that were there where her baby was buried. You never saw that photo and you're determining what your opinion was?
No.
Doctor, this is exhibit DDD, defense exhibit DDD. That's a picture we learned earlier from either Dr. Updegrove or one of the deputies. That's the gravesite. You ever see that?
No.
Didn't think it was important to look at it.
I wasn't
I
providing.
had a report from the Warren County coroner as to the scene that he went to. I did not see a picture.
Well, wouldn't it have helped to look at that picture to see if there was any ashes or anything that would show that that baby was lit on fire and had flames up to its chest? Wouldn't that be kind of important for you as a forensic anthropologist? Wouldn't that be important?
I'm a
Yes or no?
pathologist, but
Forensic
I did
pathologist.
not receive reports that they had seen information
Well,
to
Doctor,
show that.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Did you finish your answer?
Yes.
Doctor, you work with police and prosecutors. It's part of your job, do you not?
Yes,
If you need more information, you ask for it, don't you?
yes,
And by the way, you don't do any moonlighting, do you? You don't, like if somebody who is offending somebody wrongfully accused and asks you to render opinion, you don't do that, do you?
I do not do that.
So your job is to, as you said earlier, determine causes of death, manner of death, and you only work with prosecutors and police officers, correct? Yes or no?
Well, I will appear in court by subpoena with whoever subpoenas me, defense or prosecutor.
So the answer to my question is, what? Do you work only with police officers and prosecutors?
Objection, Your Honor, she just answered the question.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
If I receive a subpoena from the defense, I will respond to the defense.
She is what we call in Australia a dipshit, a knob jockey.
Just as I talked with the defense on the telephone when he requested that we talk.
Maybe I'm not stating the question correctly. What I'm getting to here, Dr. Brown, is that in doing your job with the Montgomery County Coroner's Office as a pathologist, you work with prosecutors and with police officers. Yes or no?
Yes,
And in filling this vacuum that you told us all about, you didn't think it was necessary to look at scene photographs? No? You didn't think it was necessary?
in terms of the scene, I had a report from the Warren County coroner, and they did not take any scene photographs. So I did not see any scene photographs.
You didn't ask the police for the photographs that they took?
I did not.
You would have.
Yeah.
Have you ever been around a campfire?
Douche canoe. I just got yogurt all over my microphone. I'm the douche. That's gonna smell.
Yes,
Do you ever build a campfire?
probably not.
Do you ever clear bushes under trees and then burn them where the little leaves and branches? You ever done that?
No,
Really?
Would you agree that when you burn something and it's on the ground, that it leaves a mark showing the burn area? Do you agree with that?
I don't know
Yeah.
what kind of mark it's going to leave.
Oh my lord.
Don't you think that's kind of important? When you claim that you believe Skyler burned her baby and the flames came up to her chest, don't you think that's important? Yes or no?
The important information I did gather from the Warren County coroner who went to the scene and did the recovery.
So you didn't fill this vacuum with any pictures or reports from the police, did you?
A report, a verbal report, not a picture.
A verbal report from who?
The Warren County coroner who went to the
Dr.
scene.
Underwood.
Yes,
He didn't report seeing any burning, did he?
no,
And doctor, looking at this picture that was taken by the police, defendant's exhibit DDD, that's the grave site. Do you see any evidence of any burning whatsoever?
no,
And yet you still stick to your story.
And you don't know. You're telling this jury you believe she burned her baby, but you don't know whether it would leave any kind of evidence in the ground. Is that what you're telling us?
I'm telling you that based on the police interview, her statement was that she attempted to cremate her baby.
And it's your job to prove the facts.
But based on that interview, you didn't want to develop it any further. You didn't want to support your decision that you thought that maybe
Yeah.
she burned her
Yes.
baby, correct?
That's right.
You didn't ask for any photos of the scene to show any burn marks?
She's
That would-
there to assess the facts and I can look at his face, bad pause, bad pause. But he's peeved. Look at that, that's great.
Would verify that this actually happened?
Again, I had a verbal report from Dr.
Oh.
Updegrove, the Warren County coroner who went to the
Get
scene.
her
I
off.
didn't ask that question.
Get her
I did
off.
not see any photographs.
I asked you don't you think, as a forensic anthropologist, that comes in here and tells this jury that this child burned her baby, don't you think it's kind of important to at least find some evidence of that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no?
It is important, and my evidence was based on her interview.
Without anything supporting that.
No scientific
And you
evidence.
don't
before
even know that a human being can be lit on fire with a lighter. You think that's possible?
I think it's possible that you can have your hair catch on fire.
Oh, is that what
That
it
wasn't
was?
the report. That wasn't what she said. That wasn't what she said in her interview. You didn't see where she said, oh, I took a lighter and burned her hair, did you?
What she said was, I tried to cremate my baby.
We'll let the jury decide when they see this.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. The jury will disregard that remark.
Let's go to your reported history of a live birth. You watched all 8 hours of the interrogations, correct?
Yes,
And in the process of coming to your opinions, you knew that Skyler was still in high school and she had just turned 18 when she gave birth to a stillborn baby. You were aware of that? Yes or no? Were you aware of
I'm not aware that the baby was stillborn. Yes, I am aware of the other facts.
Well,
I don't like this one.
you're aware, in addition to the age of Skyler, and you're aware that you just turned 18, and I take it from the interrogation, you're aware that they took her in to a 6x8 windowless room to talk about this tragic event. You're aware of that, are you not?
Sustained. Jury will disregard that question.
Are you aware, let me rephrase it. You're aware that they put her in a 6x8 interrogation room, correct?
I don't know the dimensions of the room.
And you're aware that it was windowless, right?
I don't know if there was a window in the room.
Okay. We're still on the topic of evidence of a live birth. In watching these interviews, did you pay any attention to the fact that Skyler said that she did not cut the umbilical cord?
Yes,
You did.
You did.
But you paid attention to that? When a baby comes out and its umbilical cord is not attached, what does that mean, doctor?
not attached.
Not attached. You don't have to cut it. What does that mean to you?
An umbilical cord not being attached would mean at some point it broke.
Would the baby die as a result of not getting oxygen and nutrients from that umbilical cord?
A baby can die in those circumstances.
You realize that in watching the interrogation, that the detectives didn't follow up on any of that, did they? Did they?
They asked her several times about the umbilical cord.
Was that because they were surprised that she didn't cut it?
I do not know why they asked certain questions and
Let me
did
ask you-
not ask other questions.
Let me ask you this. Did they appear surprised when they went back to that subject? You didn't cut the umbilical cord.
I don't know that they were surprised.
Doctor, this may be out of your expertise, but I would think you could fill the vacuum with this. When a woman, a pregnant woman or a pregnant girl, is in their third trimester and they're bleeding, does that say anything to you? Do you have any knowledge of what that means?
I would go see a doctor.
So you don't think that that could be a sign of any kind of placenta issue?
I would go see an OBGYN.
I didn't ask that question, doctor. I know you're trying to help the prosecution.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'd like for you to answer my question.
I'm not an OBGYN. I would go see an OBGYN.
I didn't ask that question. I asked you about your knowledge. You know what a placenta abruption means, don't you, doctor?
Yes,
You want to tell the jury, isn't that where the placenta pulls away from the uterine wall?
yes,
Do you remember in your review of these interrogations, do you remember Skyler telling them, meaning the interrogators, that she was spotting on April 3rd?
no,
Did you, I don't see it in your report, did you look at Hilltop, her obstetrician's records in coming to your opinion?
yes, I saw medical records.
You didn't put that in your report. I don't see that in your report. Here, let me put it back up here. I just asked you, I think at the beginning of my cross-examination, everything that you had reviewed in order to come to your conclusion, didn't I?
Yes,
And up here is your report, right?
yes,
I don't know if let me see if I can. Can you all see it? Doctor, this is your report, and this is what you relied upon, correct?
yes,
or no? A nearly complete set of skeletal remains, yes?
yes,
A 30 to 40 week gestation based on Dr. Murray's examination, not yours, correct?
38 to 40.
Female gender, that's based on the Miami Valley Crime Lab, right?
Yes,
Reported history from police interview of live birth.
yes,
Reported scene history of recovery of the remains from the backyard burial. Yes.
yes,
Reported history from police interview of attempted incineration of the infant. That is what you based your report on, correct?
yes.
My medical records.
So where is
yeah.
it? Where does it say up there that you reviewed or based your report on the Hilltop records? Dr. Andrews and Dr. Boyce.
It is not listed on the front page of my report. I did review records that were provided to me and did not have anything from those records to include in my report.
Doctor, are those records in your file?
No, we did not create the records in our office. The records were created in a different medical office. We are not the holder of those records.
So you reviewed them and then sent them somewhere? What? I don't understand.
They are disposed of. They are shredded. They are not a part of our record.
Where'd you get those records from?
I believe the Warren County coroner.
You think that the Dr. Updegrove went and got those records?
I don't recall. I believe that's where I got them.
Did you get those records before or after your report dated September 19th?
Before.
Well, in reviewing those records, you saw Dr. Andrews' chart. Chart is another word for record. You saw his chart where he indicated that on April 26th, she had a fundal height. You know what fundal height is, don't you?
Yes.
Where he,
32 centimeters.
Dr. Andrew measured her at being 32 weeks pregnant.
Yes.
You remember that from the report?
Yes.
Do you also remember from that report that she reported her last menses, her last period, was April 3rd? Remember that?
I don't recall that.
Does what is it?
That's April 3rd.
Yeah, thank you. This is part of Dr. Is that it?
This is Dr. Andrew.
I just want where.
LNP April 3rd, last month.
Thank you. History of present illness, this 18-year-old Caucasian white male whose LNP was on April 3rd,
Female.
2017.
Last mention.
Remember reading that?
LNP.
Part of the report.
I'm sure I read it.
come into any of your considerations?
Yes, I considered it, and I read the report.
She already said she's. So you said you considered it? Is that what I
Yes.
heard you say? Yes?
Yes,
And you know that, oh, by the way, did you talk to Dr. Andrew?
No.
Did you talk to Randy Carter or the prosecutors about Dr. Andrew telling Skyler that she could expect to deliver a baby within 10 weeks?
no,
You're aware that Skyler gave birth to a stillborn on April?
Overall, go ahead, continue.
Thank you. On May 7th, correct?
I'm aware that she delivered on May 7th, according to police interview.
In the middle of the night. Do you know, or did you bother to count from April 26th to May 7th? That is only 11 days, correct?
Yes,
And according to all of the anthropologists, forensic anthropologists, that
It's full
fetus was full term, correct?
yes, that's what they say.
So would you agree, based on that, that there may have been some type of growth restriction with Skylar's baby?
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this, in your 10 years of experience, are you aware that having an unexpected delivery at home increases the likelihood of stillborn? Yes or no?
Yes,
Based on your experience, would you agree that if Annabelle was growth restricted, that it increases the likelihood of a stillbirth? Yes or no?
I do not know that she was growth restricted, but if that is the case, yes.
Thank you. Were you aware, in filling this vacuum that you talked about when Ms. Kraft was talking to you, did you look at Skylar's records regarding her eating disorder?
No,
Would you agree that a person who has an eating disorder, a woman or a child who has an eating disorder, also increases the likelihood of a stillbirth?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you talk or have anybody on your behalf talk to Skylar's mom and dad about the problems they were having with her eating disorder?
No,
Doctor, again, I have to go back to the fact that you're talking about this vacuum. You didn't look at any of those things, but you brought in a forensic anthropologist to help you, right?
yes,
Did you ask for an opinion from an obstetrician, gynecologist, as to the facts as you knew them then? Did you ask for a consult from an obstetrician?
no,
Didn't think it was important, did you? You didn't think it was important, did you?
it wasn't important in terms of the autopsy.
Autopsy being putting the bones together, you didn't do anything else, did you? Did you? Did you do anything else other than make a skeletal remains for pictures?
I did as much of an autopsy as I could, given what was presented to me.
Well, tell us what you did with those bones. Tell us what you did.
Because I was unable to examine the baby at death, I did what I could with skeletal remains, examining the bones, and then also reviewed the information as provided from the scene and also from the police interview, as well as the anthropologist.
So that's part of the autopsy is not only the examination, but all this extraneous stuff. Is that correct?
It's part of determining the cause and manner of death.
I didn't ask that. I asked you if the autopsy, as you use that word, does that include more than just examining the remains of Annabelle?
The autopsy is just my exam.
Thank you.
She's only aware of what suits her to be aware of, like what fits her narrative. Anything else, she's like, oh, I don't know.
Doctor, we now know you didn't get an OB, an obstetrician's consult. But let me ask you this, in reviewing these interrogations, did you think it was kind of strange when Skyler, for the first time, was describing this birth of a stillborn, that her water didn't break? Did that come into your consideration?
In fact, I've never even heard of a medical examiner or forensic pathologist watching 8 hours of police interview of the defendant. That's not their job.
Yes or no?
I'm unaware of whether or not her water broke.
Yeah, but we're talking about her interview. When she was asked, did your water break? And she said no. Did that come into your thought process at all?
I don't recall that
Of course you
statement.
do.
Yes, you don't.
Did it come into your evaluation when she said in that initial interview that the baby wasn't breathing, that the baby didn't have a heartbeat, that the baby was white? Did that come into your consideration?
Yes, it did.
And when a baby isn't breathing and the baby is white, meaning it doesn't have oxygen, and we already talked about the umbilical cord being separated, isn't that a description of a stillbirth? Yes or no?
Yes.
But she took the lighter part of that segment because that was the most credible. I feel you, Charlie. I feel you.
Doctor, when a woman or a girl delivers a baby
Exactly.
and they don't feel water breaking or anything like that,
That is so outside her scope of expertise. She's there to be a non-biased party and just present the facts of what is in front of her, and she didn't do that.
might that be some sign of a problem with the amniotic fluid in the baby? Would you agree with that?
That's possible.
And when you don't have sufficient amniotic fluid, would you agree that that can cause problems with the umbilical cord?
It can cause problems.
What about Skyler saying she just got on the toilet and the baby came out pretty easily? Does that tell you anything? Does it tell you that maybe that baby was growth restricted? Yes or no?
No.
I don't know why they keep going on this growth restricted, because in my mind, if the skeletal remains show that the baby was full term, 39, 40 weeks, that's not growth restricted.
Doctor, are you familiar with confirmation bias?
No,
You don't know what that means?
no.
Well, if I
Bullshit.
were to tell you
I'm
that
calling
confirmation bias is where you come up with some idea and you only look at the facts that support that idea
Yeah.
and ignoring facts that don't support
Having
that idea.
blinkers on.
Okay?
Okay,
Would you agree, based on what I just told you confirmation bias is that you ignored a ton of facts that would indicate that this baby was stillborn?
I did not ignore facts.
No?
No,
You didn't get an OB consult. You didn't pay attention to the fact that Skyler was bleeding on April 3rd. Right? Yes or no?
no, I was not aware of
At
that.
this point, we've asked
Richardson, it does seem like we have been over this ground once before. Let's
I
move on.
apologize, Judge. They may have 1 second.
Love
Question,
it.
please, witness.
Ain't not happy. Sorry, Dad, I got you. Redirect.
You still have water up there, Doug?
I do.
I don't want to talk to you about ifs, okay? I want to talk to you about what we actually know in this case. Now, let's clear up a couple housekeeping things. Are you employed by the prosecutor's office?
No,
Are you employed by the Warren County Sheriff's Office?
no,
Are you employed by any police agency?
no,
Are you employed by Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
yes,
And as part of your employment duties, do you perform autopsies on anybody that comes to your attention that meets the requirement for an autopsy?
yes,
When you come to court, is that by way of subpoena?
yes,
Subpoenas issued by the state?
yes,
Subpoenas issued by the defense?
yes,
They're all the same.
yes,
You get a subpoena and you come.
that's right.
If the defense issues you a subpoena in this case, are you coming to court?
Yeah.
Scrap, haven't we also been over this ground as
Yeah.
well?
That's not the issue. The issue is that you used police interrogation interviews to make your determination on the cause and manner of death. That is the issue. Period.
Your Honor, he indicated that she's only here as part of her relationship with the state.
Let's move on.
Mr. Rickers wanted to go through the emails that occurred between yourself and Dr. Murray and Dr. Murray and Mr. Knippen, correct?
Yes,
You would agree those emails were initiated by Dr. Murray, not yourself.
yes,
And he wanted to then switch from that over to the emails between Dr. Murray and Mr. Knippen. You were not a part of those emails, correct?
correct.
And he shows you one sentence out of that email, and it indicates that the state, based on Dr. Murray's changed opinion, was in fact asking for an addendum.
Correct.
We weren't hiding anything. If it is now your opinion that you do not believe that there is evidence to suggest that the bones were burned, I will need you to do an addendum.
Still not the point. The point is she didn't provide the addendum. She didn't do her job.
Your report with this additional information so that it can be provided to defense counsel.
No one's arguing that. That's not me pausing it. That's the feed. Come on. Come
And
on.
then we, because that addendum was not forthcoming, retained Dr. Latham. So we did go get a second opinion,
Yes,
and you're
Yeah.
aware of that.
And she
yes,
took no notice of it.
Mr. Rickers wants to ask you about everybody's opinions. When you come here under subpoena by either side and you are asked to give an opinion, are you giving everybody's opinions, doctor, or are you giving your opinion?
I'm giving my opinion.
You look at everything else, correct?
Yes, I look at everything and I'm taking it into consideration, but ultimately when I'm sitting here, it is my opinion.
You are a forensic pathologist,
Yes,
not a forensic anthropologist.
correct.
Based on what you are able to do within your area of expertise, were you able to make a determination of pre or post-mortem injury to the skull?
No.
No,
And did you in fact indicate that?
yes,
Have you ever said anything to the contrary?
no,
How did you come up with
Did you
homicide
take
then?
into account, when reaching your opinion in this case, the fractures to the skull?
I took it into account, and my opinion still stands. Whether they are before death or after death, my opinion still stands.
You believe, even if those injuries to that skull are post-mortem, this child still died as a result of homicidal violence?
Correct.
Based on what? Based
The
on
burn
what?
injury, the thermal injury, and I want to make sure, because we keep talking about the baby.
Objection. Did she say burn injury? Is that what you said?
I think she was in the process of rephrasing her.
I apologize.
Go ahead.
I want to be careful because we keep kind of using this global reference. When we are talking about burn injury in the context of your testimony, we are talking about thermal injury to the bones. Would you agree?
Yes.
Because that's all you had were the bones.
Correct.
You had no tissue, no
Correct.
organs, any skin?
No. One piece of fatty tissue that
Yeah.
was about
Fatty tissue would have been the first thing to burn and melt. Should there have been any thermal injury?
2 inches, about 2 by 2 inches.
From the skeletal remains, all we have left of baby Richardson, in making your determination of homicidal violence, does it ultimately matter to you if her body was burned post-mortem?
No.
And do you have any reason to believe it was burned prior to her death?
I don't have any evidence to show that.
And you're trying to find out what led up to the death, correct?
Correct.
Not what happened after the death.
Correct.
There's no evidence.
So
of
are
burning
you
there.
able to reach your opinion and make your determination on cause of death in this case separate and apart from whether or not there was a post-death burning of baby Richardson's body?
Yes.
How? How? You didn't even use a microscope. You stupid woman. 3 forensic anthropologists said otherwise, and you looked at a set of bones, thought that they might be burnt, watched the police interrogation, and went, yep, homicide. I am gobsmacked. Just
Mr. Rickers wants to talk to you about the information that Miss Richardson, an adult, she's there by herself without a parent because she's an adult, provided to her doctor. And he points out she's got bleeding on April 3rd of 2017, correct? You see that?
Her last period.
That's what she reported to her doctor.
Correct.
She's also there requesting birth control, correct?
Yes.
Does it anywhere in there indicate that she's pregnant?
No.
Anywhere
Oh,
in there that she
that's
told her
disgusting.
doctor, I think I'm pregnant, I'm here for a pregnancy test?
No.
But she's reporting her last period. And if we keep going with that, she's also telling her doctor, I'm having regular periods.
Yes.
So that's the information when she goes to the doctor on April 26th that she chooses to report to her doctor.
Yeah, but they did the pregnancy test. It came back positive. They did the ultrasound. Why isn't that documented there?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
I'm here, I want birth control, I'm having a regular period. I don't want a pelvic exam, and I'm not telling you that I'm pregnant or that I have reason to believe I'm pregnant.
Correct.
She didn't share any of that information, did she?
Yeah, may we approach for 1 second?
You may.
I don't understand. I don't understand. I think this poor girl's been let down on every front. Her parents, the obstetrician, the stupid forensic pathologist.
Go ahead and rephrase your question, Ms. Crown.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment.
You may.
Her mother's still not in court.
Doctor, you would agree that looking at the record that the defense presented to you, it indicates that her last menstrual period was April 3rd, 2017, that she was having currently regular menses.
Yes.
The defense then wanted to go through audio portions that were selected out. Just one line about no burning.
Yes.
What fire?
Correct.
I didn't burn her. Statements that she made to the police.
Yes.
You had an opportunity to watch those interviews, correct?
Yes.
And read the
Yeah, I
transcript.
Yes.
So do you recall in the July 20th interview, either hearing it when you watched the interview or when you reading it when you read the transcript, not pursuant to any questioning by the police, when her father first comes into the room and says, honey, tell us what's going on. The police said, you have to tell us because you're 18. And the first thing she utters to her father is, I tried to cremate the baby.
Yes.
That wasn't pursuant to any question asked by any police officer. That was her voluntary statement provided to her father.
Correct.
A statement maybe that was coerced, because I missed the last part of that interrogation, but a statement isn't fact. It isn't proof. It isn't evidence. It is a statement. Her job is to determine whether that's fact or not by analysing the evidence in front of her. And she didn't do that. She eyeballed them.
You were also asked questions as if they were absolutes, and I'll stick with that interview first, about the cord not being attached.
Correct.
Do you recall in the second interview, Detective Carter saying, was it still attached to the placenta? Do you remember? And Skyler says, no. And Detective Carter says, okay. And then Skyler says, I don't remember. It might have been.
Correct.
Is that a definitive it wasn't attached to anything?
No.
That was her saying, I don't know.
Correct.
So if we don't know, based on her statement, as to whether the cord was or was not attached, can you assume from that that the cord was not attached?
I did not assume that. No.
Likewise, you
You
were
assume
asked
everything else.
if her water never broke, or if there was very little, can you assume that there were issues, again, with the placenta or the amount of amniotic fluid? And I would ask you, I would direct your attention to the first interview, when she's with Lieutenant Fain. And he asked her, have you ever heard of the term when people say their water broke? And Skyler says, yeah, I don't know. Did you feel that? I don't know. Is there anything definitive about that indicating that her water never broke?
No.
Or indicating low amniotic fluid?
No.
From either of those statements that there was a cord not attached or water never broke, based on what she actually said, not if she said that.
This is even more reason why, when she went for that appointment and they told her that she was pregnant at 32 weeks and they did the ultrasound, that they should have done a way more thorough ultrasound right then and there, because that would have allayed all of this, and they would have known how much amniotic fluid was there. They would have known where the placenta was, and if it was functioning, they would have known a whole range of things that no one had to assume.
But she actually said, can you assume that that child was stillborn?
No.
But you can't assume that she was alive either.
In either transcript, because again, I don't want to deal with ifs, I want to deal with what we know. Did you ever read any statement or description from the defendant where she said her daughter burst into flames, quote unquote, burst into flames?
No.
Are you able to make any determination on the amount of burn injury to baby Richardson based on what you had to examine?
No.
Was there any testable evidence that had not been destroyed? Was there
No.
any evidence brought to your lab that could be tested, or is everything that you would have needed to make a determination on the amount of burn injury to that baby destroyed?
Yes, prior prior to it arriving at our office.
Not destroyed from burning, from decomposition.
Doctor, Mr. Ritkers started out his questioning of you asking if, based on the skeletal remains, what you had to test on that day, those 2 dates.
Mhm.
He said you cannot say if there was any injury prior to death. You recall him saying that to you?
Yes.
Based on what you had left of baby Richardson, you've said undetermined etiology, correct?
Yes.
Based on what you had left of baby Richardson, doctor, can you offer an opinion as to whether or not she was suffocated?
No.
No.
Based on the bones that you have, would there be any evidence of suffocation?
No.
Doctor, based on what we have of baby Richardson, can you make any determination as to whether or not she was drowned?
No.
Would any evidence of drowning still show up on the bones?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I don't know
Mr.
what
Rickers,
that
recross?
has to do with anything.
Sure.
No idea. As far as I'm concerned, she couldn't make any determinations.
Doctor, decomposition occurs when the baby or any human being is buried in the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's not necessarily a sign of anybody destroying anything. It's a natural process, isn't it? Is decomposition a natural process? Yes,
Yes.
or no? All right. When you first took the stand and were questioned by Ms. Kraft, she made it a point, and you totally agreed, that you can't decide this case or any other case in a vacuum. Correct?
Correct.
And so when she got back up here and talked about everybody else's opinion, wouldn't you think that Dr. Latham, who's hired by the prosecutor, wouldn't you think that that report is very important as to those fractures? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Sure.
And yet it's nowhere in any report of yours, is it? You just want to let it linger for the jury that maybe those fractures occurred sometime before what you think was a death, as opposed to after the baby was buried in the ground, correct? That's what your report says. You don't know before or after.
My report says I don't know.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Ms. Kraft, when she came back up here to ask a few other questions of you, and she referred to Dr. Andrew, did you in any way, were you aware that Dr. Andrew came in here and said that when he told Skyler that she was pregnant, that her reaction was one of surprise? Were you told that?
I was not told that.
You know that it was kind of important. No, strike that. I heard you say when Ms. Kraft came back up here that your determination was based on everything that occurred before Annabelle was stillborn on May 7th. Is that correct? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
But you didn't have everything, did you? You did not have everything when you made that consideration.
Didn't have
Yes or no?
OBGYN report.
I'm not sure that I understand your
Okay,
question.
that's fair. That's fair. Well, you didn't get an OB consult, an obstetrician. You didn't ask an OB about what they saw in the medical records, and then you have a full-term baby 11 days later, did you?
I did not talk to her OB or get an OB consult.
And that you didn't think anything of the bleeding that Skyler reported when she first went to the OB on April 26th, did you? Didn't.
No.
And in your review of these interrogations, isn't it true that Skyler was asked multiple times as to whether or not she cut the cord, and she said no? Is that true?
Yes.
We have 1 second.
Amen.
A couple more things, Dr. Brown.
Did
When
you see that? Oh, wait, no,
you
no.
were asked some questions by Ms. Kraft about
Watch the eyebrow. Jesus, it's brown. All right, you ready? Wait for it. Takes the glasses off. Couple more things, Miss Brown. Watch this eyebrow.
a couple more things, Dr. Brown. When you were asked some questions by Ms. Kraft about tissues and stuff, there was hair that was found at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And some tissue that you had already talked about, correct?
Yes.
There wasn't any indication of burning on those pieces of evidence, was there?
No.
And Doctor, you didn't talk, or you weren't aware of any interviews with Skyler's mother regarding finding any bloody Tampax or pads in the
No.
upstairs trash. You're not aware of that, are you?
No.
And finding those before the stillborn was born on May 7th, correct? You don't know anything about that?
I
do you?
don't. No, I don't.
Yeah, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. You can step down.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are going to go ahead and get at least a little bit of our next witness in.
Forensic
Ms.
anthropologist.
Kraft, we ready for our next witness?
Call Dr.
Let's
Lake.
go last one.
Plan is to break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, in about a half an hour.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sit close and speak into this microphone, please.
Proceed, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Doctor, would you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Dr. Krista Latham, Latham,
Doctor, where are you employed?
at the University of Indianapolis.
What is your position there?
I am an associate professor of biology and anthropology. I'm also the director of the University of Indianapolis Human Identification Center
How long have you been employed there?
since 2007.
What do your duties consist of?
I teach graduate and undergraduate classes in human biology, human anatomy, and human genetics. I also oversee the forensic casework that is analyzed through the Human Identification Center.
Would you go over with the jury your educational background that qualifies you for your position?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology and Chemistry, and I graduated cum laude with honors. My first master's degree is a Master of Science in Human Biology. I also have a master's degree in anthropology and a PhD in anthropology. And throughout my educational experience, I was taught and mentored by board-certified forensic anthropologists.
Doctor, do you have any research, like a research specialty?
Yes, I am a forensic and molecular anthropologist, and that means that I study humans at the DNA and the skeletal level. So I study human skeletons and human DNA. My research focuses specifically on aspects of human identification, and it's been published in journals and books, as well as presented at scientific meetings.
Do you belong to any professional memberships?
Yes, I am a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and I'm also a member of many other organizations like the International Association for Identification,
Yeah.
the American
I was just
Society.
thinking, I've been trying to think of that show She looks like she's off a TV show where I can't think of his name. They're all like engineers, and it'll come to me. Shits now. I'll try have to Google it, but yeah, she looks like one of the one of the cast members on the show, the TV show, and it's got Leonard in it, and oh, that's going to annoy me. All right, L.
Detailing your experience.
Yes.
11, please.
This is my CV that I provide.
Jury,
Yeah.
what is forensic anthropology?
The identification, derive basic information,
Yeah.
look at the bones to see if there's any diseases. Hundreds of cases.
Testified in.
I've tested
And have you been qualified as an expert in each?
mates of the American Board of Forensic practicing forensic.
Thank you. Doctor, in this case, State of Ohio versus Brooke Richardson, were you contacted by the State of Ohio to consult as an expert regarding skeletal remains that have been recovered?
Yes, you contacted me in September of 2017.
And what specifically were you requested to do, Doctor?
I was asked to analyze infant skeletal remains in order to assess the age at death and to look for any trauma that may have contributed to the death of the individual.
And I want to direct your attention to September 20th of 2017, where the skeletal remains of baby Richardson transferred to the University of Indianapolis Human Identification Center for you to conduct your scientific analysis.
Yes, they were transferred to the University of Indianapolis Human Identification Center by the Warren County Sheriff's Office.
And what did you do when you first received the remains?
First thing I did was inventory which bones were available for analysis.
Why is that important, Doctor?
Well, it's important to be able to determine the completeness of the skeleton in order to know what can be done in later analysis. It's also important to document all the different bones that were transferred to me for chain of custody purposes.
And Doctor, for purposes of your testimony today, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation that kind of outlines some of the stuff and the topics that you're going to go over with the jury?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, the State's Exhibit 112. You can take a look at that and tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at.
Yes, this is the PowerPoint that I prepared.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the PowerPoint that you prepared?
Yes.
You indicated that the first thing that you did was you took an inventory of the bones. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I want to place on the screen page 1 of State's Exhibit 112. Could you tell the jurors, what are we looking at in this photograph, please, Doctor?
So the photograph is just all of the skeletal elements, all of the bones that I had available for analysis. And these first few slides, which are printed out at this point in time, are going to just demonstrate which elements I did not have to analyze.
And is there anything being identified in this particular slide that indicates what you did not have to analyze?
Yes, so the first slide, is there a
You actually can use your finger on the screen. It will actually show up on the big screen.
Okay, so when I had put this up as a PowerPoint, I had this first thing here highlighted to show that we're missing 3 ribs. And I have this arrow here just to demonstrate to you that the ribs are those U-shaped bones that you see in the figure there. Okay.
And I believe if you touch the bottom right-hand corner.
Bottom left will clear everything, and the bottom right will clear the last thing that you did.
All right.
So one of the first things that we're missing is 3 ribs. Is that
That's correct?
Okay. Putting page 2 of State's Exhibit 112 on the screen, what are we looking at in this slide, please?
Okay, so this, what was bold in the PowerPoint was that we're missing 4 vertebral arches. So here, if you look at this portion of the image, those are the bones that make up the back. So that's your spinal column. And what I'm referring to are the little portions that look like parentheses here on the sides of those circles. There's 4 of those that we're missing for analysis.
Putting page 3 of State's Exhibit 112 on the screen. What are we looking at on this slide?
So here, what is bold is that we're missing 3 vertebral bodies, and that's again referring to those bones in the back. And it's the little circles that are in between the parentheses. So that's what we're referring to is missing 3 of those little circles that are located there.
putting page 4 of State's Exhibit 112 on the screen. What are we looking at on this slide, Doctor?
Where it says that we are missing 8 manual phalanges. That's just referring to 8 finger bones that we're missing for analysis.
Putting page 5 of State's Exhibit 112 on the screen.
Okay.
What are we looking at on this slide, Doctor?
So here it says that we're missing the left tibia and
Big Bang Theory. Oh. I saw that. Yes, Sheldon's girlfriend. Yes. I was just Googling that. Yes, it is.
fibula.
Right.
And if you look at where this circle is here, that's just indicating that we are
Well,
missing those lower leg
Every medical person they've gone up here have gone through all these bones.
bones.
Well,
Those were not any soft tissues that are adhering to the bones so that I can look at.
7 of State's Exhibit 112.
Approximately 3 to 5% of the skeleton was covered with those tissues, so I wasn't able to analyze those surfaces.
And
we want to know.
the bone measurements. Do you have a slide related to the bone measurements that you performed in this case?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to put page 8 of State's Exhibit 112 on the screen.
Okay.
If you could go over with the jury, what are we looking at on page 8 of State's Exhibit 112?
All right, so,
This was just a way for me to visually represent the bones that were measured.
well, by the measurements, she was 38 to 40 weeks pregnant in gestation, based on the measurements of the bones. And they're all consistent. So
With the left
I just want to hear her report saying that there was no thermal injury to the bones.
actually grow in different left side
Bone measurement
Yes.
and bone shape.
9 of State's Exhibit 112 on the screen. If you could explain to the jury, what are we looking at with this slide, Doctor?
Yeah, so the bone here that's being used as the example, it's called the temporal bone. And you have temporal bones on either side of your skull. So your skull is an adhere that we call the tympanic portion of the bone. And that usually fuses to this flat portion of the bone here by 35 weeks of development. And those two elements were fused together in this individual. The bones of the dentition. And for example, what I have here are the crowns of the first molars. When we see that the development is consistent with an age of birth plus or minus 2 months. So that means that in a large comparison sample of infants, this developmental stage would be consistent with most individuals at the time of birth, but there is that error range of plus or minus 8 weeks. Individuals develop. You have to look at multiple bones of infants in many global populations. So
Asked to examine the remains for any indications of trauma.
yes, I was.
And what did you conclude?
I think before we leave the area of age and move on to trauma, probably be a good time to break for lunch. You may.
They'll automatically go to the next after lunch anyway. So.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think the attorneys are telling me based on the anticipated time of the questioning for this witness that we're going to press on. So we'll look to maybe break a little bit later than I originally anticipated. Mr. Knippen, you may continue.
Thank you. Doctor, I believe I was asking you, were you also asked to examine the remains for any signs of trauma that you may have seen?
Yes, I was.
And what did you conclude?
I didn't find any trauma that could have contributed to the death of the individual.
There
I
you
did
go.
see some alteration to the bone, but all of it was considered postmortem, which means it would have occurred after the death of the
There
individual.
you go.
And there was some testimony in here previously from the coroner. She noted that there were different fractures to some of the skull bones. Do you remember seeing those?
Yes.
But I want to make sure that I understand your testimony. From your examination of the remains, any of the fractures that may have occurred to the skull bones,
After.
you're indicating that would have been postmortem, meaning after death. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, that's
You
correct.
can't say that any of those occurred prior to the baby's death?
No.
Okay.
Now, thermal injury.
Doctor, would you expect to see any evidence of trauma to the bones if a child was suffocated?
No.
No, you couldn't see evidence of suffocation in the bones.
And would you expect to see any evidence of trauma to the bones if a child was drowned in water?
No.
No, you wouldn't see evidence of drowning in the skeleton.
Okay. Did you also have an opportunity to examine the skeletal remains, the bones, for any indications of burning or thermal image? Or
I didn't-
thermal damage, I'm sorry.
I didn't see any evidence of burning or thermal damage to any of the skeletal elements that I had to observe. Yeah,
And you're only looking at the skeletal remains, the bones themselves, is that
That's all
correct?
you've
that's
got.
correct.
Does that mean that the child could not have been burned?
I just looked at the skeleton, so I could not say if the soft tissues were burned or not.
You can't just burn a little bit. Yeah. Mm. I think we'll go to cross. I need to have a look. Actually, I'll keep playing because I need to go.
All I
to
can
the
say is I didn't see any evidence of burning to the skeleton.
Doctor, would it be possible to have burning to skin or tissue that doesn't go all the way down to the bone?
Yeah, so if you think about how the body's constructed, the first tissues that the flame would be in contact with would be your soft tissues. So the flame would have to burn away all those soft tissues like the skin and the muscles before it came in contact with the bone in order to char or discolor the bone underneath.
Doctor, are you aware of a report provided by a defense expert, in this case, Dr., I sometimes pronounce it correctly, Sims or Symes?
Sims.
Sims, I'm sorry.
Yes,
And did you have an opportunity to review that report?
I did.
And are you familiar with Dr. Sims?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
We're a relatively small field, so he's another board-certified forensic anthropologist.
Okay. When you reviewed the report from the defense expert, did you find that it differed from your report in any way?
No, we came to the same conclusions independently in terms of the approximate age of the infant at full term, that there was no thermal damage or burning that was noted to the bones, and that any of the alterations that were noted on the bones were post-mortem, meaning that they happened after the death of the individual.
Doctor, did you prepare a report summarizing your findings?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 113. You can take a look at that and tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at.
Yep, this is my complete report.
And doctor, other than the exhibit sticker that's been placed on that report, have there been any alterations or deletions made to that report?
Not that I can observe. No.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Riskers, you may inquire.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And you and I have talked on the phone, but we've never met.
That's correct.
Bottom line, and I know I'm beating the dead horse, is that none of the fractures is evidence of any homicidal actions, correct?
All of the fractures and punctures and the abrasions, all the alterations that were noted on the remains happened after the death of the individual.
What, I apologize, I don't have your report up here. I have your report. When was that dated, by the way?
I don't have it in front of me either, so I'm not sure of the exact date off the top of my head.
The exhibit's up there on the exhibit state.
Do you know the date?
I don't. I just know the report's up there. It's January 26th. It's one.
If you don't mind, Dr. Look at the date.
Yes, January 26th, 2018. Okay, you're welcome.
Did you only send that report to the prosecutor?
Yes,
You didn't send it to Dr. Allen, who's now known as Dr. Brown?
I only sent a copy to the prosecutor.
By the way, I heard you say at the beginning you studied under some different forensic anthropologists. Was Dr. Sims one of those?
No.
But you know him?
Yes, sir.
And does he have a great reputation in your community of forensic anthropologists?
Yes, sir, but it's also not my job to qualify the other experts in this case.
I just wanted to know his reputation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Knippen?
Over here, Your Honor.
Thank you, Doctor. You can step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to break for lunch. Remember the things that I have previously told you. You need to stay away from any media coverage. Don't read about this case on the internet or do any investigation on your own. Also, do not begin to think about how you should decide the case or begin to talk about the case amongst yourselves. Let's plan on being back in the jury room with the idea of getting started at 1:40. Mr. Mullins, you can take the jury out. Counsel approach, please.
All right, what did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, I missed cross. Ah,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And you and I have talked on the phone, but we've never met.
That's correct.
Bottom line, and I know I'm beating the dead horse, is that none of the fractures is evidence of any homicidal actions, correct?
All of the fractures and punctures and the abrasions, all the alterations that were noted on the remains happened after the death of the individual.
I apologize, I don't have your report up here. I have your report. When was that dated, by the way?
I don't have it in front of me either, so I'm not sure of the exact date off the top of my head.
On the exhibit stand.
Do you know the date?
I don't, I just know the report's up there. It's January 26th, 2018.
If you don't mind, I can read the date.
Yes, January 26th, 2018. Okay, you're welcome.
Did you only send that report to the prosecutor?
Yes,
You didn't send it to Dr. Allen, who's now known as Dr. Brown?
I only sent a copy to the prosecutor.
come on, Charlie, get it together.
By the way, I heard you say at the beginning, you studied under some different forensic anthropologists. Was Dr. Sims one of those?
No.
But you know him?
Yes, sir.
And does he have a great reputation in your community of forensic anthropologists?
Yes, sir, but it's also not my job to qualify the other experts in this case.
I just wanted to know his reputation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, like the expert that they've called.
Over here, Shouter.
Thank you, Doctor. You can step down.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to break for lunch. Remember the things that I have previously told you. You need to stay away from any media coverage. Don't read about this case on the internet or do any investigation on your own.
That's the end of that one.
And I'll be back here.
Next.
Ready for a jury?
Why are we still on her? We've got rid of it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Was everybody able to follow my instructions and admonitions over the break? All right. Mr. Knippen, Ms. Crabb, next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Dr. Kim Brady.
I was going to say, it says Crystal Nathan at the top, but it's not.
Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Speak loudly into this microphone.
Does that go up?
Ms. Crabb, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Brady, can you please state your full name for the record, spelling your last?
Don't go
William
through,
Kim Brady, Brady.
don't go through this original names. All right. Yes, he's an expert. Oh, what did that say?
Terry, doing 3 years of general obstetrics and gynecology in Denver, Colorado, and at the time it was Fitzsimmons Army Medical Center. Following which I served in the military, doing 3 years of general obstetrics and gynecology, followed by a fellowship in maternal fetal medicine in Washington State.
Okay, so he's got some. It's not just.
Thank you, Doctor. Are you currently licensed?
Yes, I am.
In which states?
Ohio, and I am
Are relevant to
fetal medicine,
any articles?
nutrition,
Oh,
gynecology, American Medical Association,
Yeah.
member of high-risk pregnancies.
And Doctor, I know that you have explained to us what maternal fetal medicine entails, but of those 1,000 to 2,000 pregnancies that you are involved with in any given year, how many of those are high risk?
Probably 75%. It's because we're a referral center. So a lot of the general obstetricians, gynecologists refer to us because of findings on ultrasound that are abnormal, or findings that they see they don't understand, or they desire consultation because of mom's condition.
Thank you, Doctor. Approximately how many babies have you delivered over the course of your career?
It's a tough estimate. I can tell you that I'm in a group of 8 and we do 500 deliveries a year, at least primary care, not excluding consultation. So of those, I do at least 45 currently a year.
Okay.
But when I came to Good Sam at 91, I was the only specialty. So I was on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 for a couple of years. So back then I was doing a lot more deliveries.
Thank you, doctor. Have you had occasion to testify as an expert in the area of maternal fetal
I
medicine
would think
before?
so.
Yes,
And when you testified, was your opinion accepted as expert?
yes.
And when you testified, has it primarily been for the state or for the defense?
Been more for the, it's been almost always for the defense.
Thank you, doctor. Your Honor, may I approach? Dr. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 114 for purposes of identification.
The CV.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that your curriculum vitae?
Mhm.
Well, intrauterine growth restriction is when a fetus is not growing commensurate with gestational age. In other words, it's lagging the normal fetal growth curve.
And what is the main symptom for a child that is diagnosed with intrauterine growth restriction or a fetus?
Would you repeat the question, please?
What is the main symptom? What is the first obvious thing that you see with a fetus that has intrauterine growth restriction?
Well, the baby is small, as we call it, small for its gestation.
That's what I don't understand.
On ultrasound, it's manifested. Generally, the first signs we see is a small abdomen. Because babies are like us, or adults, we lose weight in our abdomens and put on weight. And so that's one of the first signs we see of a baby that's lagging in growth on ultrasound.
When we talk about lagging in growth, and we're all familiar with growth charts that we have both during pregnancy and after when children are born, we watch them as they grow according to the growth chart.
Mhm.
When we're talking about babies or fetuses that are diagnosed with intrauterine growth restriction, what percentiles are we commonly talking about? What are their approximate weights?
Most commonly, they're below the 10th percentile, and that's how IUGR is defined.
Below the 10th percentile?
For gestational age, yes.
And to put that in some numbers for us, when a child is born, what types of weights or how many pounds are we typically speaking of when we talk about below the 10th percentile?
In general, at term, any baby born that lays less than 2,500 grams is considered it's considered a small for gestational age baby, which may consist of a growth restricted baby that is basically failure to thrive in utero, or you can also have just a small baby due to genetic.
I think what they're getting at is that she was measuring at 32 weeks, but she gave birth to a full-term baby. But I still think that is to do with the strength of her abdominal muscles. I don't think that's got anything, because you've given birth to a full-term baby by the length of the bones. You can't say that that growth has been retarded in any way. In fact, if anything, they measured incorrectly, because you can't go from 32 weeks to 40 weeks in 11 days. So
Constitutionally small.
Okay. We're going to back up for just a second because a lot of us in this room don't have calculators and we don't necessarily think the way doctors do. So when you say 2,500 grams, what are we talking about in terms of pounds?
We're talking less than 6 pounds.
Less than 6 pounds?
I was less than 6 pounds.
And you said something else. You said just because you have a baby that's less than 6 pounds, that's not automatically diagnostic of intrauterine growth restriction?
No.
It'd be preterm.
What did you mean when you said that sometimes you just have a genetically small child based on their genetics?
Well, if you just picture a kindergarten class, you have children of all different sizes, but basically the same age. And doesn't mean they're growth restricted. It just means that they're.
Yeah. If you've got two parents that are 4 feet tall, you're not going to give birth to a 7-foot basketball, basically. I had to have growth scans with all my babies. They were smaller. Yeah. I don't get it. And yeah, this was her first pregnancy too. It wasn't her second. So, and remember, she was a cheerleader. She's got the strong abdo, that strong core. With the second child, you pop out really quickly because those muscles are more lax. They've been stretched. It's common biology.
They're small. And when you look at the parents, they're small. So it's basically, we call it
Me
constitutionally small, but not necessarily growth restricted.
Nasty,
They were
isn't
just
it?
genetically destined to be small.
And so when you say genetically destined, and you're looking at a constitutionally small baby, would you in fact look at the size of their parents?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you have a smaller than average mother, could that play into the size of the baby?
It could.
Doctor, how do you go about diagnosing intrauterine growth restriction?
most commonly,
Aw,
we do an ultrasound, and there are various biometric parameters.
that's awesome. 6'8's just nice. What did I have? I had 7'6" was my first, and 8 pound half an ounce was my second. My mum and sisters all had small babies. It's common, yeah. I was 5 pound, but I was early. It's a few weeks early. It's preemie.
Parameters we look at, and we measure the baby's head, not only the
But
diameter.
also, you know, gestational diabetes can affect the size as well. Like you could have a 10 pounder because you've got gestational diabetes. It's a whole gamut of things that affect the size of a baby.
Diameter in the skull, but the circumference. We then look at the fetal abdominal circumference, and then we also measure the baby's femur, and we have various software programs built into our ultrasound machines and reporting systems, and it'll calculate what the estimated fetal weight is. And based on that fetal weight, of charts that have been through investigators arrive at what's appropriate for a certain gestational age, it'll calculate a percentile for that baby. And if it comes up less than the 10th percentile, then we have a baby that's most likely IUGR.
So they can tell by the length of the bones, he was saying, they can work out what the weight was.
Why do you take so many measurements?
Because you, just as you have tall adults, you can have tall babies, so the femur can be longer, but the rest of the baby could be smaller. So just investigations are showing that the single most sensitive parameter when we measure is the abdominal circumference. It's one of the first things that will fall off the curve in a baby that's developing IUGR.
Can you make a diagnosis? I mean, you've listed approximately 5 different measurements, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you're doing it by way of an ultrasound.
Correct.
Can you make a diagnosis of IUGR or intrauterine growth restriction off of just one ultrasound measure?
No.
We didn't measure
And is
that.
that because you don't know the genetic size of the parents?
Yes, and many times you may not even know the gestational age of the mom because she maybe didn't have prenatal care. Shows up on our doorstep and we do an ultrasound. And let's say the measurement comes out that the patient's 32 weeks pregnant. Well, is she really 32 weeks pregnant? Or
So you went 40 plus 13 for your second. That's pretty much where I went with both of mine. That's the longest 2 weeks of your life. Oh my God. And that was the time I lost. My ankles were the only skinny part of me, and that was the time I lost my ankles. I just filled up with fluid.
was she 36 weeks pregnant with a growth restricted baby?
Okay.
So you kind of need 2 points. When we have a patient, we usually date them by their last menstrual period.
Okay.
And term pregnancy is considered 40 weeks from the first day of their last period.
Okay.
In a way, we kind of lie to patients because it's not the 9 months.
Not the typical 9 months we're all looking
Right,
forward
we're adding
to.
2 weeks really to a pregnancy when we date a pregnancy.
Yeah.
So because there's an error in ultrasound as well, let's say in the third trimester, there can be an error up to 10 to 14 days off.
Oops.
So we date a pregnancy at 32 weeks. The question is she 32 weeks or 36? So usually we'll repeat an ultrasound to find out, is the baby growing along its curve? And if that baby at 32 weeks and now you do it 2 weeks later is 34 weeks of measurements, that baby is growing pristine along its curve, and therefore the dating that was established, although late in pregnancy, is correct.
Okay.
So if we repeat the ultrasound and then the same patient who's 32 weeks and you do an ultrasound in 2 weeks and that fetus only grew, say, a week in size, we can suspect that more than likely that baby's having an element of growth restriction because it's not growing along what should be a normal fetal curve.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand then. When you do the ultrasound, you're taking multiple measurements during that ultrasound.
Correct.
And then you're also doing repeat measurements at different points in time.
Correct.
So if you don't have that initial measurement or that baseline, if you will, is it possible then to compare that measurement to anything?
No. You just have one measurement in time. You don't know if the dating is, it all depends too when you're pregnant, where you are in pregnancy. If you're in the first trimester and you do an ultrasound, you're within 5 days of when the patient's due date is calculated. So it's very accurate.
Okay.
But as you go further along in pregnancy, ultrasound is less accurate, but more so when you have more points in time to compare.
Okay. Let me ask you this. We've had a lot of discussion over the past few days about fundal height. Is fundal height an accurate measurement for intrauterine growth restriction?
No.
And why is that?
because it's a screening test.
Explain
And-
what you mean, doctor.
Well, screening tests are not diagnostic tests, and probably the best way to analogy to explain it is that when a woman goes in for a pap smear and the pap smear comes back abnormal, the odds are the patient doesn't have cancer. What the patient needs is a diagnostic test, i.e. a biopsy or whatever, to make that diagnosis. But more times than not, that screening test, the patient doesn't have cancer. So it's a false positive. Same thing with when you do a fundal height measurement, it's a screening test. And usually what we do, I've been taught in textbooks that it's fundal height generally is quite accurate up until about 20 weeks. And particularly the further along you go, the more the error. But generally, if you do a fundal height and it's within 3 centimeters of how many weeks a patient should be, in other words, you measure this patient, the example I gave earlier is 32 weeks. Ideally, a normally growing fetus would measure a 32 centimeter fundal height measurement. But if the patient measured 29 weeks, i.e. smaller, or if the patient measured 35 weeks, 3 centimeters greater, that usually triggers an ultrasound because you don't really know, is it really accurate? You may have decreased fluid that can give you a small measurement. You may have a big.
I gave birth to a 7'6" baby. So I put on 9 kilos with both pregnancies, and I lost 14 kilos overnight. Most of it was fluid.
Big baby that gives you a large measurement. And the only way to know is an ultrasound to accurately determine, based on the parameters I said, how far along the patient is and what percentile they are on the curve.
Doctor, what is, if you know, the error rate in the 3rd trimester with fundal height measurement?
They're probably at least 60% wrong. Because as you get further along, and generally speaking, the majority of babies are born head down. You got the biggest part of the baby weighing the head down, the pelvis. And
Yeah.
studies have shown that 60% of the time, after 30 weeks gestation,
Yeah.
particularly, your fundal height measurements are wrong.
That's what I said. Had the head engaged, she would have dropped. Man, you'd have thought I was a nurse or something.
Okay. Does that error rate increase if you use your hand to do the fundal height measurement as opposed to a tape measure?
Yes,
Or can it increase?
most definitely.
Now, doctor, I want to ask you about something you just said. At that point in time, the baby starts changing position in the 3rd trimester, correct?
Correct.
And you made mention of the baby transcending into the pelvis. What do you mean by that?
Patients,
The head engages.
the biggest part of the baby is the fetal head. So that's why most babies are born coming head first. And just by virtue of gravity, that babies during the advancing gestational age will get lower in the pelvis.
Mhm.
So your fundal height measurement is going to go down with advancing gestational age.
Yeah.
Whereas if it stayed in the same position, your fundal height would continue to grow.
And the head
As
then
it
sits
drops,
on the
your
cervix.
fundal heights are not commensurate with advancing gestational age.
Mhm.
When you talk about the baby transcending into the pelvis, is that what's also known as cephalic presentation?
Cephalic presentation
just head
just
down.
refers to the fact that the baby is head down.
So let me ask you this, doctor, based on the way you described it to us then, in the absence of having those serial scans, your baseline, and then however many ultrasounds you determine you're going to do subsequent to that, is it possible based on a fundal height measurement alone to make?
It does sound very callous, very cold. I don't, especially given that, you never wrap it in anything, nothing. But I actually think that she is extremely naive, extremely immature, very selfish. And I honestly don't believe she knew what to do or any better, to be honest. I think she's been let down on all fronts. But I'm not condoning her behaviour whatsoever. But to think that you have been told you're pregnant and to start taking birth control pills, that's just plain dumb. Like, birth control pills to stop you from falling pregnant, but you're already pregnant. So wouldn't you question that just out of common sense? Like, she's got no common sense, no grasp, no Nothing. Nothing. So I feel for the baby. Poor innocent baby who had no choice in this selfish behavior.
Make a diagnosis of intrauterine growth restriction?
No.
Is it possible to make that diagnosis off of just a single measurement of a single bone?
No.
And I want to be clear, when we're talking about multiple measurements, you're not talking about doing like a hand palpitation fundal height measurement on one day and on that exact same day taking an ultrasound measurement of one bone. You're talking about multiple measurements over a period of time?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Gotta make
So
a
two
comparison.
measurements in one day are not what you're talking about when you're talking about
No.
serial or multiple measurements.
Correct.
I like this witness's voice.
Doctor, sticking with this diagnosis of intrauterine growth restriction, does a diagnosis of intrauterine growth restriction, if you in fact have it, result in stillbirth?
No. By far and away, a majority of growth restricted babies still are born alive.
So such a diagnosis does not presume stillbirth?
No.
Does it increase the
Have
percentage?
you in the course of your career dealt with growth restricted babies?
Yes, every day.
And have they survived after birth?
Yes.
If you have an intrauterine growth restricted baby upon birth, what do you do?
Okay, so he's saying yes to that, but he's also comparing that to a mother who has had prenatal care, who is aware that she has a growth restricted baby and is doing the necessary steps to compensate for that under the guidance of an expert. And that is what didn't happen here. So she didn't seek any care, any further evaluation, any further assessments, nothing. She started taking the pill.
Well, if we have a diagnosis of in utero growth restriction and we're at term, we usually recommend induction of labor. And most commonly, the babies the mother's induced for growth restriction, and we have a favorable outcome.
Yeah.
That's why
medical treatment and they survive?
correct. We do fetal testing on those patients so as to prevent stillbirth in the
Right.
babies that are significantly
This
growth
girl
restricted.
didn't do that and therefore makes her culpable in my eyes.
Doctor, as part of your current employment duties, you previously indicated that on occasion you are called upon to do consultations.
Yes.
In this case, State of Ohio versus Brooke Richardson, were you requested by the Warren County Prosecutor's Office to engage in a consultation regarding two issues, whether she had an intrauterine growth restricted fetus and whether or not her child may have been stillborn?
Yes.
And for purposes of your consultation, did you request and subsequently review materials associated with this case?
Yes.
Do you recall when we consulted with you, my office providing you with the coroner's report,
Yes.
Dr. Elizabeth Murray's anthropological report,
Yes.
Dr. Latham's anthropological report,
Yes.
the defendant's OBGYN records from Hilltop,
Yes.
the defendant's sports physical,
Yes.
records for her from her youth from Cincinnati Children's Medical Center records,
Yes.
records from Dr. Lori Dunham, also from her youth,
Yes.
records for the defendant from Cincinnati Center for Wellbeing from her youth,
Yes.
Carlisle High School records,
Yes.
both police interviews of the defendant.
Yes.
And did you also receive both of the reports authored by Dr. White?
Yes.
Doctor, in the course of your examination and consultation on this case, were you able to make findings relevant to those two issues?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the diagnosis of intrauterine growth restriction first. Based on the evidence that was presented in this case and your assessment of all of that evidence, all of the medical records, the interviews, everything that had been provided to you, was there sufficient evidence to support a diagnosis of intrauterine growth restriction?
I'm saying no.
You just talked to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the fundal height measurement.
Yes.
Are you aware that in this case, there was only one measurement ever taken of baby Richardson, and that was on April 26th?
Yes.
and that was a fundal height measurement obtained by Dr. Andrew with his hand and one ultrasound measurement.
Objection. It's not a proper question.
I will sustain the objections to the form of the question.
Doctor, are you aware that there was a fundal height measurement obtained by Dr. Andrew?
Yes,
And are you aware that there was a preliminary ultrasound also performed on that same date?
yes,
And that those both took place on April 26th?
of 2017, yes.
My mum was there for my second. Yes, absolutely. I never appreciated my mum as much as I do or did until after I had children, because I realised what a hard job it was. Yeah. But watching those police interviews and the relationship that she has or had with her mother, who is not even in court to support her, what does that tell you? It doesn't excuse it, but the whole combination of circumstances is just horrific in itself. It's tragic, absolutely tragic on all fronts.
Based on what you just explained to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, based on that one fundal height measurement and that one ultrasound measurement, why can you not make a diagnosis of intrauterine growth restriction in this case?
Because it's only one point in time. And so you just presume based on whatever fundal height measurement you come up with, that's your guess as far as gestational age. In order to make a diagnosis of IUGR, the baby's not growing, you have to have 2 points in time, whether it be
Mhm.
ultrasound or in your screening test,
think she was
drop off in
shifted,
fundal
right?
height on 2 different visits, probably at least 2 weeks apart.
And was there ever a second measurement obtained to your knowledge so that the April 26th measurement could be used as a baseline?
Not
I
my review.
completely agree. I completely agree. But you know what? I think her mother is very cold and calculating. And I think that she chose the lesser of two evils. That's how awful I think her mother is. She's not even there to support her daughter in court. She was more concerned. The first thing she said to her in the police interview was, the neighbours are already asking me questions about why the police are digging up shit in our backyard. She wasn't interested in how her daughter was. No. Her dad's there. Her mother hasn't been there. No, not at all. No. She's more worried about what other people will think. And yeah, she's no. I honestly believe that she chose the lesser of two evils. Go back and watch the second day of police interrogation. Like she calls her mummy still at 18, and she leaned over the table to grab her mum's hand, and her mother would not hold it. She's horrible. There was no compassion, nothing.
The records.
Are you aware that in that fundal height measurement obtained on that date, that Dr. Andrew estimated baby Richardson to be approximately 32 weeks?
Yes.
I know we didn't know the 2,500 grams, but when you're talking about third trimester at 32 weeks, are we now into the third trimester?
Yes, the third trimester starts at 28 weeks gestation.
So by approximately 4 weeks into that, give or take, are we now in that 60% error rate?
Yes.
And if Dr. Andrew indicated that he did the fundal height measurement with his hands, does that error rate now increase?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you have, you said that you had an
Absolutely.
opportunity to review the Hilltop.
Your job is unconditionally to love that child and nurture them and provide everything for them. Not entitle them, not enable them, but educate them. There is nothing that I would not do for my children. My daughter texted me today, actually, and she sent me 4 photos of herself dressed in 4 dresses, and she wanted to know which one she should wear for a wedding. And so I screenshotted the one I said and told her that one. She goes, yes, it is stunning, isn't it? I said, yes, it is stunning, darling, just like you. She's like, oh, thanks, Mum. But there is nothing that they could do that would make me stop loving them at all. No way. I could not ever turn my back on them, ever. Oh, if someone came up to me today and said, if you don't give up both of your kidneys or, donate your heart or whatever it is to make sure that your child survived, would not even blink an eyelid. It's not even in my realm of possibility that I would not give up my life for my children. Simple as that. No, not at all. And they know that. Unfortunately, I didn't have the same. My mum, yes. My dad, no. But let's not go there.
Records for the defendant?
Yes.
Are you aware that in these records, it indicates the baby Richardson on April 26th was in cephalic presentation?
Yes.
How does that affect the fundal height measurement of 32 weeks?
Probably makes it more inaccurate because the baby's going to be lower in the pelvis.
And if the baby's lower in the pelvis, does that mean that the 32 weeks may in fact be greater?
Yes.
Doctor, in any of the records, is there any indication of the date of conception?
No.
So without having a date of conception, the only thing we have is that one measurement to
Absolutely.
estimate the timing or the age of this child?
Correct.
And you have nothing to compare that against?
Correct.
They can all be little turds, Laura, but yes. My babies are 25 and 23 now, and they're still my babies. I still call them my babies. I introduce them as my babies.
Doctor, if all we have is that fundal height measurement at roughly 32 weeks, we have a baby in cephalic presentation, which means we can have, even with the screening tool, up to a 3-week offset, taking that baby up to 35 weeks. If she is then born approximately 2 weeks later at 37 weeks, is that considered a significant lag in her growth?
No.
If she is not larger than 6 pounds, and to be fair, there's nothing in any of these records to indicate what this child's birth weight is.
Correct.
So when we talk about the size of this child, we're dependent upon whatever information we get from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when we talk about a growth leg of 2 centimeters or 5 centimeters, because we've heard references throughout this case already that this baby was probably closer at the time that Dr. Andrew measured her to 35 or 36 or 37 weeks. In fact, she could have measured at that point on April 26th if the appropriate testing had been done, correct?
Correct.
And so if she is then born approximately 2 weeks after that April 26th appointment, do we really have a lag in growth?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know where they're going with this intrauterine growth. Going through a tough time with the youngest at the moment. It's hard, but she still has. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. You support them and you teach them that you're there no matter what. And there is nothing that they can do or say that will stop you from loving them. Simple as that. You teach them self-respect, dignity, courtesy, unconditional love. And yeah. And and educate them on anything that you can and everything. More likely stillbirth, yes. The percentages do go up, apparently, with intrauterine growth retardation, but the way they asked him was based on a different set of circumstances. It was based on women that were under prenatal care and getting the proper treatment and testing and monitoring done, whereas she didn't. So I don't believe she had IUGR at all. I think that baby went into distress at some point during the labour.
Doctor, can a diagnosis of intrauterine growth restriction be made off of the weight gain of the mother?
No.
Why not?
Because different patients put on different amounts of weight.
Yeah.
And in terms of recommended weight, the recommended weight gain during a pregnancy is with even a 10-pound range as far as by most authorities. So there are patients that put on 55 pounds and there's patients that put on 15 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
But just because they don't put on as much weight or they put on more weight does not correlate with fetal size.
Okay. Would you also have to have accurate information as to what the mother's weight was when she conceived to know how much weight had been gained during the course of the pregnancy?
Yes.
And are you aware that in this case, there is no weight measurement in any of the information that we have for the defendant in the month of August of 2016?
Correct.
So we don't know what the defendant's starting weight was when she conceived her daughter. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware from your review of the record that the defendant had an eating disorder?
Yes.
How does that factor in to her weight during her pregnancy?
It may have affected her weight gain. We don't know. Unfortunately, we don't have any points in time other than the one on 426, which you weighed at that time. And if I recall, it was around 147 pounds.
147 pounds in April of 2016, or I'm sorry, 2017?
I believe.
Okay. In your experience, individuals that have an eating disorder, does their weight fluctuate?
Yes.
Do you have any information in this case provided by the defendant or otherwise as to what her weight was in September of 2016?
No idea.
October of 2016?
No idea.
November of 2016?
We get it, lady.
All the way up until the first weight we get is in April.
Correct.
Do you have any information as to when she first started showing, her belly started protruding a little bit?
No.
Do you know or have any information that when her belly started protruding and you factor in her eating disorder, if she took any steps to try and decrease her weight gain at that time?
No idea.
So you have no information about what her weight was when she conceived or what her weight was for any of the 9 months plus 2 weeks following?
Correct.
You don't know if her weight went up, down, stayed the same, anything?
Correct.
And you said a weight gain of only 15 pounds. Again, that's not diagnostic of intrauterine growth restriction?
No.
Doctor, when you reviewed the Hilltop medical records, were you aware that blood work had been done on that date?
Yes.
Tell me this, when an individual is pregnant, the food that we consume, the nutrients that we consume, everything that is coming into our body, is that going first to the mother or first to the child?
Baby.
First to the mother, digested,
Yeah.
converted into nutrition within the bloodstream, which then passes the placenta to the fetus.
And mom gets what's left over?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
They don't call them parasites for nothing. They suck you dry.
The defendant's blood work for April 26th of 2017.
This will be interesting. Read it all out. I want to hear it all.
Is there anything in her blood work to indicate that her nutritional status was anything other than within the normal range?
No. And the first thing we look at is, for those of you that go to your doctor and they do a blood count, what we're really measuring is the hemoglobin and hematocrit. And the hemoglobin is 12.1 grams per deciliter, and hematocrit here was 36.1%, both of which are in normal limits. And if there was a nutritional issue, one of the first things usually to go down on your blood is your blood count or your hemoglobin. And I'm sure you've all heard of anemia. Some people might have trouble absorbing iron if they're taking supplements, but most commonly, if you have any nutritional issues going on, you're going to reflect it, and it's going to manifest as anemia on your blood count.
And is there any indication on her April 26, 2017 blood work that she is anemic?
No.
Even close to it?
No, completely normal range.
Doctor, you're aware that an ultrasound was also performed at that appointment?
A very brief one.
By the time that the baby reaches 32 weeks, plus or minus, because all we have is that fundal height measurement to go off of, would you expect, because you've talked a little bit on growth restricted babies about how we see a difference in their head to abdomen ratio, correct?
Correct.
By 32 weeks, would you expect that to be visible on an ultrasound?
Yes. Because we do cross-section, when we do ultrasound measurements through the body or the trunk, we're doing cross sections. So it's like taking a tree and chopping it off at the stump and looking down on that stump. And so if you've looked at the baby's head and you've come down and done a cut through the abdomen, you will see a discrepancy, the head being larger than the abdomen, if indeed you have growth restriction, just by a gestalt look without actually doing measurements if there's significant IUGR to the extent that would cause fetal death. And again, babies are parasites. They take what they need at mom's expense
Told ya.
in terms of growth.
Some of these babies that are also intrauterine growth restricted and are at risk of fatality, do they tend to have some dysmorphic features?
They can, yes.
And is that something that would also be evident on an ultrasound?
Yes, assuming the person performing the ultrasound has done ultrasound. But most OBGYNs have ultrasound training during the course of their residency. In fact, it's required.
Thank you, Doctor.
There you go. Even more reason he should have done a more
At
thorough
32
test.
weeks, plus or minus, or up to 35 weeks, would you also expect on an ultrasound to see evidence of a decrease in amniotic fluid?
Yes.
You are aware that in this case, when Dr. Andrew performed the ultrasound, he indicated that the baby had a fetal heart rate of 140.
Yes.
What does that indicate to you, doctor?
Normal.
That's a normal heart rate. Fetuses in the third trimester, or after 20 weeks really, have a heart rate between 120 and 160. And it varies. It varies relative to baby's movements. If baby moves, the heart rate goes up just like you or I running down the hall.
Yeah.
And that's a good physiologic response. So the next time you measure baby's heartbeat and it's 150, it's in the normal range. It just depends on what the baby was doing just before you measured the heart rate.
So doctor, when we have this ultrasound and there's anywhere from 32 to 35 weeks, no indication that we have a growth restricted baby, no indication of any inequality between the head to abdomen ratio, no indication of low fluids.
He didn't measure
we have
that.
a solid heart rate of 140. What does that indicate?
Healthy
It
baby.
only means the baby is healthy.
And if we have a healthy baby on April 26th of 2017, would you expect to have a significant change in the outcome of that child in 1.5 weeks?
Yes. I would expect the baby to still be alive.
Still be alive?
Yes.
Thank you, doctor.
They didn't measure all of that. They took the heartbeat. So she has added those extra things in to make it sound like that's included. And it wasn't. They have no idea what the amniotic levels were. They have no idea what the abdominal circumference was. They have no idea what the skull circumference was. All he measured was one femur bone. That's it. And the heart rate of 140. You cannot make that assumption. That's sneaky. Sneaky.
When you look at everything that's been provided to you and everything that we've just discussed, is there anything in these records or anything in the defendant's statement to indicate this was an intrauterine growth restricted baby?
No.
Not that I could glean from the records.
I agree with that.
Let's talk a little bit more about stillbirth. There have been a lot of questions posed of some of the other doctors in this case about the condition of baby Richardson at birth. The defendant indicated in her interview that she doesn't know whether the cord was attached or not. What, if anything, does that mean to you?
It means absolutely nothing, because the definition of a live birth in the state of Ohio is a baby born after 20 weeks gestation, whether the cord's attached or the baby's attached to the cord's attached to the placenta, makes no difference. The baby has movement, respiratory effort, and a heartbeat. Doesn't matter whether the cord's attached or not, that's a live born.
There's been discussion about there might not have been a lot of amniotic fluid because she doesn't know if her water broke or not. What does that mean to you, doctor?
We have women coming into our triage unit daily that question whether their water's broke. We have patients come in bleeding, that just present with bleeding and come to find out part of them, their water was broke, mixed with a little blood. It doesn't take much blood, for example, to turn the toilet red. Just a few drops in the toilet turns it red.
Which is why the luminol in the carpet responded so much, because it could have quite easily been mixed in with the amniotic fluid and it was running down her legs as she's going to the bathroom. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. And reinforced at home.
Assume you could have blood when indeed it's amniotic fluid, or just all blood. So it's often difficult to tell as a patient, particularly if somebody has never delivered before, whether they've lost their fluid.
Plus there's the forewaters and then there's the hindwaters as well. You know, there's often a little pocket of water that's caught between the cervix and the baby's head, which is the forewater that can come through first when your cervix starts opening. And then there's the hindwater that's sort of blocked behind the baby. So if you think of like putting a plug in the bath, basically the head plugs it up in the birth canal and the water from behind the baby can't come out until it all comes out in a big splurge, which she may not have noticed if she's on the toilet.
Just bloody show, whatever.
And is it, if a female while she's pregnant has a little bit of blood or what have you, does that mean that the baby's going to be stillborn?
No.
Is it typical for women to spot during their pregnancy?
Yes.
What are
Up to
some
20% of patients will have spotting during the course of their pregnancy, or 1 in 5.
And for what reasons?
It can be just cervical irritation. The cervix, during the course of pregnancy, hormonal change, the cells on the cervix migrate to the outside of the cervix. It's kind of like cause bleeding.
Her daughter's birth and subsequent to her appointment, she had indicated that she could feel the baby moving inside of her.
Yes.
Does a dead baby move?
No.
No one's saying that. Oh.
And when we look,
Doctor,
adult drops dead on the floor of a heart attack, they're not going to move. A baby in utero that's not alive is not going to move. Now, if you jumped up and down,
She could have had movement at 32 weeks and still had a stillborn if that baby went into distress during labour. You cannot make that assumption.
you might.
live fetus?
Yeah.
I was starting to ask you,
Hello, baby.
are you aware that the only person that has ever laid eyes on baby Richardson is the defendant?
Yes.
And so she's the only one that knows what baby Richardson looked like when she was born.
Correct.
Were you also aware from reviewing her records that she worked at Child Watch?
Yes.
And that was a daycare at the
That's got to do
YMCA,
with
and
it.
that she worked with infants as young as 6 weeks of age.
Yes.
So she had some knowledge of babies.
Yes.
Are you aware that in her interview, she described baby Richardson as she was kind of big?
Yes.
She didn't say she was kind of small. She said she was kind of big.
Yes.
What do you do?
Is that indicative of a small baby or a
Oh,
particularly tiny
really?
baby?
Yes. Yes.
And that she made a gurgle,
Yes.
and that she moved,
Yes.
and that her arms in particular were moving.
Yes.
Are you aware that when they questioned her about how long her daughter was alive, she said 5 minutes?
Yes.
Mm.
Are you aware that throughout her interview, she talked about squeezing her daughter?
Yes.
And are you aware that when they questioned her about the timing of the squeezing versus the crying of her daughter, she said that she was crying before she squeezed her? Just a little crying, just a little crying.
I don't remember that.
Doctor, in your experience, babies that cry and gurgle and move their limbs, are those dead babies?
No.
She could have had a bit of fluid in her airways. Who knows? Who knows? Some babies often, before they bring them out to you, they give them a quick nasal suction and get rid of that before you get handed the baby. You don't see it, but could be anything. She could have been in respiratory distress, and who knows?
Are those signs of life
Yes.
not indicative of a stillbirth?
Not indicative of stillbirth.
Doctor, in this case, were you given the reports from the doctor that the defense retained, Dr. John White?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Dr. John White?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's a general obstetrician gynecologist at the Christ Hospital, practices out of the Christ Hospital.
He's not a maternal fetal specialist, correct?
Correct.
When he has a high-risk pregnancy or a high-risk baby, does he consult with you? With your
Yes.
practice?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Hello, baby.
I'm showing you two reports authored by Dr. White.
Yeah.
You've seen those before and had the opportunity to review them?
Yes.
When you are involved in a case, if you're presented with information or an opinion that's different from yours, are you willing to take it into consideration?
Yes, I'll take it into consideration.
When you read those reports, did anything that Dr. White put in his reports change your opinion on this case?
No.
You're aware that he has made a diagnosis of both intrauterine growth restriction and stillbirth?
Yes.
I'd like to go through those reports with you, if you will, starting with the February 7th report. Dr. White starts out by indicating that Ms. Richardson delivered a term female infant approximately 39 weeks.
Correct.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And that this was based on a femur length.
Yes.
That is the femur length, if you're aware, that was obtained by the anthropologist post-mortem. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There was never a femur length done in this case, was there?
No.
I have a kitty cat nagging me to go to bed.
He indicates in his second point that based on that 39-week guess as to the age of baby Richardson,
Yes,
that Ms. Richardson's likely conception date was around August 21st of 2016. Do you agree, based on your review of the records, that that is at least consistent with the timing of the relationship that she had with the baby's father?
Yes.
In his next point, he goes on to say that the pregnancy was likely complicated by intrauterine growth restriction. Would you agree?
Can you restate your question again, please?
In his third point, he goes on to indicate that he believes Ms. Richardson's pregnancy was likely complicated by intrauterine growth restriction.
That's what he states.
And he says this is based on a fundal height measurement of 32 weeks, correct?
Correct.
And based on that 32-week measurement and the fact that she had a baby a week and a half later, that there is, in fact, a 5-week leg in growth for baby Richardson.
That's what he says, yes.
Do you agree with that?
No.
Why not?
Because of the inaccuracy of fundal height measurements after 30 weeks particularly.
Yeah.
So if we go back to our original questions, if that 32-week fundal height measurement, which was done by hand, is inaccurate by 3 centimeters,
Felix.
then baby Richardson was in fact 35 weeks and then born approximately 1.5 weeks to 2 weeks later. We're now up to almost 37 weeks, correct?
Correct.
Objection. Improper question.
At that point, if a baby is born at approximately 37 weeks, would that be considered close to full term?
Yes.
Is that a 5-week leg then?
No.
I think we need to go to cross. gotten
but that
there.
information was contained and she only had a 15 until whether her weight was going up or down.
Yeah, we've been over that. Come on.
So that's her 15 pounds. And any of the gush or apparently could deflect morphic features on ultrasound or whether statement that
Oh my Lord.
how long one end attached to mom and one end attached to the baby?
To the uterus, or then the placenta.
Is it easier to cut the cord?
The cord.
Because we don't know, but let's assume the cord was not cut. Baby
Yes.
in the world. And so they're actually dropping out of you and there's nothing to catch or no one to catch, or Dr. Brady's not at the other end to help bring that baby out. Is that what you're talking about? That when the baby drops out, the weight of the baby can pull on that cord?
Yes.
And in that circumstance, can the weight of the baby break the cord?
Yes.
Does that mean that the cord was broken prior to?
No.
Okay, that gives us a,
Are you aware that there's no indication in any of these records that there was anyone to catch the baby, that she fell out of you, drops out of you to the full? The color of her child, Miss Richardson indicated that she was white. What significance do you attach to that, doctor?
None.
lower
And
gas.
why is that?
Because children don't take their first breath until they are outside of the uterus. They're in water. So they won't pink up until they start to cry.
Some babies come out blue, some come out pale, some come out pink. But they can all have normal heart rates. So I don't attach much significance at all to it.
In your career, have you had the experience of delivering a stillborn child?
Yes, unfortunately,
Many times?
many times.
And typically, what color are they?
White, pale, gray, depends how long they've been dead in utero.
Does the color of the baby alone at the time of birth give you any indication that this was a stillborn child?
No.
Can't make a determination. just
Dr.
on
White
colour
goes on to
only.
talk about the likelihood of this being an IUGR baby and that there was a fetal death.
Oh, God.
Typical labor.
And that any gurgling sounds that might have been heard were by virtue of the baby being born into the toilet. Do you agree with that, doctor?
No.
And why is
Overruled.
and why is that?
You shouldn't hear any gurgling out of a stillborn.
Can dead babies gurgle?
No.
On March 28th, we have a second report from Dr. White, correct?
Yes.
And at this point in time, there's no more, it's indicative of, it suggests that now he definitively says, we have IUGR and we have a stillbirth, correct?
He told Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Was everybody able to follow my instructions?
Please tell me you're at cross-examination. Come on now. We're still on day 3. Holy mother of mercy.
I apologize, Your Honor, if I can hold on a second.
Let me see how many. I think I went through this yesterday and said there was a lot of day 3.
Okay, doctor, I believe where we left off, we were on the second report dated March 28th from Dr. White. And he is now, instead of using the term likely, has, in this report,
Right, this is the last
indicated that this
one
is
for day
definitively an IUGR baby and still.
And then we have day 4 is pretty much day 4. We have 2, 3, 4.5, 5 hours of viewing, whereas today was like 8. So we've done well. We're on track. It was only the 6 days, so we'll do day 5 tomorrow and day 6 Friday, and we'll get through closings as well. Friday.
Dilbert.
Yeah.
Is there, when you look at this report, do you see any indication that there's new information that's been provided to him to change his position?
No.
One of the things that he changed in his report, if you look at number 6, was the date of conception for baby Richardson. And he says that the likely conception occurred in July 2016, and that based on that, her physical that she had for school, indicating that she was 134 pounds, now gives us a weight for the date of conception. Would you agree with that?
No, there's no way of knowing what the weight would have been at conception, regardless.
You agree, though, that he changed the conception date from his February 7th report, where he indicated that the likely conception date was around the end of August, and now moved it to July of 2016?
Yes.
Are you aware from the review of the records that Ms. Richardson and the baby's father were not even involved in July of 2016?
No.
If I were to indicate to you that they have both indicated that the relationship occurred over the month of August of 2017, would you accept that as accurate?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Information, if it was available at the time.
Do we go?
An attorney is allowed to ask a witness to accept a certain set of facts and to determine whether or not that set of facts changes the expert's opinion. It is your job as a jurors to determine whether or not those facts match up to the facts that have been proven as evidence in the case. So I will overrule the objection. Ms. Kraft, it does make sense to rephrase your question, though.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No.
Doctor, you would agree that
I
in
don't.
his third
No.
point, he again
No.
references that we have a 32-week fundal height,
I've
32.
refused to look. So I had planned to start another trial that was set for Monday, and I spent all weekend prepping for it and doing all of these beautiful presentations and tributes and all sorts of stuff. And then Sunday afternoon, I got back online just to double check what time the jury trial started on Monday, so I knew when to set my stream, and it had been postponed until May. So a couple of the lovely, I think it was Kelly and Nidawau, had actually mentioned this trial because of the defense attorneys and how good they were. And so I just pretty much downloaded the playlist, and here I am. So I'm coming into it with absolutely no knowledge, never heard of it before. I've just been scrolling, it came up. Oh, no, don't scroll. No spoilers, because I have no idea.
2-centimeter fundal height, which would make this a 32-week-old fetus, correct?
Correct.
No, I'm still on that.
Review all of the information pertinent.
We need to get to cross.
One dated April 9th of 2018 is 116 for purposes of identification.
How many times can you ask the same goddamn question? Come on. Come on, Charlie.
Brady, I'm Charlie Richardson. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
And you and I have never talked, have we?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You were paid by the prosecutors to come in here and give your opinion, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us how much you were paid to do all the work and come in here and give your opinion?
So far, I've been paid nothing.
Can you tell us how much you're going to charge for your work and your opinion?
For a court appearance, we charge, as members of our group, we charge $5,000 a day for a court appearance, because that's usually what it costs in our practice when we're away from our practice.
What about the 8 hours
That
of
doesn't
the
make any
interrogation tapes and preparing your report?
Come on,
You charge that
Charlie.
also?
Don't go
Charge
there.
$500 an hour.
And do you have a recollection as to how many hours you put in
Charlie, how much do you charge? Come on now. Don't go there.
to preparing a report? And she asked that.
Correct.
And that's true, isn't it?
Yes.
And when you're testifying for the defense, though, you're talking about civil cases, aren't you?
Oh, my
Indicated
God.
that you know Dr. John White, who will be testifying here next week, correct?
Yes.
And you come in here today to tell the jury that Dr. White is all wrong, correct?
You shouldn't scroll. Don't
Pretty
scroll.
much, yes.
And you know Dr. White's reputation in the obstetrics and gynecology community, don't you?
Yes.
And he's very respected, isn't he?
Yes.
And in fact, you're aware that
I'm actually going to, this should time it beautifully. There is another Sarah Boone hearing it's scheduled in 45 minutes that I was hoping to cover if we're still going. So this is it'll be the last pre-trial hearing to determine whether or not they're going to let, I think, the ex-husband testify to cover. Hello, madam.
You.
Yeah, to see whether or not they're going to let their ex-husband testify towards the battered spouse defence. So, yes, I'll see how I am in for 45 minutes. How are we, Tam?
Yeah, not
All
too
good?
bad, Joe. How are you?
Good. You got your coffee?
Yep, got my coffee.
Good. Then you can babysit while I make mine.
Okay.
Dr. White,
I've been fast forwarding a lot of this because a lot of it is repetitive and
That's what I said to you. If I hear from another OBGYN or coroner or
yeah.
forensic anthropologist, I think I'm going to scream.
Yeah. Well, we just
I
started
believe how they
cross-examination.
can all have different opinions, but I guess they can.
So this is the cross-examination of this specialist.
Dr. White.
Yeah. And the last one of day 3. So we'll end at day 3 on this. And hopefully Sarah Boone will have started. I'm going to have to try and cue that up whilst that's playing out. But I'm going to make myself a coffee first.
Okay.
And Laura went and scrolled and found out the answer. Now she doesn't know what to do.
Found out the answer to what?
The answer to, found out what the, she's disappeared. Found out. Let's skip to the verdict. No. You really need to hardwire it, don't you?
I just don't know what all the buttons do on
on StreamYard.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. It's all right. I found what I wanted.
Yeah. All right. I press play and I'm going to put the kettle on.
Okay.
was an expert in a case where 2 of your residents, where you were the attending physician, had been sued for malpractice. You're aware of that, aren't you?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So that worked. I turned
Yeah.
I left my mic
Familiar
up.
with the
Yeah.
case of Jazz Gaines versus Tri-Health and Good Samaritan Hospital?
I don't care.
State as I know that I've never been in court for malpractice.
Who cares if some of your colleagues have been in court?
And
Nothing to do with it.
right.
Correct.
And obstetricians and gynecologists rely on that, don't they?
Yes.
You rely on it, don't you?
Right.
Did you write any articles for that, by the way?
No.
Get to the point.
Doctor, I'm referring next, and you can see it on your monitor there.
Real.
I think it's like on maybe the 3rd page of this bulletin.
Policies and procedures.
It says clinical considerations and recommendations, correct?
Correct.
And right under that, what I've highlighted,
Fetus at
It wasn't
intrauterine demise. What's that mean?
an IUD.
intrauterine demise is where the baby succumbs in utero. In other words, an intrauterine death.
Oh, I thought it said intrauterine device, not demise.
Yeah, so did I. I was thinking, why would she have an IUD? She was struggling to get the pill.
Well, she was taking the pill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Laura wants to skip to the verdict.
Neonatal morbidity is where, first off, a neonate is defined as a newborn within the first 30 days of life.
Percentages. I want facts. Facts on this baby.
There is
I
no
don't
facts,
want-
is the problem.
Yes. But everyone's making assumptions. I can't believe that medical examiner.
They're just, oh, yeah.
My
I told
God.
you I wanted to slap her up the side of the
Oh,
head, mate. Are you serious? How do you work out that this child's it's a homicide, Like,
I have
it
never,
was
ever
putting
seen.
together the bones because that's all she's predicted.
And she couldn't make any, she admitted she couldn't make any determinations on that. That's why
Yeah,
they made the
exactly.
court. So how can you make it a violent homicide? Like,
Of
I've never
course.
seen a medical examiner use police interviews on manner to determine manner and cause of death.
Yeah.
That's not their job. They are there to present non-biased facts of the case.
Yeah, that's what I
Simple.
liked him said, what are you there for? To look at
Yeah,
the body. What'd you do?
just no.
So I'm not admin tonight, I take it.
You're always admin.
Oh, well, I mustn't have logged in. Oh, I didn't.
It's
It's going to jump me out if I do, though.
all right. I can put you back in if you do it now. There she goes. She'll be back. I don't want to see any more reports because talking is not evidence. Yes, you see Dr. Andrews. Yes, we know that. Yes. Yes, he's the father. And yes. No fetal lag. In your opinion.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
She's
Correct, you're right.
Your Honor, if I may have one moment.
Do that.
Rick, those are articles that already assume you've been diagnosed with intrauterine growth restriction. That's correct.
Oh, God.
Ask you if umbilical cord abnormalities result in IUGR. Correct?
Correct.
Based on the information that we have in this case, is there anything to diagnose an umbilical cord abnormality?
No.
You would agree that the defendant has given different statements in her interviews
Yeah,
about
she has.
whether
And
the
you've said it
intestine
many
is
times.
constitutionally small.
Mm,
Your Honor, can we ask the defendant to stand up for a moment?
really? She's
I would say
tiny.
thin-bodied. I'm not sure about height.
Yeah, she's only 5'2".
To me, measures height.
You can sit down, Ms. Richardson. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense is arguing that we now have a 7-week lag, according to a screening fundal height measurement, correct?
Correct.
Fundal height measurement, is it anything more than a screening tool?
No.
No.
All right, coffee, ready?
Would you disagree with Dr. Andrew when he said that his 32 centimeter measurement was not definitive and could be off by 3 to 4 weeks?
Yes.
You would agree or disagree?
Agree.
Agree. So if he's measuring 32 weeks, if it's not definitive and can be off by 3 to 4, which is why I assume again,
Object, Your Honor. That was never the testimony.
Overruled.
Never.
Overruled.
if that fundal height measurement can be off by that much, I assume that's why it's nothing more than a screening tool, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, we have a baby that, as documented by Dr. Andrew, is already in cephalic presentation, correct?
Yes.
So on April 26th, she could have been very easily 35 to 36 weeks pregnant.
Correct.
Yeah, she could have.
If she had a baby 1.5 weeks later, she's now up to 37.5 weeks pregnant, perhaps. Maybe 38.5 weeks pregnant, perhaps. Because again, we're making all of these determinations off of a screening tool, correct?
Correct.
If we now have a 38.5 week baby, is that diagnostic of intrauterine growth restriction?
No.
Is that diagnostic of stillbirth?
No.
Do we have any evidence to support that we definitively have a lag in this baby's growth?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Richter, D. Carls?
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, I apologize if I misstated my question that Ms. Kraft pointed out to you when she stood back up here on redirect. I thought, and obviously I probably didn't do this, but the abnormality of an umbilical cord is a symptom of IUGR, isn't it?
No.
It can be, though, can it not?
Yes.
I suppose it can, yes.
We just read in the
I had IUGR.
Sentinel disruption and umbilical cord problems as being a problem of IUGR, right?
Correct.
So it could be a symptom of IUGR, couldn't it?
Could be a symptom and/or a cause.
I didn't hear that.
And/or a cause.
Or cause.
Yeah, on the cause, that's right. Mine was the cause. The umbilical cord was the cause.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. You can step down. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are going to go ahead and end for the day. By nature, I'm not a very creative person, so it's difficult for me to keep finding ways to tell you the same instructions over and over again in new and different ways. I have to remind you again of essentially the same things that we have talked about. Now, I want to be serious about this one point, though, in that the longer that you are away from me, the more likely you are to forget the things that I am telling you. It is very important, because we're not going to see each other again until Monday. It is very important that you are not to do any research about this case. You are not to view any media reports. If you see a report come on television, flip it off. If you see something on your internet feed or see a newspaper, just go ahead and brush it aside. You might have people who you're going to come into contact with who are going to want to talk to you about this case, whether they know that you are a part of it or not. You have to tell them that you cannot talk about the case. Do not discuss the matters with the people at home. Stay away from the Eagle Ridge address in Carlisle, and do not begin to form an opinion how this case should be decided. The farther we get into the evidence, the more that you might start to think that you have enough to start thinking about how this case should come out. You don't. So when we start back up with the evidence on Monday, we'll do the same thing that we did today. Let's plan on being here at 8:45 with the idea of being here, of starting at 9 o'clock.
Before you release the jury, Judge?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can stretch out if you want. One last point, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't even know that this is a problem, but I like to talk about problems before they become problems, is the evidence that you are going to consider comes from this side of the courtroom. The witness stand, what's on the screen. What the lawyers say is not evidence. What people in the gallery say or how they respond to the evidence is also not evidence. So because we are a bit mushed up, you might be able to hear, I don't know if you can, overhear conversations about what goes on in the gallery, people talking about the case. I don't think that's probably the case, but if you do, you need to disregard whatever conversation you might hear on that side, focus on what happens on this side. All right, that's all. Mr. Mullins, you can take the jury out.
He needs to make a tape recording of everything he says to the jury.
Record outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Rickers, do you want to make a record of the sidebar or not?
I think I do, Your Honor. Just out of safety precautions. Call an objection, but I'd like the record to reflect that behind the prosecutor's table are, I think, 4 or 5 employees directly behind the prosecutor. I don't know. I recognize some of these ladies. Two for the prosecutor's office. I don't know if the other people are part of court personnel or what. But I noticed that they were talking while proceedings were going on. And my only concern, and I'm not saying that this is true, but my only concern is that they may be talking about the facts of this case or their opinions about this case, and they're no further than 5 feet away from the juror in the corner there. I'm concerned that if they are talking about their opinions about this case or anything like that, that it could taint the jury. That's all I'm saying. And I don't know what you guys know. I don't know.
Has Kraft any response from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. With respect to the conduct of folks in the gallery, I don't know that this has been a problem. I haven't noticed that it's been a problem. If there is any conversation that goes on in the gallery, you keep your voices low. If I discover that this is happening or I have any reason to believe that this is happening, you will be asked to leave and not permitted to return. One other thing with regard to the evidence while we're on the subject, if you're here watching, then the jury is not interested in your reactions to the testimony and what's going on. So if I find your reactions to be distracting to me, potentially distracting to the jury, the same thing will happen. You will be asked to leave and you will not return. All right. We'll see everybody 8:45 on Monday. Let's reconvene in about 10 minutes in Judge Teep's jury room. I think I will get that right eventually. And we'll just talk about some housekeeping matters before we leave for the weekend. Anything else from the state? Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We're in recess.
Session, the audience is seated.
Are you ready for a jury? All right, Ms. Mullins, go get a jury. Ladies and gentlemen,
So we're
welcome
on
back.
to
Was
day
everybody able to
4.
follow my instructions and admonitions over the break?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll give
I
you a
want to
couple
know
of
what would
seconds there to
happen
get
if they said,
oriented
no, we
to your
didn't.
transcripts. All right. I don't. Are we?
People, you feel like, when you say Annabelle up there, you need to know, you told us everything. There's nothing else, okay? I don't know what's going to happen. That is not up to us, okay? I don't know. Do you feel it? You keep saying that. Do you feel like you should be? I don't think you should. You're right. I don't know what's going to happen because those are decisions I can't make because that's not what I do. But I will tell you.
Whoa, that's noisy.
It went over to day 4.
Let me turn that down. I've got it boosted and it was really noisy. I could hear that from the kitchen. We've gone back to
We're on day 4.
the interrogation.
Yeah.
Okay. I just looked up Sarah
And now
Boone.
it's,
I'll
sorry.
pause it. I just looked up Sarah Boone.
Yeah.
That's not going to start until 5 a.m. 3:30 for 2.5 hours.
Oh,
On every
wow.
channel. I thought it was 3 on every feed. So,
Yeah,
if you're happy,
nah.
no, I'm not going to wait till 5. But for everyone else, I can probably do a little bit longer, maybe another half hour.
Yeah.
Everyone's keen to keep going. We may
How
as
long
well.
does this one go for? How long does this one go for?
This one is 1 hour 40 minutes.
You'll find there'll be a bit you can scoot through.
If it's just going back over the interrogation that we've already seen, I don't understand why. Oh, no, I haven't seen that bit. Okay. Perhaps.
Yeah, because some of it could be different.
I saw that start bit with the 2 of them, and then he leaves. Who's that chick in the white? All right, let's have a look from here. It looks like another chick comes in.
I've been in your shoes and I was young when I had my daughter, but
Yeah, that's really bad. Or is it just
Yeah.
my ear?
No, it's bad.
Let me see if I can change the
there's a
date.
different set of circumstances, you know? I don't know. I know your family. I don't know if you have the kind of parents that, like mine, probably would have told me if I had, if I got pregnant. They, I really would have probably been really scared to tell them.
Yeah, I can hardly hear though.
I was out of the house when I got pregnant, so it's a different circumstance.
The
You
latter,
know,
I
like I
put
told
it,
you before, Skyler, this isn't a situation where you had her and threw her in the trash. You've seen that on the news. People just throw their kids away with trash. You didn't do that. You tried to cremate her, tried to bury her. You tried to keep her close to you. I don't know if he's talking to them right now or not, so we'll have to wait for him to come back here. No, I said he might be talking to them now. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't. It's something that I can't. Oh, there he is. Sorry. Here's him. She was worried about her parents and where they were. That's why I told her you probably weren't talking to them.
I've been talking to your parents. Not, I haven't told them what we talked. I didn't tell them anything that we talked about today.
Yeah, I didn't tell them.
I didn't tell them literally anything that we talked about today.
Oh.
I just told her that your dad, I said, like I told you when I first called you, we had more questions that
Yeah,
came up
yeah.
as a result of the coroner's investigation. I said, we're speaking with Skyler. I said, she's being honest. I said, still just a very remorseful remorseful. You probably sorry. I just want to let you know that very remorseful young woman, and still a scared girl. I said, she's helping answer a lot of the questions that resolved as a result of the examination from the doctors. And I said, as such, she is, she's helping us understand. So, and that's where we are.
She just said express it
Kirby.
to you.
We are.
You're 18 years old. You were still 17, yeah, but you were close. That this would be a completely different situation. That's what I was telling your dad. I said, I'm sorry, it's not. I don't have a reason to tell him that. And you've earned the right because you're 18 years old and you're Annabelle's mom. You have the right.
I have got the full interrogation video of Sarah Boone. Uh-huh. I just saw that. Oh, it's a members only one. Oh, you son of a. God damn you. Just
the CC is cracking me up.
like
Who's that?
Hey?
The CC is cracking me up.
Oh yeah, they never get it right.
Oh yeah, that's hilarious.
I know that it's going to be hard. I know that, I'm sure. But how do you want? Do you want to do that here? Like, do you want her to talk to them and tell them? Like, can I get to go home? She's asking you how you want. I'm asking you if you wanted to do it here. No, I want to go home and tell them. Okay, so you don't want to do it here. Okay, I'm just asking. I would want to do it here because I wouldn't want to be alone with them. But yeah, I was just curious. Okay, so. Do we have a plan for
I think the parents are just about to come in after this, aren't they?
I had a water bottle in the Pepsi, so I'm going to step out to the restroom. That's my immediate plan. I'm sorry. You want some water? That's too much information, but I'll be right back. Step into that. All right. I know.
Just say the word lawyer, honey.
I know she sits here for ages with this shit.
Yeah.
Where her parents come in. And she just keeps saying, am I going to go to jail? Am I? That's good.
Okay. So, here's the deal. I think you already know that you're not going home. We just got the answer. So, my question for you is, you've been so forward with us, we want to extend you every courtesy. Do you want to talk to your parents here before you go? Do you want to do that, or do you just want to wait and talk to them later? It's totally up to you. I know, that's up to a judge. Like I told you, I'm not BSing you. All of these decisions from here on out are up to a judge. So when you get out, all the kinds of things. But my question right now, which we can control, is, do you want to have a conversation with your parents so that they understand why you're going, or do you not? It's up to you. You're 18. You can do whatever you want to do. Do you want to talk to them here? We would be in the room just because we have to make sure everybody's safe. Do you want to talk to them here, or do you just want to have a conversation with them later? That is up to you. No one's judging you, whatever you decide to do. I mean, if you want to talk to them, the problem is if you want to talk to them, they're going to want to know why you're going to jail. We have not told them anything. You are 18.
Yeah, I have not.
We have not told them
mom and dad.
They know nothing. They don't know you're going to jail. So
all I told them there was more evidence through the forensic examination, just like I told you when we started. I said, and Skyler's being honest. I feel like she's being honest with us. That's all I told him. I said,
that's why we want to know if you want to talk to them or not. Or we can just tell them that we can't tell them anything because you're 18 and that you're going to. They're going to see, that. I'm just asking you because they're going to see it eventually. You know how the news is. You know how they've already been. They're ridiculous.
You've seen when the parents were in there, have you?
Whenever they decide to charge you, they're going to see that stuff.
I wouldn't mind just showing Laura a bit of that because, yeah, she didn't see it yesterday, and that broke my heart. Just to give her an idea of what.
Yeah, the situation with the mother and the father and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Once you get an attorney and, all the court system, whatever happens, then things will be a little bit different. So it's a whole process that happens.
Did you just possibly let me come back?
Yeah, sometimes they'll do like, put up a bond, like your parents have to put a bond. The judge decides all of that. He might have to be like, I don't know, monitoring people with like monitors on their ankles. Sometimes he does that. Sometimes you're on house arrest. Sometimes,
Okay, this is where the parents come in.
Yeah. Yeah, Kelly, the parents come back in. This is the interview on the 20th
Just
of the
watch the
7th.
mother. Watch the
We're just
mother.
replaying. It replays it 1,000
So it
times
depends
during this
on
trial.
how full they are and where they have space. Sometimes, like parts of the jail are just like individual like cells or rooms. Parts of it is like a dorm, like we have rooms and we have like a big common area. So it really just depends on where they have room to put you. I don't know how many females are in there right now. So initially you'll probably go in like one of those rooms where it's just you, kind of like the intake stuff, and then they'll figure out.
On the swings.
I think they're gonna make sure that you're safe. We always try to make sure people are safe. You're young, so we'll probably keep you separate.
So she's been told that she's getting arrested and detained now.
Yeah.
Okay.
They keep changing their mind.
Yeah.
That's a detective from my department, Brandy, who's been here with me today. She is in here with us.
So this is the second time they've come in. Because the mother didn't do that first
What
time.
happens is,
So they must have been, she must have been charged now and they know. Yeah?
Oh, I
Because
thought this was...
No, the mother did not hug her. And the
Yeah, but then
detective,
she goes and sits around this side. Anyway, keep going. We'll see what happens. Because she's only just telling them.
honey, tell us what's going on. He says you have to tell us you're 18. You can't tell us.
I tried to clean the baby just a little.
You tried to clean
That's not the second time.
And then I didn't. Well, not really better.
So you delivered a live baby, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but I wasn't really sure. I didn't think she was going to a heartbeat.
Yeah, exactly, Kelly. She knows that they're watching.
But this is a horrible mess.
so this is after she's been, so I reckon they've used the read technique on her.
Oh.
And then she's changed her story to suit
Correct.
them. So maybe I go back and just have a listen to what that.
No, there's none of it here. They're just sitting around watching, the detective's watching her iPhone. I don't even know why they're replaying this.
Yeah, it was the bloke that did it, and he's not even in this interrogation.
That's right. Then the detective, this
they
chick was
skipped
just sitting there playing with the phone and talking to her the whole time.
Her what it's going to be like in jail. So they've skipped the coercion, basically.
Yeah, and left her there for nearly an hour, or probably an hour, by herself.
He comes in here, so let's have a look. See what he's got to say.
Not going home. We just got the answer. So my question for you is, you've been so forward with us, we want to extend you every courtesy. Do you want to talk to your parents here before you go? Do you want to do that, or do you just want to wait and talk to them later? It's totally up to you. I know that's up to a judge. Like I told you, I'm not BSing you. All of these decisions from here on out are up to a judge. So when you get out, all the kinds of things. But my question right now, which we can control, is: do you want to have a conversation with your parents so that they understand where you're going, or do you not? It's up to you. You're 18. You can do whatever you want to do. Do you want to talk to them here?
So she doesn't confess to this chick.
No, she was there with the guy detective, the bald one, when they were doing the read technique. And like before they started the read technique, she was saying, no, the baby was white, it was dead, and I didn't cut the umbilical cord, it was broken, and blah, blah, blah. And that's when they just kept going. Sorry?
That's not this one, that's the one from the other day.
Yeah, no, that is this one. This is the 20th of the 7th. See the date there? 7/20?
So at the start of this, he's doing the read technique, is he?
On the 20th. Because they're the ones that brought up the word cremate.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he was in there before. They're not showing the whole thing. I mean, this is 6 o'clock at night. They started this interview well before that. It was hours that she was there.
And maybe if I go back to, keep playing this from here, but I'll go back to the parents. And I'll go and have a look at the end of the other one and see where it starts. All right.
And yeah, and Mum did give her the obligatory hug.
Yeah.
What happens is,
You think we're doing something? Okay, you guys want to know something?
Tony, tell us what's going on. He says you have to tell us you're 18. You can't tell us.
I tried to cremate the baby just a little.
You tried to cremate the baby?
Yeah, and then I did it as well. Well, not everything I really did you say that.
So you delivered a live baby, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but I wasn't really sure. I didn't think she wasn't if it's in a heartbeat.
I'm so lucky, but this is a horrible mess.
Yeah.
We're so lucky that this is horrible. I love the C6.
Okay. So it was the 20th.
This is the second interview.
Yeah, they're wearing completely different.
She absolutely has to go. She absolutely has to go to jail now.
You may continue.
Sir, there were several times in that interview where you told her that you didn't believe that she purposely killed her baby. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, I do.
Why were you saying that?
We're at the part of the interview where I felt like and was pretty certain she was getting closer to confessing and telling us more of the truth. And just from experience of interviews over the course of my 20-year career, her behavior wasn't anything that was out of the normal or atypical, so to speak. And a lot of times if the person talking to you just gets completely focused on the negative outcome or just thinking, what are you going to do to me? What are you going to do to me before I've done? Things just stall right there.
Okay. And so what do you try to do to prevent that from stalling?
Just redirect her instead of dwelling on the consequences, just to be honest, just to try to get to the truth and go ahead and not focus on what the possible outcome is, because none of us even know what that outcome could be, but just getting her to be comfortable enough to tell the truth.
Okay.
No, you lied to
that,
her.
Strike that.
The last,
So during the course of your investigation, did you, along with
the two police interviews prior to this are dated the 14th.
That's correct. The 14th to the 7th was the first interview. Yeah, this is part of the 20th, yeah. But it was like 7 hours. It wasn't, they just keep showing clips from them. They haven't shown us, obviously, the full thing
Unless
of it.
it's coming up. I'll keep playing
Detective Carter interview members from Hilltop OBGYN?
We did, yes, sir.
And specifically on July 24th of 2017, was one of the people that you interviewed Michelle Prophet?
Yes, she was.
What is Ms. Prophet's relationship to the defendant, Ms. Richardson?
I believe she was her aunt. She identified herself as Skyler's aunt.
And what is Ms. Prophet's position there at Hilltop OBGYN?
I think she was the office manager in the office there.
I want to direct your attention to August the 2nd of 2017. Were you present when a buccal swab was collected from an individual by the name of Trey Johnson?
Yes, I was.
Who collected that swab, sir?
Detective Carter.
Could you explain to the jury the process by which she collects a buccal swab?
Detective Carter and I went to Trey's residence and made contact there. And it's actually what he's talking about, the buccal swab. A more simpler way to put it almost just looks like a big Q-tip. It's something that you will just take and rub on the inside. The person will take and rub on the inside of their mouth, just getting DNA from inside there on the Q-tip. Then we'll package it and put it into evidence.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 91. Can you take a look at that? Tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at.
We will stipulate, Your Honor.
Again, this isn't.
Yeah, I recognize the Q-tip.
Does that satisfy the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, they stipulate. Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Overall, sorry.
Would you make one?
Good morning, Lieutenant Payne.
I'm sorry.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning.
July 14th of 2017, almost 2 years ago, you drove out.
I'm sorry. I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you.
I can't see anything.
Well, sure, it looks like the microphone's on, Your
Can you
Honor.
give me just 1 second? Actually, I have hearing loss. I have hearing aids in, and I'm going to turn the volume up. Voice is just a little bit quieter than Mr. Knippen's voice, so let me turn up my volume. Okay, thank you.
Let me know.
Yes.
July 14th, more than 2 years ago, 2017.
Yes.
You go out to the Richardson home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you went out because there was a report from Hilltop that Skyler had delivered a stillborn baby and buried her in her backyard, correct?
Yes, correct.
And when you arrived, shortly thereafter, Scott Richardson, Skyler's dad, pulls up in his truck, correct?
That's correct.
And you said you wanted to speak with his daughter.
Correct.
And he says she's at her grandmother's house, but I can get her here very soon, correct?
Yes.
And she arrives within minutes.
Yes.
And you told Scott that she was not in trouble, correct?
I told Scott she was not in trouble.
Scott. You told
Oh,
Scott.
Scott, that was not in trouble. I don't recall saying she was not in trouble. I just recall telling him we had a report and I needed to ask her questions about it, that she would be the one either to corroborate it or basically tell us it wasn't true.
So Skyler rides with her dad in his truck to the Carlisle police station, correct?
Yes, correct.
And in that 6x8 windowless room, Skyler details for the first time what happened in the early morning hours of May 7th to you and Officer Gee, correct?
Correct.
Officer
And
Gee.
she had no lawyer present, correct?
Correct.
Skyler told you that Annabelle had no heartbeat, correct?
Yes.
She was not moving.
Correct.
She was not breathing.
Correct.
She told you she delivered a dead baby, correct?
Correct.
And
Good.
you did not write a police report in this case, correct?
Correct. I did not.
But you are familiar with Detective Carter's report, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed that.
Yes. I'm not sure if I was the one that signed on that or not, because I haven't seen it. Like you said, it's been a couple of years, but most likely I would have been the one to sign it all.
And it's about a 10-page, I can show it to you if you'd like to see it, but it's about a 10-page, single-spaced report from the lead detective, Detective Carter, correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And it's important in a police report to be objective. You'd agree with that, correct?
Yes.
And it's important because judges rely on police reports on occasion, correct?
Yes.
Prosecutors
Then
rely
why
on it,
didn't you write one?
Correct.
and
Yeah,
defense lawyers
exactly.
rely on it.
Exactly.
And what that means is that it's important to put both sides of the story in the report, not just one side. Is that correct?
What do you mean by both sides?
Well, when I say you agree that you should be objective, right?
Yes, we should just be reporting what the facts that we are ascertaining from the investigation. Yes.
And if new facts arrive later, you can always supplement your report, right?
Yes.
And you're trained to do that if new important.
All right, people. I need 111 subscribers.
111.
And I'm done. 111. Let's have a subathon.
We're in the money.
Well, at least meet the qualifications.
Yeah, that's it.
Let's subathon. Even if I can get 11 today, that'd be wicked.
Okay, I'll go into my 15-year-old's room in a minute and I'll subscribe
Yes.
you.
Go and create a YouTube account on every email you've got.
Now I could go set up a few more.
Yeah.
Not a problem. Go get some Gmail accounts.
Log into Ricky's sub.
I can do
Guys
that. Yeah.
arrive later.
Yes, when needed. Yes.
And in fact, in this case, Detective Carter had numerous different dates in her report, even all the way into August, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm going to object to the line of questioning. Can we approach?
Correct?
Yes.
You might have even signed off on it, correct?
Yes, possibly. It would have been a long time, probably 2 years ago, but yes.
All right. And she didn't put in her report anything about Skyler being confused about this conversation about burning, correct?
I'm not familiar. I don't recall. Like I said, it's been over 2 years since I've seen that. If that is possible, but if I,
Can you subscribe to his son as well? It
That's right,
doesn't mean
3
anything. It's not like you're committed to anything whatsoever. It's just one of those
We just
stupid benchmark tools that YouTube
turn off their notifications so that they don't know they're even subscribed.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, they set it at a certain amount so that they can then justify that this person is obviously popular enough for me to allow them to post, or for me to put them forward to an advertiser. That's all it is. It's ridiculous.
We know you're popular enough, Joe.
It's not like it's a contract. It's not a commitment. There is no financial anything to it. It is just simply part of the algorithm. That's all it is. So
Hey, I'm going to see Vivi tomorrow. I'll get Vivi to subscribe.
Wicked.
without a copy of the report, I wouldn't know.
And as I find the report, oh, here it is. I'm going to give you, may I approach it? You may. This is a copy of the report. There's some notes on it.
Thank you.
And if you ever want time to review it, just let me know and we can do that. That report bait stamp on that, the top right is what number?
Yes.
What's the number of the bait stamp? Top right.
Putting your lippy on.
You're talking about the 17 CR 33292?
Is it 37 on the top?
36, 36 on top.
36. And if you flip to the last page, how long is that report?
46.
So it's a 10-page single-spaced report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In the report, there's nothing in there about Skyler denying burning 17 times, correct?
17 times.
How many times?
17
Did she
times.
deny burning at all?
No. And when you ask that question, I assume, are you referring to the interview on the 20th?
I'm referring to the report. If there's anything in the report that the detective gave the defense, the prosecutor's office, the judge in this case, as to Skyler saying there was no burning.
Would you like me to read that too? I feel like I will probably have to read it to answer that question.
If you may have.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you go ahead and review that for a second? Mr. Mullins, Ms. Yezo, I neglected after the statement to go ahead and collect the transcripts. Why don't you do that while Mr. Fain has the opportunity to read that over?
I'm trying to be brief.
See, if he wrote a report, he would have known the answer.
Well, yeah, just for future reference, if you're running a video, the L button makes it go 10 seconds forward, the J button makes it go 10 seconds backwards, and the K button pauses it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, that's why I go L, 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 L. It's easier than scrolling down the bottom. You can see the picture, but sometimes you just need to use a lot. How many times are we going to go over this? It's the same testimony.
The only thing, you know, when you're lighting a cigarette or something else with the lighter, and you burn your finger, but you know the nails, they burn really well. See these nails? Where am I? See these lovely pink nails?
Yeah, but you've got plastic. Yeah, they're saying
didn't
combusted
have
with
nails.
a cigarette lighter.
No, I try that all the time. It doesn't work. It's like that other stupid woman. They said, you know, you can't light a baby with a cigarette lighter, and she said,
Yeah.
"No, I've never tried." Like,
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
really? You've never tried?
But stick to a
We do that all the
story.
time. Try and burn our babies.
Stick to a story about
Oh, the homicidal death. Yeah.
yeah. All right. If they keep repeating the same
I know.
testimony, I'm going to just
Then when the flames reached chest level, she realized it was wrong and put out the fire. That's what she put in her report, correct?
She took the baby up to here.
And she also put in her report that
It's only
the
a chest
anthropologist,
and arms.
and I'm back on page 37, the bottom,
110
relayed to you
You
through
subscriber. Thank you, Linda.
corner up the grove, that Dr. Murray, the anthropologist, advised that the remains of the infant had been burned, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. See, that's
There's
where
nothing in the report about Skyler.
Is her name Linda? I just got a notification. There you go. Thank you.
Linda.
Saying that
Linda,
Annabelle was
thanks
white
for
when
the
she was delivered,
subscription.
correct?
Yeah.
You don't know about.
Welcome to the fam.
Not that I see here, no.
Nothing about, nothing in the report that Skyler said she had no heartbeat, correct?
Oh. We've even had this witness before.
Yeah,
been on
he's
show
the cop that
before.
interviewed her.
Yeah. Does anything, you've seen this, does anything else come out? No?
No, just that he's an a-hole. And
All right. Executive decision made. L. Is it still him?
All right, we are back on the record in the Richardson case.
I like the
Mr. Commissioner, are we
judge.
ready, Ms. Kraft, on behalf of the state?
Yes.
Mr. Rickers, are we ready on behalf of the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just a reminder to the folks in the gallery about our general rules. If you have a phone and electronic.
The state hasn't even rested yet, have they?
No.
It's the same witness. Oh, no, there's one. There's a newbie. Okay. This would be Brandon's. Oh, this is the this is the boyfriend that she was with when she.
Not the one that's the father of the baby. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. This is different. I'm happy to listen to this. Come on down, Brandon Saylor.
Next witness.
This time the state would call Brandon Saylor.
What excuse did she use to say no to having sex with him? I wonder.
I don't know.
Sorry, honey, I'm on
She
my
jumped into bed with the father pretty quick though. Like they were only going out for a couple of weeks.
Well, they did it twice, and one of them was unprotected.
Yes, yes.
But yeah, like, how did he not know? This the boyfriend, and you know, there's generally quite a few weeks of recovery once you've had a baby. How do you explain that to a randy 18-year-old? I mean, that's what the
One of the cops didn't even know. The one in uniform earlier. They said to him, "Did you know that women bleed?" No.
You tell me one 18-year-old that doesn't have that on his mind 24/7.
Yeah, that's it. This woman needs to get some sleep. She's got terrible bags under her eyes.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in these proceedings to be the truth, the whole truth,
He
nothing
needs,
but the truth, so help you God.
he needs some tear trough fillers. That's what she needs.
So do I suppose.
We'll go to Thailand and we'll just get all zhuzhed. I want some zhuzhing. I need some zhuzhing.
I want some boobs. Yeah, well, chair.
You can have them.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. You're going to have to speak up so that they can hear you, okay? Can you please state your full name for the record, spelling your last?
Go back. Watch this. Father.
Mm-hmm.
Where's mother?
Yeah, she's not there again.
Nope.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. You're going to have to speak up so that they can hear you, okay? Can you please state your full name for the record, spelling your last?
Brandon Saylor, Saylor.
And Brandon, as we sit here today, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Ms. Kraft, I apologize for interrupting your I had a note here. Is this one of the witnesses that elected not to be
Your
photographed,
Honor.
right?
Too late.
All right, so this is one of our witnesses who elect not to be photographed. If we could please adjust ourselves accordingly.
There was another one the other day, wasn't there, where they weren't at first and then, oh, all of a sudden you're on camera.
Are you attending college now?
Yes.
And where are you going to school at?
I go to my
Aww.
university.
What does it look like?
In your sophomore year?
Correct.
So I should adjust
Where did you go to high school?
I went to Carlisle High School.
I don't like the shirt.
While you were at Carlisle High School, did you become familiar with an individual by the name of Skyler Richardson?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually know her by the name Skyler?
Correct, yeah.
At some point, did you and Skyler start dating?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately when that was?
January 30th of 2017.
And at some point, did you start getting your jiggy on? Do, 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 do.
Hey, Bri.
Hello, Mr. Brown. Oh, I clicked it. You clicked it.
You clicked
It's silly time.
I don't know. I don't think he looks older than 19. I don't think he looks older than 19.
He's very tall. We're at the 5-hour
Maybe.
mark and Jody's hit silly time. Sorry.
Are you nervous, Brandon?
Yeah.
Okay, because you're talking really, really quiet, okay? And I want to make sure Ms. Kilgore can hear you, and I want to make sure the jury can hear you.
Mr.
okay?
Sherry, if you move forward and speak into the red light, that will help you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Over
Thanks,
the
Brandon.
light, Brandon.
So I think you just said you started dating January 30th of 2017?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know her for a period of time before you started dating her?
Roughly a month, yeah.
And when you and her started dating, what year were you in school?
I was a junior.
She was a senior?
Correct.
So she was a year ahead of you?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you knew her approximately a month?
So how old are you when you were a senior? 17?
18. 18. She's a year older than him.
At the time.
Yes, at the time.
Before you started dating?
Give or take, yeah.
Okay. You guys started getting pretty serious after you started dating?
Yes.
Okay. And did you spend a lot of time together?
Yes.
How much time do you
Did
think you
you
would
bang
spend in any given week?
Did you have sex?
I don't know, like 5-6 days.
By spring break of that year, did you guys have an opportunity to spend some time together over spring break?
Yes.
Can you please explain how that came about?
So for high school, we went to Fort Walton Beach for a baseball tournament, and Mrs. Richardson
Got
went
it
to Destin
on.
on a family vacation.
Okay. So when you say we went, who is we?
Me and my family.
Okay. So your family was on spring break in one location, and Miss Richardson was on spring break at another location?
Correct.
Were they in close proximity to each other, though?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of that spring break, did you guys make arrangements to meet up several times during that spring break?
Yes.
Brandon, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 134K for purposes of identification.
Did he get laid?
Is that a picture of you and Miss Richardson when you were on spring break that year?
Yes.
How serious were you two, Brandon?
I would say pretty serious.
Pretty serious? Recognizing you were a senior or junior, I'm sorry, and she was a senior. For you, did it seem like a pretty significant relationship?
I would say so, yeah.
No problems with contraception.
When you guys were together, did you spend a lot of time texting?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the thing kids do these days, right? There's a lot of texting going
It
on.
was doubly protected. She was pregnant and on the pill.
That's right.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54 for purposes of identification. Was that your cell phone that you had in 2017?
I believe so, yeah.
And was that phone taken from you as part of the investigation for this case?
Yes.
Prior to that phone being taken from you, was that a phone that you would have used to text Ms. Richardson from?
Yes.
Nah, I use my burner.
That's the
I'm
next
going to ask
I'd
you if
like
you
to do.
recall.
I've got to work out how to attach a burner phone to this somehow. There's got to be a way. Just haven't worked it out yet.
Just go down and get one of them $2 ones at Woolies.
Yeah, but I've
The
got to be
$2
able
SIM
to
card.
connect
And
it
if,
to the live
Yeah.
stream.
oh, I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, no, neither do I. I've got to Google that. Time is just, it just goes. Goes and goes. Just go.
If the phone number for that phone was 513
Who cares what the phone
267
number was?
20, her own personal cell
Right.
phone.
Yes, she did.
She did. Okay, and do you recall if the phone number for that phone was 1-937-405-9482?
Go.
Yeah,
If you don't recall phone number, that's fine.
I don't recall if that's the exact phone number, no.
Okay. Did you learn at some point during the investigation her personal cell phone was taken from her?
Yes.
Texted you?
Who cares?
Oh, this is all the
Oh, we're
text
going to go through
messages.
some photos and messages, are we? Or-
Oh, mate, we're going to read
Another
4,000 of them.
Really?
In your phone, there is a contact for Kim Richardson, and you can probably see.
Why? How does this make?
It doesn't.
How does this prove that she gave birth to a stillborn baby?
It doesn't.
Oh my God!
Yeah, if you see her in that red dress, right,
You can't tell.
2 days before she's about to give birth.
That one, you can't tell.
Yeah, you can, but that's how I looked when I was pregnant with my first one and my third one. Second one was different.
Oh no, you can definitely tell I was pregnant. Definitely.
I reckon you could tell she was there too.
I mean, she's got way bigger boobs for sure. But
My eyes, yeah.
what did Bry call them? Emerson's disease. Emerson big boobies. And there's a whole heap of text messages between them. Awesome. Yeah, that proves a lot. Yeah, more text. Oh, I saw a big dick on there.
Where?
I did. I saw it in writing. My eyes are tuned. You see? Big Dick Willie. See? I reckon that's his name on her phone, isn't it?
On her phone, yeah. It's actually in the contacts part. I wonder if he knew.
Big Dick Willie. Right. What happens if he rang and your mother saw who was like, really? You see, I'm honed on that stuff.
That's right. A friend of mine that was at that poker game that got busted, right? The police have got her phone in their hand, right? Saying, do you know this person? And she's going, no. Oh, isn't it? Next thing you know, that person is actually ringing on her phone. Well, the cop's got the phone in his hand. And she's just said, no, I don't know him. He's named as a contact in a phone, the right name and everything. And the phone's ringing. It was a classic. No.
I remember when I broke up with my husband and I had a bit of a experimental phase. And so and my kids got my phone once and they went, Mum, what does Michael FB stand for? I'm like, just someone from Facebook, honey.
FB, yeah, Facebook. That's very good improvision. I'll try to remember that one for next time. Yeah.
It was pretty quick. I'm actually just looking for where she starts telling him she's got cramps because I reckon she was.
But you were just on that a second ago.
Yeah, that was on the 6th. I noticed that. That's why I'm going back to see if there's any more.
Yeah, because they're in reverse order, aren't they?
Yeah. Ones.
Oh, that page. What's that page?
Not terrible in all of them. So right down the bottom here, it says, I'm so sorry for not replying.
Here, it's this one. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the 6th of May.
Yes.
And she gave birth the 7th. But I thought she...
Correct. At 2 o'clock in the morning on the 7th.
I thought the day before that, she had gone to a baseball game with her parents, and the day before that was the prom. And she was having cramps then too. So...
On the 6th, yeah, she went to the football game. Or whatever it was, baseball, football, I don't know. Jodie screaming.
There's what? No, so busy. Yeah. Okay, it might have been a little while, all right, Kelly. So yeah, I reckon it was 2 days.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
I'm so sorry for applying.
But really, it doesn't get painful until they're only a few minutes apart.
Yeah, but if she's been in like labour for that long, the baby could have quite easily gone into distress.
Oh, definitely, yes,
Yeah.
and yeah, ended up with a stillbirth, 100%, yeah, 100%.
That's where I was going with that.
Yeah, because they don't let you go over 24 hours these days. That's why I wouldn't go until mine were only like 2 minutes apart, because I wasn't having a Caesar unless, you know, they had to.
So I can't see. Can't see any more.
See, at that point in time, tell you what's going on?
No.
Does she give you any indication that she's having cramps from something other than her period?
No.
You're still left to believe that that's what that weekend was about?
Yes.
Everybody ends up going home that evening after the game? You go back to your house, she goes home with her parents?
Yeah.
Okay. After you guys got home from the game and she goes to her house and she goes to bed, do you know what, if anything, happens that evening, Brandon?
I do not.
Do you at that time have any idea what happens into the early morning hours of May 7th?
No.
At that time, did you have any knowledge that she gave birth to her daughter that night?
No.
At that time, did you have any knowledge that she buried her daughter in the backyard?
No.
The next time you hear from her is May 7th, is that correct?
Yeah,
And that's later on in the morning, early morning?
I believe so.
Hang on, I have a cat
I want to direct
in
your
the
attention to May
door.
7th at 10:54 a.m. And would you agree that's you saying, "Good morning, beautiful babe"?
Yes.
And she responds back, "Good morning, my amazing boy."
Yeah.
When she responded back, "Good morning, my amazing boy," at 10:42 a.m., did you know that she had just buried a baby several hours prior?
No.
Did she give you any indication that she had done anything like that during the early morning hours of that day?
No.
I'm sorry, but I just can't come out. Big Dick Willie, how do you feel, baby? Just, yeah. Yeah, no. Big Dick Willie, you really are my true love. Yeah.
Of her house with the crime scene tape wrapped around it.
Did that spook you a little bit?
Absolutely.
Did you start texting her to try to find out what was going on?
Yes.
Initially, did she respond to any of your texts?
No.
And you later found out that her phone had been taken from her?
Correct.
That wasn't me. Suck it, do. Stop it. Stop it.
At some point, do you get a text from her, but from Kim Richardson's phone?
I believe so, yeah.
And is that when you realized she had switched over to using a different phone to text you?
Sure.
And the point is?
Brandon, when, and actually, let's look at the text for a second. July 14th at 18:26 p.m. 8:26:49 p.m. And it says, "Is this Skyler?" And then the response to that is yes, but now it's from Kim Richardson instead of Skyler with the 4 hearts. Would you agree?
Yes.
Is that when you first realized that she was now texting you or communicating with you through a different phone?
Yes.
Okay. And you were confirming when you're getting this text from Kim Richardson that it's not Kim, but that it's in fact Skyler?
Correct.
Okay.
Scrap on 1 second.
Not really, David. Can you start to explain what's going on? Not really. Not right now. Oh, hang on. What's the time? 3:17. Yeah, this has got to happen. Sorry. Brace yourselves.
Now, can you start to explain what's terrible and scary and horrible, and we can't even go home right now with all the people at our house. Are you going to leave me?
Sorry. Oh, and she missed it. She completely missed it. She's gone. And we've lost everyone that's watching. Not really. Yeah, couldn't help myself. Sorry. It's 20 past 3 in the morning and Jody's going, Loopy. Oh, I'm here. I love you and I'll support you. No matter what. Yeah. No one is mad at you. No one hates you. Want to know what really happened, babe? She's just not going to tell you. Next, Sophie text. Support Jim will stand with you through all of this. Can't believe Tanya disappeared and missed all that. I'm just going to have to do it again. I love you and I'm so sorry I never told you. Please understand. Oh. Oh, so she did tell him. All right, where is it? Go back day. Why is it? I just want to know what really happened, babe. Okay, thank God I couldn't handle the thought. Losing so just so scared, freaked out and tired. Yeah, I love you more than anything. Just know that I'm okay. And I'm sorry that I can't say more right now. I'm only going to try and get some rest. Please stay with me through this. And the media is going to say crazy things, but please don't leave me. I'm not going to leave you. I'm going to stay right here. I support you and will stand with you through all of this. Right. I'm not going to leave you. I'm going to stay right here. All I need is answers. I love you so much, babe. Sleep tight. I support you and will stand with you through all of this. I made a commitment to support you and I will stand by your side through all of this. I love you and will be there no matter what. I'm here whenever you're ready. Love, Brandon. I'm sorry. I love you. I'm so sorry that I never told you. Please understand that I was scared and worried and so scared of losing you. Thank you for choosing to stay with me. I need you more than ever right now. I'm so lucky to have you. So lucky. I need you so bad right now. I've been an absolute mess. It's terrible. One of my biggest questions is who the father was. So where did she tell him? It wasn't you, Big Dick Willie. That's all I can say. Well, we all are mostly worried about you and your family. That guy Trey I used to date, who I never talk about. I'm so sorry for lying and not telling you in the first place. Why didn't you share this with me before? Did you use protection? So you used a condom. Yes, one time with and one time without. Only takes one, darling. Don't be silly. Wrap your willy. Where's that big one gone to? Oh, it was a big. There we go. We're okay. I'm not going to break up with you. I just am feeling hurt, sad, and confused. I just wish it was mine. Oh, I think this is so hard because it wasn't mine and you weren't my girlfriend and I know you didn't cheat. I just feel so much and I can't think, eat, sleep, drink. Yeah. Wow. I know you're going through more. I'm here for you, like I always promised. Yeah, I understand, and I'm sorry, but we were together in like August. I didn't even know I was pregnant for sure until April. I'm so sorry. Okay, next. None of this proves that the baby was stillborn. He doesn't know because he didn't even know about the pregnancy. All right, that's good, Drew.
Is that the position the bed was in prior to her having you move it?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Your Honor, I have nothing else at this time.
Oh, that's good.
May I have 1 minute, Your Honor? You in?
Okay, thank you.
Sit down.
Yes.
You may? You done with this witness, right?
Yes.
Yes, Your
Sorry.
Yeah, he's got
Think
nothing
about
to
the case
give.
amongst yourselves or begin to think about how it should be decided. And we will see everybody back here in about 15 minutes.
Woo! Beautiful. End of another day. All rise. He said.
Council approach for 1 moment before we get the jury, please.
Oh, that wasn't even me.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Is everybody able to follow my 40 a.m. Kim Richardson?
Idiot.
You give these proceedings to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Up there. Thank you.
Proceed, Your Honor.
You may.
Sir, would you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Christopher Wong, W-O-N-G,
Where are you employed?
the Warren County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed there?
A couple weeks short of 20 years.
What's your position, sir?
I'm a detective.
And what do your duties consist of as a detective?
My duties consist of general casework, burglaries,
My duties.
and such, and digital forensics.
And explain to the jurors what you mean when you say one of your duties is digital forensics.
Why are we studying digital forensics? Somebody tell me why. Are you for shiz when years? We're going to go through all these text messages again now, aren't we? Oh. Text messages that are totally relevant. This picture says first cell phone. Yeah, okay. So, go back a bit. Oh, this is from the mother, I think. What date does that say?
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
What date is that? I gotta see. Bring it in, bring it in.
Detective, I'm going to ask you to start with.
Oh, okay. These are between her mother and her. So I wouldn't mind actually. I think this is where they start, yes. So they go back and forth between the mother and Skyler. So I just can't see the date. I'm sure they'll tell us.
Richardson and Skyler that you were requested to retrieve. Is that correct?
Yes.
This might give us a good insight. Yes, we do. Yes, this is just going over and above. But
in looking at this specific extraction report, it identifies the party that is sending the
I'll read them quickly.
message.
When
Is
they
that right?
roll it in.
Yes.
And the parties go back and forth between Skyler and Kim Richardson, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Might give us an insight into
Detective, I'm going
more
to
of
ask
what a
you to
mother's
start
like.
with line 1.
Okay, so this is the 25th of April, just after they've been to the obstetrician. She's found out.
And where these text messages pick up is on, there's a timestamp that indicates April 25th of 2017 at 10:46 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that indicates the party information then indicates that it's from Skyler. Is that right?
Yeah. All right, please. Can I please not go to the doctor tomorrow? This is Skyler. I changed my mind. I don't want to, and I don't want to be on the pill. I'm way too scared to go, and I'm completely scared to, and I'm seriously panicking about from and not looking my best. It's hitting me now how much I hate myself for getting that dress and looking like I do when it's my senior prom, and I'm gonna look so bad. I finally have friends to go with, a great group and a great date, but I've screwed myself so much with how I look, and I'm freaking out, and I feel so scared. I just want everything to be okay, and you tell me it will be okay. And she says, I'm here for you, and it will be okay. Just relax. Do not panic. Skylar says, I'm trying not to. I'm just in freak out mode. I want to look amazing again. More than anything, I hate being like this so much. Where now, her mother's like, honey, you run each day and literally do drop, sweat, eat good, and you can drop quick. I'm serious. If you get serious, you can probably pull it out. Right. So my response to that would be, baby, you are absolutely beautiful no matter what you wear. And if anyone else has an issue with it, that's their issue, and they can go fuck themselves, basically. Not, hey, honey, if you try really hard, you can seriously drop some kilos and look better. Like, oh, welcome back, Edith. Just in time for me to drop the F-bomb. Yes, this is just dragging on way too long now. But I'm interested to listen to read these.
Description of the text message.
Change my mind. I don't mean how much I hate, but
Yeah,
I
I've
screw
read
my son.
them.
Same date, Skyler. Same date. You get serious.
Okay. So Skylar says, that's what I think, and I hope so. But every time I look at myself in that dress, I just cringe. I'm so afraid I'm going to look bad. So already she has poor self-image, and her mother does what? What's her next answer? Turn those thoughts into how to burn as much and do as much every single day, or else you will be sad. Get a plan in place. Only you can do that. What the fuck? Really? But we need to talk about the doctor thing. You're doing adult actions. You do not want to get pregnant. Ooh. Then there's no college because we'll have to work to feed your baby. No joke. Who will raise it? Right. Okay. Okay, I'll go, she says. Don't be mad at me. I'm thinking of your future. If you do adult things, you need to take adult actions and be responsible. Mm-hmm. I only want you to reach your potential and not have any roadblocks. It's either stop doing that or be responsible. I'm helping you, not hurting you, okay? Too little too late, Mama. Just let me give you the tip. I think he gave her the tip.
It's going to look and be sad. But we need to talk who will raise.
Maybe he gave him a tip.
Continue, please.
Same date.
Okay. I'm not mad at you. I'm just very scared to go, and I'm scared that it's a boy doctor. It is a boy doctor. That's the same guy I go to. Okay. He's the one that brought you into this world. He's a very good doctor. If you want, you can go to Planned Parenthood, but you have to pay out of pocket. The doctors are not quality doctors. The surgeon, and he's been doing this for years. I'm sick about it too. I'm sick about it too? Why are you sick about it? But I have to do what's best for your future. I'm sick about it too, but I will have to do what is best for your future. Really? So you're sacrificing, you poor thing. You poor thing, you're suffering because you've got to take your daughter to get birth control. Holy crap. Love you, but I'll pay for your doctor's visits and your pills. Oh, your pills will probably only be 20 or so a month, but I will get through today. Trust me. I will get through today. Trust me, this is easier than childbirth. No true words are said. You are my child, and you're tougher than you know. It will be over before you know it. Come on. Okay, thanks. Will I have to go back a lot? And how long do you think it will take? She really is naive, isn't she? So you may have to go back in 1 month to make sure the pills agree with you, but they just talk during that visit. And once a year, you go in for an exam. They make sure you don't have any cancer or diseases from intercourse. That's it. And probably like 45 minutes, like his first appointment for the day, so it's good. He won't be running behind. His hands will be clean. Okay. I'll probably just want to go back alone because that's really embarrassing. Oh, trust me, I can't go back with you. You're 18, so I can't. And yes, you will. I bet you she would have. Yes, you'll have a gown to cover your body, but there will be a nurse in there with you. You can ask him any questions you have, and it's between you. They don't involve me. You're 18, so it's easy. I'm going to make sure you are okay. Just support and provide insurance. Right. You're okay because I've got insurance. All right. Next. Take some Advil before you go. That way, it will fight the soreness, and if anything hurts too much, tell him and he will be easier. I'm glad you're not. I don't want you to get a disease or pregnancy. So I'm really helping you. The poor girls who have slept with everyone will carry a disease and never know which could cause them to never be able to have kids or die. I just want you to have a future. Go to college instead of raising a child and working. Pressure much? Now, are you you're understanding why this girl maybe didn't tell her mother? I'm getting that impression. Right. Just remember, you have to take the pill every single day. There are shots. Well, see, the pill doesn't stop you from getting STDs, you dipshit. There are shots or implants, but taking a pill each day isn't painful and it's very effective. But you can talk to your doctor about that. I just chose the pill when Dad and I got married. Yeah, but the pill actually makes you put on weight. Did she discuss that with her? We will leave soon, but get out, take a run, do something because it's really getting down to the wire. Are you for shit? In other words, you're really going to get a jiggy on because prom's down the road and you got to get some weight off. Did he say anything about your stomach? I want to keep being honest and open. Even Dad asked me about your tummy. Oh. So please find a way to get yourself back ASAP. Wow. Okay, I will go for a run here. She's 8 months pregnant. Go for a run here soon. I'm about to do an ab workout. Okay, good. I'm fighting this with you. Just if. Got a call, you have a prescription ready. I'll pick it up tomorrow. Okay, so the last message was at 10 to 4, and this is now 5 to 5 almost. Okay, or I can on the way back, on the way to work tomorrow. Okay, I'll give you the insurance cards. Sweet, sounds good. So they dispensed the script. She's been to the obstetrician and they dispensed the script and she knows she's pregnant, but she starts taking them anyway. Stop herself getting pregnant. Anyone else see the irony in that? No? Seriously, I'm so glad I went for a run today, though. That really boosted my mindset and mood. Great. I am so happy you needed it, and it will help your dress. Definitely. And I noticed my shorts are a lot looser. Great. See how quick you can turn it around? Hit another round of sit-ups later tonight. It will only help. Yeah, I want to stab this mother. Definitely. Quick question. Yes. Sorry, I meant. But it starts with Sunday, but today is Wednesday. Should I take the one labelled Wednesday or just start with, oh my God, really? Look at the directions, and I believe take it Wednesday, but the instructions will be in there. I need to see the case. Is it a circle? The day just helps you make sure you took it that day. It is. I'm reading the directions. It's a little confusing, but okay. So, do I take Wednesday's one on Wednesday, or do I take Wednesday's one on Thursday? Yes, so go with Wednesday. But I recall it does something about starting by your cycle. Just reread the instructions. Yes, you are supposed to start that when you are menstruating, when you have your menses. This is your email from your doctor visit. What does patient pregnant mean? Oh, that's on the 1st of May. Actually, I remember they just they sent the mother an email accidentally, I think. Wow, that's right. And Skyler writes back, no clue. But there's an attachment there. Skyler says, I can call later or something and see. And Mum says, you should call right now. Are you joking? Later? Skyler says, sorry, I just got to school. I'll call now. Kim, your life could potentially be over and you will call later? This is the mother's response. And then she texts the number. There's the script. Take one tablet by oral route once daily for 84 days. 26th of April. 26th of April. Patient pregnant. Mm-hmm. No, sorry. I mean, like, I figure it was probably just a mistake. You're scaring me. Okay. Please still have a good day, Mummy. Please still have a good day, Mummy. I'm sorry if you're stressed now, but I wouldn't be getting smaller if I was, and I wouldn't be on birth control. I love you. Please don't be mad at me or sad. Does that sound like an 18-year-old? It was just an accident. Please, let's have a good day. It's prom week. Mother says, I can't tell you how my heart stopped because I care too much and want you to have a future that eliminates all that. I will. Just a few hours to adjust. Few. Skylar says, so did mine. I'm so sorry that I freaking freaked me the freak out too. I was shaking. I'm sorry again. Okay, let's make today great. Well, I'm starting to think that maybe back again.
Had a cat emergency.
Oh, he playing with the thing again.
Oh, no, they broke in. The door, it's only one of those silly slidey doors and it's a bit broken. And they broke in and then I decided I'd make a coffee and that.
I did, I started reading this in the squirrel voice. And then I looked up and you were gone. Wow, I can't believe his mother.
That's right. That's why she took the
Oh.
pill. Because of the mother.
The response here from her, though.
See, my 15-year-old is proof the pill can fail. And yes, it won't stop sexually transmitted diseases.
But they accidentally sent the email to the mother, and mother's response was like, ooh.
Just sent a follow-up email or call, a message saying, can you please get Skyler to ring me? But didn't say what for.
It said patient pregnant with an attachment.
Did it?
And that's the 1st of May, and it was sent to her mother by accident. So she gives birth.
It said that, did it?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Because that's what they said when they were trying to follow up.
And the mother's response is just like, it's the end of your life.
The manager from the practice said, you know, she tried to ring her twice, and they said, why didn't you call her mother? And said, because she's 18, we can't.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they accidentally sent the email to the mother.
Oh, Sharon's on. Hi, Sharon.
Sharon.
Oh, yeah, how are you, Bri? I hope you are feeling better.
Yeah, I think he went back to work today, I think.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he said that yesterday.
So...
Yeah, so she just BS'd her way through that, saying,
yes,
no, she's not pregnant.
Now that I'm getting better control of my weight and exercise, I have more time to be excited.
Yes, she's going to lose 15 pounds very shortly.
Stay motivated. It's a bit off, but you may want to go back to high carb, high
HC, is it?
HC with Brandon, and I will want to look great. Right. Thanks. That motivates me so much to hear you say I've been killing it the past week. Like, I feel like I'm getting a hang of what works for me and how to control my weight and hunger, and those pills have been a big help too. But exactly like I have a grad dress to work for summer clothes, another homecoming. I know those pills are good. We can do this. So she's on diet pills as well.
Must be. Handy when you're pregnant.
Yeah. Keep fighting. You want to make yourself proud, and then Brandon also benefits from a super amazing girlfriend too. Oh, so it's all about how you look. Makes you a
Okay,
great
you can be
person.
Kim and I'll be Skyler. Laugh out loud. Yes, I'm working so I can be confident in myself and not have to hate myself, and then everyone around me benefits too. What a happy little tappy.
Are you feeling better?
Yes, I slept for about 30 minutes before I had to get up, and that definitely helped. Ready to tackle the day.
Great. Your hormones are definitely going to be wacky, so just try to relax. Take Advil, then in a few months, I will be super regular and all will be well.
Thanks. I will. These are horrible. They feel like some of the worst period cramps, but I'll survive. My workout will help relax them later.
So this is the 2nd of May.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe she was getting cramps. Yes, because she's taking the pill when
Maybe
she's
it's
pregnant.
Braxton. I don't know. Yeah.
Yes. So go and see your line in the script. Come on, Kimmy. Bottom one.
Oh, sorry. Yes. It will relax them. At least this means the pills are starting to work on you.
I never got cramps when I went on the pill.
No.
Yes, very good sign. How would I know that? But anyway, bossed it up with 300 calories on the treadmill, which was pretty good for how I'm feeling. Couldn't get a picture to show off because I was talking to Linwood. Laugh out loud, but I'm headed home.
You look amazing.
Thanks so much. I feel amazing.
It's you again.
I'm literally speechless with how happy I am. My belly is back. Yay! Oh my God! I've never, ever.
This is the 7th.
Yes. She didn't talk to Mum for a bit of over a day, maybe.
I did,
No, so it's 11:30 in the morning. And I am never, ever, ever letting it get like that again.
yeah, so she's had the baby now.
Yeah. You're about to see me look freaking better than ever before. Oh my God.
That's
And the
what I'm
mother just
talking
thinks,
about. Way to be. Way to be. Great attitude. It paid off. I'm so proud of you. You will look amazing at school tomorrow.
I'm literally so excited now just for dinner to wear something cute. Yay, my belly is fat. Now I'm taking this opportunity to make it amazing.
Yeah.
Boss mode wasn't on full blast today because of my pain, but you best believe it's about to be all week. I hit that treadmill for 200 calories, then abs, and I couldn't stop looking at myself in the mirror after. Laugh out loud. I'll be ready in 15 minutes at most.
Have you ever had a conversation with your mother like this?
No. But you know, my sister was pregnant at 15, which is really funny, right? And so she had the baby in June, so I suppose she would have got pregnant in September, yeah. And she was 15, and she's in the pool out the farm over summer, right? We have one of those, 3 feet high pool things. And she's got out of the pool, and Mum said to my sister, she said, Nikki, you got a little bit of a tummy there. Anybody would think you're pregnant. And giggles, right? And my sister turns around and says,
Yeah.
oh, what kind of girl do you think I am, Mum?
And she was pregnant.
And she was pregnant.
One
She
of
had the
those
baby in
girls.
June.
Mhm.
It was hilarious.
Is Brandon
So,
doing here?
yep.
Okay. Boys are out. I'll get them in. Let's kill it again this week. We are on a roll.
Agreed. I must start weighing myself every week and getting serious about this. Like I'm about to be boss looking.
Couldn't be prouder.
Thanks so much. I bled through a little bit, but I'm about to go in and take a quick bath, then put some jeans on since Brandon is coming back over. Other than that, how was your day, beautiful?
What? Not too bad. How is yours?
Great. I feel like a little new person. I'm confident. I'm happy. I've been, what?
Strutting down the
Oh,
hallway.
strutting. I thought it was SL. Okay, strutting down every hallway, killing it, and been thinking about how awesome I'm going to look this
So
summer.
it's all about appearance. Yay.
Yeah.
Now that made my day.
And you
What?
wonder why this
What?
child had an eating
What?
disorder.
What? The actual fuck?
These cats are trying to break in again.
I cannot. I just can't.
Yeah, there's no way I'd have a conversation like that with my mom.
I wouldn't have a conversation like that with anybody. That is so superficial and fuck me. All right.
Oh, is that
Hang
me
on,
there?
it's,
Yes.
can you
Seriously, I
see?
got my shoulders back, good posture and everything. I feel so good about myself. I cannot freaking believe I weigh 128. I haven't been in the 120s in so long. I'm going to wait till next Monday to weigh myself. Now I bet I can be down to 120.
You easily can. See, I knew you had it in you. But I need to keep on oh, they're taking laxatives. That's what Docalax is.
Oh my God, that's what that is.
That's a freaking laxative.
Oh my Lord. Oh, I still am and will definitely. And yes, I look really good. Wait till you see my belly today. It look even better now. I just got to tone it up. So on your line.
Right. I don't think I can. I
And
just
the
want to stop.
this woman's a nutcase.
I got to look up Destin. I got to see what that is. I don't know because
I think that's somewhere where they were going.
no, I reckon that's another drug. I reckon
No.
Destin. Oops, not Destin, you dipshit.
It's a city in Florida. Yes, they're going to the beach. Maybe to Big Kahuna's Water Adventure Park. That sounds like fun. That's in Destin.
So
Yeah,
it's not
Destin's in
under.
Florida. Just type in Destin in a Google search.
I did.
Destin.
Okay.
There you go. Can I
Lucky.
chuck a picture in there for you?
No, after I've got it. It's all good.
You found it? Yeah, did you spell it wrong?
Yeah, I put a G in front of it.
Oh, that wouldn't help, no.
Laxative
Yeah, so she's gonna.
So,
Yeah, see,
so
Florida Beach, see?
she's
Laxative cracks, yes.
on the pill,
Having laxatives.
taking laxatives.
Yes, and getting cramps from laxatives, and maybe
So,
even from the pill when you're pregnant.
Did she or didn't she give birth to a live baby?
I don't know. Well, like she's taken all this shit and yeah, and exercising like this. Come on, do your dang.
I gotta pee. I gotta pee, and I'm really, and I'm ready for bed. I think it's been nearly 6 hours I've been streaming. That's dang, you know your muscles are still there. See, that's what I mean. Her abdo muscles would have been so like her core strength. That's why she didn't pop out with the pregnancy.
Oh, well, that's like Jasmine. You look at my daughter because she does calisthenics, very similar to Chi. She didn't pop
would have
out
been a
much
small.
until the end.
Exactly. Dang, you know your muscles are still there, so I can get them back really quick. Trust me, I'm so excited for you. I have no idea.
You're right, Teresa. I think the mother's the problem of a few things there. The eating disorder and why I'm hiding my pregnancy.
All right, Felix, I'm coming.
Definitely, I can easily tone my belly and legs super quick. It makes me so excited. I can't quite see the bottom of this one.
I've
You
got it.
scroll it up.
Not sure if
you got my pick, but crushed it. Crushed it on the treadmill. 2 miles and 200 calories. Is it some? That's all I can see.
I have to go to the next one. Hang on. Oops.
Yeah.
PM from Skyler.
There you go.
Oh, makes me super excited. Not sure if you got my pick. Oh, got my pick, but crushed it on the treadmill. 2 miles and 300 calories. Then did legs and abs, and even used some machines. So yeah, I'm a babe. She's a babe.
No, I didn't get it, but yay, you wrote book on Bab. What?
No idea what either of them is on there. I think I'm a babe. I think she's. Oh, and you wwrote the book on babe.
Well, I can't say they're both full of shit, can I? Because oh, sorry.
You should come too if you're up for it. You can see how great I look in all the dresses.
Well, she got the accidental email from the clinic that says patient pregnant, and she texted Skyler on the 1st of May. And like, what fuck? So, but this is now after the baby. But just the attitude of the mother is really making my blood boil.
Yeah.
It's so superficial.
I don't know.
You are so killing it. I swear it made me so happy and in a good mood knowing you look so great.
Literally, me too. Like I just want to constantly show off all the time and keep looking better and better. I have so much potential right now to sculpt my body.
How about, baby, I'm so proud of you. You look amazing. You have done really, really well. You are kind. You are considerate. You are courteous. You
Because that's the thing,
Respect
her weight went, between something like 70
and
and
I
120
wonder why.
pound, back and
Why?
forth all the time.
Why? You brought up with this superficial bullshit because looks at everything. I wonder
Yeah,
why.
well, I don't think the laxatives was the first time. We know the birth control was.
Absolutely not.
No way. Yeah, and she's had an eating disorder since she was 12.
Uh-huh. And this explains it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in a good mood knowing you look so great. Like, oh,
Girl, you're killing it.
yeah.
Next page.
All right, one more and then I'm going to bed. I'm wrecked.
Love it. Here, ready to boss this place up.
Because that's what you do. Oh, hang on. I got some. I forgot I did this today. I spent ages doing this today. Hang on.
Mind that just happened.
Talladega
Hello,
Nights.
baby Jesus. I want to thank you for my family, my two beautiful sons, Walker and Texas Ranger, and of course my red hot smoking wife, Carly. Woo!
Ow!
This one?
Always remember, if you ain't first, you're last.
There's a cougar in the car.
If you ain't first, you're last.
You're last.
Yep. That's what I did today. I'd like to thank you for my two beautiful sons, Walker and Texas Ranger. A few out of Nancy girls who was named Dr. Quinn, a medicine woman.
What about what is it? Shut up, Grandpa.
That's gonna be my all-time favorite movie. Shake and Blake. The Magic Man. Can you see me?
No, you don't.
Oh.
How come I can't come first sometimes?
I'm all jacked up Mountain Dew. Oh, we should get my eldest and I when we're together. We start quoting this. Yeah, it's hysterical. We pretty much know it word for word. All right, peeps. I'm gonna crash. I'm sorry. I've got a wee and sleep. So
What's this? I just need a clip of Jodie. Wait, go back. I saw a big dick. She says that when I'm driving and we're in the car too.
Just go back and do a
You too.
What I do is I go back and do a snipping tool and save it as a video. I know I'm an idiot. But
oh well, Mum was happy for a couple of weeks there.
Let me take that off.
8 weeks before the daughter got arrested. 14th of July, so that was the 7th of May.
Let me take
So
this better.
9 weeks.
There we go.
Mum can be happy for 9 weeks before she finds out what really happened to make that belly go away.
What was I going to say? Did I say something in there? Nope, it's gone.
Gone. Poof, it's gone. Night, Kelly.
Good night. Goodbye, y'all.
Yeah, see you tomorrow, Teresa.
Felicia, my mum's name. All right, so we're not even through day 4 yet.
I know. So what's it go to day 6 and then there's closing arguments or something, isn't it?
Yeah. So the Sarah Byrne hearing is in an hour. If you guys want to watch it, it's on Court TV or Law and Crime. It's on all of them. But it's at 5 a.m. here. So what, 3 p.m. Your time?
Depends where we are in the US, doesn't
Oh, Eastern Standard Time. 14 hours from
it?
here.
So New York kind of thing.
I know
Here we go.
the
New York, it's
Eastern Coast,
2:03 p.m. So yeah, that's right. Las Vegas, it's 11:03 a.m.
LA.
yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
14 hours.
So we're going by New
ahead.
York time.
Eastern Standard, yeah. So the East Coast, pretty much.
Yeah, 2:03 p.m. minus 14 hours.
Massachusetts, where's
Oh,
where I
look, they've
live?
got the same time distance from one
Connecticut.
side across to the other, 3 hours. Interesting.
I'm going to pee my pants. All right, my darlings. Love you, guys. Getting jiggy with it.
Bye, everybody.
Over 50.
See you next time.
Same time, same place, same back channel. Love yous. Bye.
Bye.